Hello? Hello? He said something. Yes. Yep. I can hear you. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
a beautiful day in Valencia, Spain. The players are here, the stage is set, and oh boy, do we have 2 full action-packed days ready for you this weekend. 180 plus competitors have traveled from all over the world to compete in the last LAN event before BCX 2023. Welcome inside the Feria Valencia. I'm your host, Winan, better known as White Sheepy. And of course, alongside me, I got my favorite man, Duke, right next to me. And of course, the one and only Sparky. Guys, how you guys feeling?
Estoy bien, gracias, y tú?
Bien. We're practicing.
We've been practicing. We're here in Valencia, speaking Spain. The vibes have been immaculate here in Spain. We've had a great time. Obviously not the best of times because things don't always go to plan, but of course we're pivoting, we're making things work, and at the end of the day, it's still going to be a great time because we've got some great Brawlhalla action happening this weekend.
I got to go to the beach yesterday, which was great. Everybody got to have, like, essentially, well, not everybody.
Not everybody.
Production was going
Sorry,
crazy back there, making sure all this works. But the players got to have a nice little day off, and I'm really curious how that is going to affect them going into this, as they got to land, and instead of focusing on gaming, playing, they got to kind of relax and breathe and spend time with each other. You know, build that out-of-game experience, that out-of-game synergy. That's also just as important inside of the game as well.
I will say there was a lot of people on the free play yesterday, so I mean, they might have gotten their practice in, and also maybe the jet lag has worn off too, and they're just ready to go. So guys, we got a lot of things to talk about here, so I'm actually going to go through them really quickly. First, let's kind of just quickly chat about merch, guys, before we get into the game, because we do got some new merch because it's a brand new LAN. So guys, merchandise is actually on site here as well and online. It's both the new logo, the Brawlhalla Valencia logo there, the t-shirt that you see, and also we got a limited number of mouse pads and pins, so get yours now, whether you're here on site or online. I will say that specific exclusive Valencia tee is only available until Monday. So you want to make sure you grab that now when you can. If you're here at the venue, grab it. If you're online watching, brawlhalla.com/merch, you don't want to miss out. And I love that logo design because it showcases the beautiful science and art museum that they have here. So yes, guys, you know I'm looking out for you. Please get your merch now, whether you're here at the venue or online, brawlhalla.com/merch. All right, guys, I'm going to keep going here. Let's talk about the prize pool real quick. You guys, you know it. It's going to be overall $70,000 split between $35,000 for doubles and singles. So here we're looking at the doubles, and first place, $9,000 for this, okay? Woo! And it goes all the way down to 25th. So hey, I mean, if you place at least there, you're gonna get some money. Am I right, guys?
Yeah, some team at the end of today is going to be walking away with $9,000. That's definitely not something to be shy about, especially because, I mean, after being in Valencia for a while, some stuff goes for a nice price, and you can get a lot out of that $9,000.
Yeah, keep in mind, as he just said, if you didn't know, the schedule has shifted for this event. It's not quite the same as the other events we've had this year. 2v2 is all happening today. It's going to be a long day, but it'll be a fun day. So 2v2 is all happening today. By the end of today's stream, there will be a 2v2 champion for Dreamhack Valencia, so make sure to lock in and watch it all the way through so you can see the conclusion of 2s. And then the same thing will happen tomorrow, but for 1v1. We will crown a 1v1 champion at the end of tomorrow. So make sure you get to see all of that, including to see how deep that prize pool plays out, how it shakes up with your predictions.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for mentioning that because, yes, it's going to be doubles all day, baby. So it's going to be action-packed, and we will be crowning someone today, our doubles champion for Dreamhack Valencia. Okay, I'm going to just keep moving along here because I know we just wrapped up our second open at Dreamhack Dallas, literally not too long ago, okay? But you know what? Let's take a look at some of the highlights from back then. Guys, I want to hear your thoughts and chime in about Dreamhack Dallas. What do we see there, Duke?
I mean, it was definitely a wild ride, and one thing that's really building across these events is something I keep kind of coming back to, is the fact that it hasn't been all about one player, one dominance, the way that we've had in the past. And of course, coming here to Valencia, Valencia, our final in-person open event before the World Championship. It still has this potential for this narrative of like almost any region could win. We've had an EU win in 2v2s at San Diego. We've had an NA win in 2v2s at Dallas. We ended up getting our first ever South American 1v1 open win at Dreamhack Dallas, and also the first time North America didn't go home with the win in 1v1s. So it's been a wild ride, but also Dallas has definitely been a nice step in this kind of storyline of the offline events.
Yeah, and you mentioned this a little bit when we had the call before the brawl about the potential of that each region winning 1v1 and 2v2 as well throughout the year. So showing that we truly don't know what is going to happen, not only for the rest of this year, but even just this weekend as well. I mean, we were talking about it a little bit on the way to the train this morning of what are the teams together? Who's going to win this? We don't know. Some people think it might be using Fozy. Some people think it might be Acno Blaze. Some people think it might be Weston Lores. I bet if you ask everybody out there sitting in the audience right now, let's just say there's 50 people out there right now, you would probably have 37 to maybe 43 different opinions on who is going to win this tournament.
It is fascinating, and of course we'll get into it once we start talking about the teams, but like because of the nature of like how many different people are coming from North America, South America, and also just the fact that EU likes to swap up every now and then when they don't do as well as they want to, is there aren't that many teams that have been like this solid all-round team that has stuck out through the entirety of the year that are coming here to Dreamhack Valencia.
Yeah, there have been changes. I mean, we're specifically talking about Dallas for a minute. There have been changes since Dallas, and specifically one of the teams that won Dallas, or the only team really that won Dallas, was Luna and Snowy. Snowy's not here. Miss you, Snowy. I know he's watching out there. Luna's teaming up with Java for this one. So we have a lot of different shakeups coming in to make this tournament that much more interesting beyond just it's another Brawlhalla LAN, and this one happens to be in the EU this time. So there are a lot of different variables that are switching from every different LAN this year to make each one a very unique experience.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out today because of the different teams that you guys have been mentioning, but also it'd be kind of cool if EU did take it home. And EU, I'm just saying, look, we've talked about this too on the train ride, but you know what, guys, enough about, the preliminaries, talking about that. Let's talk about the players that we can see today, all right? So, I'm actually going to jump to you, Sparky, first. Tell me about Luna and Java.
Luna and Java are kind of an interesting team up, not necessarily that interesting for this tournament specifically because they're dealing with a limited pool of players who are able to make it out to this tournament. And like I just said, Snowy's not able to make it, so Java is it's kind of a logical pickup for Luna. It's someone in his own region who of course speaks his own language as his first language as well. But it's also someone that he could spend time playing with. In fact, he even recorded an entire 30-minute YouTube video of him playing with Java against Zen and Cutie, just game after game after game after game. And that's something several of the other teams didn't have the option to do. So this is a good pickup. Obviously, Java is a strong 1v1 player, strong 2v2 player as well. I'm going to love seeing that Hattori today. Not sure how many Hattoris we still kind of have as the main in 2v2, but I would be arguing that Java's probably one of the best. I mean, you see his numbers kind of humble in the 2v2s, but I think that is likely going to change. He's PR number 8. He could be, I think he likely will be stepping that up after this tournament.
Well, I definitely want to see how they do today. I know you're definitely, Duke, I'm looking at you, Duke, that you're looking forward to seeing how Luna and Java do today. But I actually want to jump to you. We're going to talk about an EU team here, Godly versus Knees. Tell me about them.
Once again, we're getting that kind of shake-up. Godly was formerly teaming up with Fozy at Dreamhack Dallas, but since then is teamed up with Knees, who did incredible at Dreamhack Dallas. This is a nice pickup for Godly. The thing that stands out to me about this team specifically is just you kind of got these two powerhouses. You got two people who are going to push the boundaries of what they kind of should be doing. They'll go a little bit riskier than what other people expect, and maybe it'll pay off, or maybe it will be a bit of a tragic situation. I know one thing that a lot of people online were talking about with specifically this team is they were looking at how Knees teamed up with Lores at Dallas, and they were mostly pointing out Lores as kind of that big linchpin. Yeah, Knees did really well, but a lot of people credited Lores as that strong teammate. So I'm curious if Godly can kind of fill the shoes that Lores did, but also kind of do better, because obviously they want to go home with that goal.
I'm just saying Knees were shining last time in Dallas, so hey, maybe this is it. This is the time to shine. Now, Sparky, I want to hear your opinion as we jump once again to this next region, and actually it's international. It's like a it's two different ones. They're combining and joining force. Yuz and Fozy.
This is going to be an interesting one because I think the best 2v2 that Yuz has played was alongside Power. And originally Power was signed up for this event. I don't know exactly what happened, but of course Power is not here. That's why Yuz is teaming together with Fozy. It's going to be interesting because Fozy, while being an extremely adaptable 2v2 player, being an extremely good 2v2 player, is not the most like standard meta player. I mean, you're seeing a lot of Zerial here, and that's one thing that I'm looking at Godly and Knees for, is you're going to kind of get that more meta pick with Knees likely on the cross. But with Fozy, he's, again, extremely adaptable to anybody he's playing with. A very strong 2v2 player, one of the best out there, but it's a very different legend pool that Yuz is going to have to adapt to. Now, one thing that benefits Yuz here is the way that Brazil and South America plays their 2v2s is they just play musical chairs all the time. I'm going to be with this person this week, maybe next week at this community tournament, I'm going to be with this other person. So there's a lot of shakeups there that happen just inherently in that region that I think gives Yuz one of the best chances to play with someone who's a little bit different in their playstyle and legend choice, exactly like Fozy is.
It's going to be definitely interesting to see. Now, I'm going back to EU here, and Duke, I'm looking at you because you know these guys are on top. Acno and Blaze, tell me about them.
I mean, one of the most consistent 2v2 teams here. Of the teams that we're going to talk about, they're the only ones that have been teaming together since before the event. So they've been one of the longest running EU teams. Lots of people are very familiar with this team. And one of the things that bodes really well for them is they're starting to look good again this year. They got that victory finally for the EU region in 2v2, something that hasn't happened in a really long time, which is really, really good for both them and for the European region. We're here on their home turf. A lot of people are saying this might be the best opportunity for them to go home and get another gold medal in 2v2s. The last time we were in the European region with an offline event with all sorts of players from around the world, they went home with that 2v2 gold medal. A lot of potential here for them to do it again.
Yeah, Acno and Blaze. All right, we're going to keep moving on, and I want to say, Sparky, you specifically asked for this team to talk about. Tell me about Wes and Loras.
I'm really excited for this team. I think this team has a potential to win this tournament 100%. Wes is an incredible 2v2 player. Loras, it seems like, is stepping it up every single time. Every single tournament, he comes out and shows us something new. He's been pushing it every single time. It's like, wow, Loras top 8'd. Wow, Loras top 6'd. Wow, Loras top 4'd. Wow. And even in Dallas, Loras top 2'd in 2v2 alongside Knees. Loras was just another guy in Brazil, and all of a sudden, in a very short time, he is a massive threat, not only in his region, but on the global scale. I think this team, like Acno and Blaze, even though they haven't played together the most, they still have had time to practice in their own region. I think they're going to fit really well together. I cannot wait to see what they have for us. They have been burning up the 2v2 queue. 591 and 73 for young Loras. He's an insane player, and I'm just looking forward to this tournament for them.
I know that South America is definitely going to be rooting for them. Now, I'm got to go back to the North American continent. Duke, tell me about this pairing, Sandstorm and Impala.
What a wild combination of players. Sandstorm and Impala, both world champions in 1v1s. Sandstorm, multi-time world champion in 2v2s as well. This is like some fantasy nerds like team, right? Like they're like, well, what's the best thing you can do? Take two world champions, pit them together, and suddenly you have a powerhouse team. But I'm not quite sure. Impala's definitely a powerhouse in 1v1s. He has not had the best showing in 2v2s, but that's also kind of like been the story about Impala, right? Like we talked about him at the World Championship just last year, where we're like, he wasn't really on the radar for 1v1s and then came out and won it out. There's kind of that similar storyline building for him in 2v2s. You've got someone who's amazing like Sandstorm. He's got big shoes to fill if he wants to be in that role like Boomy would be for Sandstorm, but still, I think a lot of potential here, a lot of fantasy for a lot of people for this team.
Now, I definitely want to say this next team I'm about to bring up also has big potential as well today. And Sparky, I want to know about Meg D and Radish.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know about this team, man. I don't know about this team. Looking at their placements, Dreamhack Dallas, they didn't even top 8. Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble, they got 7th, but they got 7th in a community tournament. And kind of like we know Impala, you know, for 1v1s. Meg D, you know, for 1v1s. Amazing 1v1 player. Radish, you know, for 1v1s. Amazing 1v1 player. Tournament winners, both of them. But I don't know if that's going to transfer really over to 2v2 here. I truly don't know what they have for us today. Like at the Spring Championship in North America, they got 5th, which is a very strong placement, don't get me wrong, but that's not top 3. And then now we're bringing in teams from EU. We're bringing in teams from South America as well. So I truly don't know how this team is going to do, because the reason we know them is the 1v1 game mode and not 2v2.
Well, we will see what is going to happen today, because we are going to be crowning someone literally by the end of today. We'll see who our doubles champion is. So I know usually we talk about prediction stuff, and we might have to save that for later, because I actually got some reveals to show you guys today. So why don't we just kind of go into that? Because look, we always got like briefly, you guys saw something on Monday, on our Monday reveal. So today, here it is in all its glory. It's the Brawlhalla Combat Evolved new map. Okay, that is what we have today. This is a brand new map that you guys can play. It's going to be released with our Brawlhalla Combat Evolved crossover event. It's beautiful. There are background, like map background effects that I think are gorgeous.
I'm excited.
Sorry,
for those.
I became speechless for a second. But yes, you guys briefly saw this on Monday, but now here it is, and it's gorgeous, and you guys will get your hands on it very soon. And literally, it's next Wednesday, all right? But wait a minute, that's not all. I got a new map, yeah, you know, but I got more to show too. Let's let's talk about maybe a new game mode.
Ooh,
maybe,
this one is what I'm
perchance.
excited for. I was waiting for this one.
So we got a new map, and also we got a new game mode. So this new game mode, I think we have like a clip of it. It's inspired by the Oddball game mode, but this time we called it Odd Brawl. You got to earn points by holding the Oddball, which is that flaming skull. And you hold it, and passively you will be earning points, but you earn extra points by landing attacks with it, okay? That's why it's called Odd Brawl. You actually got to brawl with it. So the idea is you want to get the most points at the very end of the match to win. And you can play this in the Brawl of the Week. It's going to be featured there. It will be for free-for-all and also doubles, like teams, 2v2. And you can also play this in custom lobbies as well. And the last thing I want to bring up, all right, so we talked about the new map. We talked about the new game mode. One last thing I wanted to bring up with the Brawlhalla Combat Evolved event is that when you log in during the event, you're going to just get a free title. You're going to get a free title reward that says Spartan, which is really fitting. I think it's really fitting for the
You
crossover.
get to be like the guy. You get to be like John 117.
Yeah, you get to be a Spartan. You get to have the title displayed and everything. So yeah, just by logging on during the event, which literally starts next Wednesday, you just get a free title reward called Spartan. So those are the reveals that we pretty much have today. I'm super excited for it. I've been a big fan of that franchise for a very, very long time. So Wednesday, July 12th, Brawlhalla Combat Evolved drops in Brawlhalla. It's going to be an exciting and amazing time. All right, guys. So we are, I believe, going to be taking a very short break before we jump into the action, okay? We're going to get the players ready. I think they're pretty much almost ready. But when we come back, we're going to look at the Leo and Chicken Chow main versus Skeldra and Goofy. So we'll see how they do, all right? Yeah, all right. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're here at Dreamhack Valencia. We're just getting started with doubles here, and I got some amazing casters today. Polymonto joining me. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. Just arrived in Valencia 2 days ago. Beautiful city, amazing event. I'm as excited as you can be, really.
Awesome, and of course, Sparky, I know you were here for pre-show, but next up we have two teams that I don't know if you're familiar with, but it's the Leo with teammate Chicken Chow Mein versus Skeldra and Goofy. So you know what, let's go into it and let's talk about this upcoming game. Sparky, I'm gonna start with you.
So I'm really glad that Poly is here for some of these pool matches that we're going to be talking about, because he knows EU better than probably any other commentator out there, because of course he is an EU guy. He is an EU player. He knows these people. They're in his time zone. He talks to them. So he's really going to be the big information guy. I just read what the computer tells me, and people think I know what I'm talking about. But Poly is actually going to be the one to know the real information here. I know who Skeldra is from Twitter, honestly. So I don't know much about Skeldra. Is he a greatsword player?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, both Skeldra and Goofy are greatsword players. So this is going to be a really, really
double
fun
greatsword in twos.
I'm not sure if they're going to be playing it. I spoke to
wild.
Skeldra and Goofy the other day, and they said, and I quote, "Skeldra, you're really hard to get used to as a 2v2 player." So I'm assuming they're both just really fancy greatsword players.
I don't know if I've ever actually seen a double greatsword game. That would be really strange to play with, even if you're a greatsword player playing with another greatsword player.
Yeah, for sure. And then also we have the Leo and Chicken Chow. Now, I'm not that sure about Chicken Chow. The Leo, though, of course, household name. It's the Ember guy. It's the Ember guy that's very bad, very, very good at neutral game. Very good at neutral game. I almost said bad at aggressing.
He's bad like Michael Jackson bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Now, I do want to bring this up, and I don't know if it affects anything or means anything, but I do want to pull up that the stats here say that Skeldra and Goofy did technically place a little bit higher in the spring championship for EU comparative to Leo and Chicken Chow Mein. Polly, how do you feel about that? Does that affect anything, their placements in the last spring champs?
I mean, it's LAN, and everything is different at LAN. There's like LAN debuffs, there's LAN buffs. I feel like at LAN, anything can happen, and that's why LANs are so beautiful, and that's why we all love them so much.
So with these teams, we're having a huge discrepancy in PR, and Skeldra being a known entity, Goofy being a known entity, that's going to be fairly obvious when you look at their PRs. Looking at PR 79 for Skeldra, and then 119 for Goofy. On the other side, Chicken Chow Mein coming in at 271. So the eyes are really going to be on him to see how he keeps up with these other players. Now, PR, of course, is not the end-all, be-all. That doesn't mean exactly what his skill is going to be today. Like you said, LAN is different. Tournament is even different than ranked. Ranked is different than casuals. It's this gradual spectrum, and all of these variables are just compounded on top of one another. So really, I'm going to be looking at Chicken Chow Mein to see what he has to deal with, especially if we have even one greatsword on Skeldra and Goofy is going to be something strange to deal with in 2v2s that not a lot of people are used to going up against.
I also feel like just the fact that the Leo is teaming with Chicken Chow Mein. Like, why would the Leo team with a bad player? You know, even though their PR is low, we've seen this time and time again. Like veteran, super good players teaming with this one guy. Everyone thinks they're bad, but they know because they're in the scene. They're in the top echelon of gameplay. They know that they're underrated, and they decide to pick them up for a tournament.
I mean, look at Pugsy in North America. Pugsy teamed with Luna before we thought of Luna in the way we do now. Pugsy teamed with Snowy before we thought of Snowy in the way that we do now. Now, their PRs were a little bit different at the time, but still, like, this could be the beginning of a beautiful relationship. This could be something where Chicken Chow Mein learns a lot and all of a sudden maybe goes and partners with someone else. So I'm really excited to see what they have there. This is why rules are interesting. And we're getting into this one here, and this is actually a top 32 qualifier match. We have 4 pools with 8 people making it out of each. 4 people on top, 4 people on bottom. Now, unfortunately for these teams, this is on the elimination side of the bracket. So the heat is on for these players. This is their last chance to make it into the top 32.
Now, we do actually only have one greatsword coming out of the rated team here, unlike what we predicted. We have the Orion coming out from them.
I'm happy with that.
I'm also happy with that.
Man, 2 great swords, that is truly wild, and both of those players would have to be on something different.
One great sword is more than enough. Like, one great sword is enough. You don't need any more of that.
I mean, you don't see it in top EU teams, you don't see it in top NA teams, so I'm really excited to see how they'll make it work. Almost taking the Leo off the top, and I like the Orion pick as well. A super just standard, normal, strong pick. Obviously, everybody is talking about Lance in the meta right now. Spear, of course, also very thought of highly in the current meta right now. I mean, you see literally 2, no, actually 3 spear, no, just 2, okay. Just 2 spears on the screen even right now, just in this moment.
So far, Yuki and Skel have built up quite a small lead. The Leo, of course, the Ember, the low defense, they're already on that second stock, getting quite the damage. Now they're getting stuck in a bit of a 2v2 combo there. That could have been lethal. Actually, scratch that it will be. Skel just going to be finishing that up. And this is looking really bad for the blue team if the Leo isn't able to keep going.
Now, Skeldra didn't quite have the timing for that finisher that would have been the gravity neutral neutral sig on the greatsword, but they still had the combo ready to go. They were ready with that, even though it's a little bit non-traditional, so they had that going, and even with the miss, they're still able to clinch out that knockout, so that's super important for a team. When you drop something, don't live in that moment, move on to the next one, and still find that KO.
It's also a massive showing of confidence.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
A lot of these players may not have played on a stage like this, but they're just showing that we're confident, we know what we're doing, we've got all of these combos tapped out, and we're ready to use them. Now, still quite a large lead for them. The Leo's getting more and more damaged. We can't seem to isolate the 1v1s here. The Leo's trying to go back and forth and support their teammate, but they should be the one running right now.
Chow stuck over on the corner. They're split a little bit of team damage comes out. That's going to be the KO. Are they going to be able to finish off the Leo here? No, he's going to go over to the wall. It seems like they turned their attention back over. Skeldra has now finished off 2 of those KOs when the blue opponent is in the red damage. First, it was after that whip in Sig, and then followed it up, getting the KO on the side. Then it was following this KO up on the side, clinching that one. It is 4 stocks to 1, and Chicken Chow Mein, the lone bowl of Chicken Chow Mein sitting on the table, and red team looks hungry. They're ready to eat. They're ready to take this victory in game 1 and push further, making their way into top 32.
This is a situation that, like, analyzing gameplay-wise, they should not lose. This is not losable.
Absolutely.
It will take a true master to reverse something like this, and we're just waiting it out now. Skel and Goofy trying to build up this damage, trying to find the knockout, not getting too risky, not getting too fancy. They know they've won this game. They just gotta close it out.
Chicken Chow Mein was able to get back. He was doing a great job stalling. He did burn his dodge, but he made sure to keep himself away from the other 2 red team members so that he couldn't immediately. His timing is really good. Like, he's living way longer than he probably should here. He does fall there with the 4 stocks to the red team, but they were essentially fresh on that stock when he was on his final, and then they were like both in the orange, which means that he added up like a total of 200 damage on 2 different players in that 1v2. So Chicken Chow Mein being the last one to survive on his team, great work.
100%, and I feel like that could potentially be a case of, as you mentioned, nerves, and they were maybe getting more and more loose the longer they were playing. I feel like the only timeline I can see where Chicken Chow Mein and the Leo are able to reverse this is if they're nervous and they manage to get the situation under control, because Skeldra and Goofy are just mechanically outshining them at the moment.
Yeah, normally in game 1, when you have a team that, like, on paper, by the stats, is the quote-unquote better team, usually game 1 is, like, the best chance that the other quote-unquote lesser team, the underdog team, has the chance to surprise us and do something different. The fact that they didn't get that, and it was a 4 stock coming from the red team, okay, as I say that, the Leo's starting to turn things up, doing a lot of damage, but that low defense Ember, that's going to be also one of the reasons he got knocked out of last game. Chicken Chow Mein is going to have a lot more defense, but it might not matter if he gets double edge guarded here, but he's able to get back.
Like, you can have the best aggro in the world, but you are against a great sword for the damage build-up and then an Orion for those knockouts. Like, you are not going to have a good time, especially not on a stage like Miami Dome. The Leo is going to have a very, very rough set in front of him, and as you can see, the first one to drop a stock, the first one to probably go down later as well. The Leo is going to have to be a real champion fighting through this all.
doing his best here. Gonna get hit with the side signature over there from Skeldra. Does get knocked out over on that soft platform on the right side. He was able to get back and actually stay safe from that double edge guard earlier with those soft platforms, but this time it led to his defeat. The Leo, man, that low defense is going to be really tough. There is a KO that comes out there. Picks that one up on top of Goofy. A little bit of team damage. Chaos coming in the middle.
I was about to say that they're having a hard time finding the knockouts, and then you see the Leo use like 6 signatures in a row, and then the stocks just go flying.
Nice follow-up there. Gets interrupted by Skelter.
Nice nair into the aerial thrown out.
Oh, he gets the 3-piece on it. Side light into the D-light, into the side air. Chicken Chow Mein going over to the left side. Hits the neutral light, does get the decent follow-up. Does pick his spear back up, so he's not at the weapon disadvantage. Potential edge guard. The down air came out. Skeldra able to get back from it now. Chicken Chow Mein coming in without a weapon. Ooh, that was actually a follow-up off of Chicken Chow Mein. The GC down heavy coming out from Skeldra. Does get the KO. They have 4 stocks to their name on the red team, but I don't think they're going to grab a 4 stock this game. Goofy is very damaged. Chicken Chow Mein and the Leo are reasonably healthy on final stocks, so they're in a much better position this game. And Chicken Chow Mein, yet again, picks up a D-light into the side air. Didn't need the side light to start things off. Picked it up over on the edge, and Goofy on final stock.
Goofy and Skeldra are insanely good at these like improvised conversions and just getting like an extra hit here and there. But it's also kind of like a double-edged sword. I'm seeing more and more often now that they're accidentally caught with their teammate. As you mentioned,
Yes.
it's happened like 4 times throughout the last 2 stocks, and it is backfiring. The Leo and the Chicken Main Chow, they're starting to catch up a little bit. Definitely looking quite possible, although now that we go into 1v2, 1 stock against 3, this is looking rough.
Okay.
He needs to take this Orion down right now.
Dude, Chicken Chow Mein, then this is exactly what I'm talking about. PR is not the be-all, end-all of this, because we're seeing a lot of really good stuff from Chicken Chow Mein, and I think he's, I don't want to say he's carrying the team, but like he's more than pulling his weight for the team, especially when you look at his PR. He's the one in the 1v2 every single time. They're bullying out his teammate, and he's using the higher defense he has on Kaya. He's finding stocks as well. Chicken Chow Mein is doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely. I would say, like, if I was the blue team right now, I would Legend swap. But the Leo is like, as far as I know, he's Ember and Ember only.
3, yeah, that's the fact that he hasn't. Okay, we actually are getting a swap this time.
What kind of swap is that?
I was looking for the Legend swap as well, but of course, not knowing as much as I could about the Leo, I was wondering if, like, yeah, if he's an Ember main only, and swapping on anybody else would be like swapping into an alien landscape that he doesn't really need to out. But we'll be curious to see what his Vector has here. The damage build early on is already going to the red team. We are going to a map that has 2 soft platforms to a map that has 3 soft platforms. So that'll be interesting for the Lance players.
A Orion Lance GC usage into an unarmed air. I mean, what else? What else goes to show that these guys are good at improvised conversions? Like, what is that? How many times have you seen that?
Okay, that's going to be a KO off the bottom. Are they going to be able to finish? Yes, right there. Once he got the dodge and the dodge came to the left, the chase came out from Skeldra. The great sword part, the great sword neurons in his brain all of a sudden got activated, and he knew exactly what to do. That was 100% muscle memory.
Speaking of Goofy, like we spoke about before, like greatsword is super awkward to play against. I feel like they figured out the game plan where Skeldra just does greatsword things and Goofy just stays out of it.
Yes.
And works so well because greatsword is so good at singling out.
And there's like 2 sides to that. There's the one side of like, look, man, I don't know what to do, so I'm not going to put my finger in the pie, and that's also you trusting your teammate to handle things and make sure that he can do it on his own. You're just going to leave him to his own devices.
Sorry, the Leo on Max. I'm trying to look what they have going.
You call him the ninja, I want to call him the Yi guy. And that's your fault. That's your fault.
Okay. That is not my fault. That is all you, Boy. That's all you.
Look, I only know about the Yi guy because of you.
I've been looking at the Leo's lands, and I haven't been able to see that much of it. It seems like they're really favoring the bow right now. It could just be a case of where like they're favoring it because of the signatures and the stats.
Now he's picking up the Lance. We did see a few signatures coming out early on in this game. We saw the new down signatures that Vector had. Oh, he goes right into it. You saw him jump and move himself into the air, getting picked up by that neutral signature from Goofy. again, we're kind of seeing a similar stock spread to the last game, but it might even be a little bit better because both Skeldra and Goofy are in the red, just like the previous game. The first stock when they had 4 left was lost by Goofy, but last game Skeldra did not lose his second stock. So we'll see if Chicken Chow Mein and the Leo are able to turn this into a 2-stock game for each team. That would show adaptability, that would show an impressive showing for this team.
That's pretty much the last full they just need to start off Skeldra. And it is actually looking quite possible that they do set up the 2v1 quite soon as well. You see that Orion going over to orange. Chasing that.
I was worried that he wasn't going to be able to land. Like, he really wanted that KO off the top from Goofy, or at least to hit him with the Lance recovery up there. Gonna throw his weapon and choose to go in unarmed as well. He moved over to the weapon on the right side. Someone ended up picking up. He's back over on the bow. See if he can find a DC before he ends up getting knocked out. Oh, the recovery, even from down there over on the edge, does find the knockout, and it did turn into a 2-stock game for the red team. So the Leo and Chicken Chow Mein have done a great job of doing better and better each game. They're learning more about their opponents. Even though they took the L there, they still showed progress every single game. I really like that team, even though they got 3-0'd.
100%. And Goofy Skeldra, good showing.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
These guys are going to be really fun to follow later in the bracket. As we mentioned, I mean, they're playing Orion and Jaehyun. Like, how easy is that? How easy is that? How are you supposed to beat that? I mean, you don't have that much. You don't have that much practice against that.
There are a lot. That is true.
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of meta combos that can beat that, but the last part that you said, I 100% agree with, is like, you're going to have to figure out how to deal with that. Specifically the Jaehyun, because like Orion's been a somewhat staple of 2v2s for a minute now. People, most of like the really top teams know how to play against an Orion, and even a lot of the top players more or less know how to play against Greatsword, but dealing with that in 2v2s when there's also another person on the screen that you have to fight against, and also another person on your screen that you're trying to follow up off of and not get hit by, that could be the chaos where Skeldra's Greatsword really, really shines.
And you have to also keep in mind, all of these players were European, and like when we don't see a Bolvar or a Terros, we just freeze. Like, we don't know how to counter anything else really. So that is also something that Goofy and Skeldra have in their arsenal to be able to use to have some good games.
Now, unfortunately for the Leo and for Chicken Chow Mein, that was a top 32 qualifier match on the elimination side, so that is the end of their tournament. They're going to place 33rd there, just outside the monies, but for Skeldra and Goofy, that means that they're moving on into top 32, which even if they lose their next set, they're going to place 25th, which means they are inside that money bracket. They're going to get paid this weekend.
100%. And as I mentioned, it's going to be really fun to see them going up throughout the other games as well. We talk a lot about the regional differences in Brawlhalla and how they can affect, you don't have that much practice against X player or X meta, and just having Skeldra and Goofy on the Orion and the Greatsword is just kind of a throw up, or it's just kind of a it's funky fresh. They're going to be surprising a lot of teams, I think.
And I mean, there are a lot of shakeups this weekend. We talked about it on the pre-show with team members that have never played together are now playing with one another. It seems like there are more new teams that are going to place in the top 8 than there are like old teams that are going to place in the top 8. So if those surprises are likely to be successful, this surprise could be successful as well. I hope we get to see more Skeldra and Goofy, because I haven't seen enough Greatsword in 2s to really know how that all works. So I want to see more of it, and I'm glad that that's something that EU is bringing to the table here at Dreamhack Valencia.
Yeah, it is really something that, at the top level of gameplay, it's not been explored that much. Of course, you see it sometimes, but it's not something that is really become a staple yet, even though, Greatsword has been up for a while. When you just compare a newer weapon like that to a weapon that's been out for, like Sword, people have thousands of hours of practice against Sword. When people see a Sword, they know what to do, but Greatsword, and then also bringing it into 2v2. Compared to the other weapons, I would say that it's a bit more uncharted territory.
Now, I don't actually know who we've got. Oh, wait, I do have the schedule.
It looks like...
I couldn't tell who they look like in the dark.
I think that might look like a Cryptic, but I'm not sure.
I do have the schedule right here. Pardon me while I'm a guy on my phone for a second. Oh, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. They sent it to me, so this is 100% my fault. Scrolling in WhatsApp. Where is it? Oh, no, that's not even close to it. Here it is. Hold on, everybody. We're going to figure it out. It is Normando and Jose Truco. I'm not sure if that is a
Jose
Spaniard.
Truco, yeah.
And then Shaw and Rin. I know absolutely nothing about any of these players. Polly.
I know Shaw. I don't.
You know
That
Shaw?
is
Okay.
that's about it. I've queued Jose Truco in ranked, I believe. I believe he's a bit of a ranked demon.
Okay.
Shaw, obviously. To everyone here watching on Twitch, Shaw is a streamer on Twitch. That's probably where most people know him. But he's also, of course, very skilled at the game. I don't believe he's been on a mainstream before, but he has placed top 32 in EU tournaments. He's a Qatar player.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know about the other players that much. So it's going to be fun to see them. Bit of a wild card for both of us. So yeah, we're gonna go on this journey together. We're gonna figure out what's going on.
This is going to be a top 32 qualifier match, also on the elimination bracket, just like the previous one. Let's see who sent them down into the elimination bracket. It looked like Shaw and Rin started off. They got to bye the first round. Their actual first round that they played in was against LG31 and Fias. That was a 3-0 for them. And then they went up against Pavelski and XJ Cool J. That was an 0-3 for them in favor of Pavelski and XJ Cool J, who moved on to top 32 on the winner's side. That sent them down, and that's where they are now.
Yeah.
Oh, your boy Piggy is done.
Piggy's out
Piggy's out.
against MG and J3 King. I mean, they're good. They're
Yeah.
also so good.
I don't know J44L, but I do know MG and I know J3 King. So
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. We got some other people in the bracket though. The bracket is booming. You know, you can look at the negative side that your favorite players are going out, but as you progress throughout the bracket, I always think that the games to just get better and better.
now Normando and Jose Truco, they got knocked out in a 3-1 against Aquino and the Ninja. So they did take a game off of Aquino and the Ninja. So that's solid.
That is very solid, especially Ninja 79, of course, a staple in Europe, and Aquino recently also just absolutely popping off, becoming extremely good very, very quickly, utilizing, kind of just riding the wave of the Lance meta and absolutely mastering it.
And so that shows how strong that victory that Normando and Jose Truco got, because right after that, Aquino and the Ninja moved on and took out Razox and Spectre 3-0, which I'm not that familiar with Razox at all, but of course I know Spectre. He used to play with Solarson, has played with other people in the past. We've seen Spectre on the mainstream. So yeah, that has me, like, if I'm looking at just these handful of sets that are on this bracket, I'm giving it to Normando and Jose Truco. But of course, like we said earlier, it's land, baby. Anything can happen. Your old sets can go great, and then all of a sudden you run into a brick wall. Maybe the nerves happen. Maybe the other team just has something that is your absolute Achilles heel, and you don't know how to deal with it.
Yeah, and it's also, I can't really speak too much in the matter because, like, Shaw is my boy. Like,
Okay.
Shaw is my boy. I'm very excited to see the game nonetheless. It's going to be good competition. There's Shaw giving a little wave for the camera. They look ready.
Players are getting ready for this one. Like we said, it is a top 32 qualifier in the elimination side of the bracket. So the winner will move on to place guaranteed top 25th or better in the money. The loser will be knocked out of the tournament. Their 2v2 tournament run will end today, but that means they get to visit the rest of the convention center. That means they get to sit
Enjoy
out
the
in the
show.
audience. That means they get to take a rest. But everybody else, like I said in the pre-show, it's going to be a very long day. Experience said this on Twitter as well, saying that Luna is going to win 1v1s because today and tomorrow are going to be grinds. It's going to be all about the stamina, not just the number of games you're playing, but the time that they are spread out over. It's going to be a very long day. So players with good endurance are going to shine here.
I also feel like this is maybe a bit more of a philosophical opinion about performing in general, but I feel like endurance and consistency is like the true staple of real skill.
Yes,
Which I feel like
absolutely.
obviously having the entire tournament in one day, this is going to be really, really rough, but I think the strongest players will shine even more. Because if you are kind of inexperienced and you're going up against someone that, arguably you would have lost to either way, and it's been a really long day, I think, that skill discrepancy will become even larger.
Let's see if we can get some stats up on these players. I'm looking for Ren, and it's not even auto-completing here. It's showing me some North American players. Oh, no. Okay,
Yeah,
nothing
no.
on Shaw and Ren. Let's see what we got. on Normando.
Yeah, no, Rin is a bit of a wild card for me. Jose Truco, I could be completely wrong here, so don't quote me on this, but I think Jose Truco might be a Bodvar player.
Okay.
But, you know, he might have been a Bodvar player like 3 years ago when I used to know that name, so I'm not sure what he's going to lock in.
Now, Normando is PR 1018 in EU. So that's going to be moving quite a bit up today, whether they win this or not.
I mean, higher PR is better than lower, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's like 1,000 PR, that's crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is a strong player, basically.
That's probably one of the lowest PRs that I think I've probably ever seen on the stream.
Yeah, same.
So congratulations to Normando for the massive jump his PR is going to do after this weekend.
Yeah, and they also got like this far, so
yeah,
I mean,
it's huge.
They could go even further as well.
Looks like the players are giving the nod. Seems like they're about ready here.
Making sure the headphones work, making sure all the binds are set up. What's that? Playing on the top left is playing on like a Nintendo 64 controller.
Is it?
I think it was just a custom PS4 controller. I couldn't see.
Oh, okay.
It looked it looked real
funny.
funny.
It would work. It would absolutely. I mean, obviously, it would physically work because they make sure that like virtually every controller works. But I mean, you have a light attack button and you have a heavy attack button. If you're playing Mario 64, that's A and B. That's jump and punch, baby. That's all you need. You gotta even if you were literally using a Nintendo 64 controller.
Are you gonna have jump plus aim up? How are you gonna jump? You need aim up separately binded from jump. You're gonna jump with start.
You could use the C buttons for jump.
Oh, true.
Like if you're, I mean, all of these players are young, so they're probably not playing like Super Smash Brothers on Nintendo 64. But like C buttons for jump, like that was normal. I don't know if competitive. I just mean like when I played with my cousins.
Speaking of old gear, we talked about playing Brawlhalla on CRT TVs yesterday. How you would have realistically 0 input delay if it was possible. That was really interesting. I've never thought of that before. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I don't know the science of CRT TVs. If Tazza was here, Tazza would probably know, and I feel like he would say that would be a horrible experience, but I actually don't know.
Old school FGC players just love analog gaming. It's great.
I'm just glad nobody has to carry him around.
Yeah.
We get to have like monitors that you can.
We just have the monitor
like,
set up. It's so nice.
It's no big deal all day. All right, it looks like we're getting into this one. It seems like we have 3 controller players here. It's going to be the 3 players on your right playing on a controller, and the player all the way on your left, your boy Chow.
My boy Chow.
A keyboard player.
Of course.
That's reasonably rare to see on stream. A lot of the top players do opt for that keyboard, but of course some people just comfort into that controller. I'm one of those players that comforts into that controller. It all makes sense because when I play platform fighters, I played Super Smash Bros. Played it on a controller. It's just what you did.
I feel like it's becoming more and more 50-50. And when account linking comes out, I think it'll be even more controller. Because all of those PS4 and Xbox players are probably gonna swap over to PC. And you know, why would you learn keyboard when you can just plug in your controller?
There's also like we now have more like top players who are playing on controller as well. So when you're a layman like myself, looking out in the audience and being like, well, I want to use the gear that he uses. It's more prevalent now that you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to pick up a controller. It looks like you were right about Jose Truco being a Bodvar player. So good call on that one.
Thank you very much. And we are going to be going on Miami Dome here. Am I seeing right that Rin is on that Diana as well?
Yes,
this is quite some interesting mega picks we've had, not only in this game, but all day so far.
We kind of have like old school comps here. We have a Bodvar on the screen, we have a Barraza on the screen, we have a Diana on the screen, and look at your boy Chow over here. We're seeing it start off with the guitars, the sidelight gets punished. I mean, the fact that we're seeing a Barraza and it's not Cody Travis, it feels strange. The fact that I'm seeing a Bodvar, a trucker Bodvar, and it's not Lil Cap, that also feels strange in like current times. Chow, your boy is gonna be the first one knocked out. Polly, you talked big about it. What's going on?
Listen, man. Stuff happens. Stuff happens.
The Polymonto curse? Is that? I'm getting
no.
I
Unless you curse. Listen,
don't know. The crowd is talking about. I'm hearing
murmurs
on the crowd about the Polymonto curse.
there's a reason that tournaments are best out of 5. Let me just say that. But the game is not over. I mean, look at Normando and Crest. They're actually coming back from this quite well so far. And, you know, when or if they get Normando off, because they will right now they have that weapon advantage in over as well.
That was a great knockout from Chow. Put out a little bit of team damage. His teammate was in the yellow, and they got the KO off of it, so it's totally worth it. Seeing the sideline neutral air coming out from Chow. Haven't seen too much Ragnar gameplay in twos. I mean, there's not even like that one person that really reps the Ragnar.
Viper, but not that much in 2v2. I feel like the signatures are really stepped upon. Not Viper, but Ragnar is very, very strong.
Shot not coming in with the card we started off with, and he's instantly gonna get comboed. Almost taken off the top, but not quite. Ren comes in, provides a little bit of relief there. Spawning back in on this one, does eat a dare. Nice little two-piece from Chow, but he does get punished on his lane back to the stage by Normando. His in-light came out. Nice recovery. Unfortunately, it bounced Ren off the stage instead of actually sending over the corner into the potential lane or edge guard. Nice stomps there for the follow-up, though. It's follow-up after follow-up after follow-up on both teams.
Chow also evaded that Oldvar hammer extremely well. Straight after doing the follow-up. All of these players are on their feet right now. The only thing I'm worried about is this could be too little too late coming out from Rin and Chow. Truco and Normando, they have had a beautiful showing so far. They are doing well.
We'll see how long Normando can live on this stock. His teammate is getting in here. You've seen him go in with the GC into the side signature. He was at that point at his stock that, like, most things, if they don't actually knock him out, are just going to spread it from his teammate, and that means the red team has the potential for a small 2v1 against his teammate. So it was basically good for him to go for that big move play at that time. He did get knocked out. He went for the D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral signature. A madman instead of just getting the D-Light side air.
I mean, you need to say that's more damage, that's more knockbacks. Why would it? He also had it was actually a really, really good setup because he had his teammates right behind him as well. But yeah, amazing first game. Normando goes to Truco, beautiful showing. Shaw and Rin are gonna have to bounce back. I feel like they had a really, really bad start. The rest of the game was going like pretty much even. Lots of back and forth. Maybe Jose Truco and Normando were like a little bit ahead, but I feel like it all fell apart during that start.
Now, looking at the bracket here, when we talked about Normando and Jose Truco against Aquino and the Ninja, that was a 3-1. Okay, we don't actually get to see the order at which the games happened. Like, Normando and Jose Truco could have taken game 1, and then they lose 3 in a row. That could be the exact same thing that happens here. They took 1 game, so that's definitely not their total overall win condition. So we'll see how Chow and Rin bounce back from that. You see the smile. I don't know whether that was Normando or Jose Truco. Is Jose from Germany? Like, he has the German flag avatar. At least I think that's German flag.
Yeah, I believe he's German. But also, when we saw the overlay, it said everyone is Spanish except for Chow. Chow is from the UK. That much I'm sure. Okay. Let's see if we're going to be able to have a strong start here. Normando and Jose Truco, they really keep riding this way. Keep doing what you're doing, and whenever it stops working, you can assess the situation.
Now Rin is over here on the coach. He started this one off with the bow in his hand. We are on Apocalypse, of course. Neutral light coming out. A little bit of team damage, but it is early in the game. The damage lead is a little bit in favor of Chow and Rin. They have the potential for an edge guard. You were talking about those strong signatures. There was one for you right there. And he's grabbing canceling that one. He loves the D-Light into the in-sig. Someone needs to tell him about D-Light D-Sig. He's going to lose his mind when he sees how good D-Light D-Sig is.
I feel like already we're seeing kind of a change of pace where Shaw and Rin, they were kind of playing in your face before. They're doing a lot more footsies now, looking for these heavy hits that are important, hits that really, really matter. Which so far, looking a lot more even, much better start than last time around. Was a Truco now stuck in this 1v2 situation. He's just stuck on the edge.
That was crazy that he burned his dodge to do an in-light there. So I think Jose Truco is feeling very confident. The fact that he's seeing the N6 coming out, the fact that he wants the GC in-light all the way down there over on the edge. So he's got to be feeling good. Definitely after that first victory, he hits a side air into the back of the head. Chow tries to come in and actually save Rin. I mean, he hit Rin out of the damage that was being done to him. So there was an interruption there, but it also put out a little bit of team damage. Chow is going to end up falling. This puts Rin in the 2v1, but Rin had Jose over there on the ropes. Great recovery over on the air. That kept him in the 2v1. Nice follow-up.
Very, Fox flying in the suit, especially since that was on the stage. Masters Recovery takes the first down to 2v1. Shaw just needs to stay alive. And he's going to be able to do so successfully. He wasn't even trying to sell out. He was looking for that KO.
Dude, I'm kind of really liking Jose's hammer. I'm seeing a little bit of swagger. There are some misses. It's not a perfect hammer by any means, but I'm seeing the important things there in the flow that comes from hammer. Even that GC side sig over to the left side does end up whipping it, but the idea was there. He has a lot of really good ideas, and I like that a lot.
The thing that makes like a good hammer player an excellent hammer player, in my opinion, is how you play on the ground. Is also doing very, very well.
Nice, swap it over back to the hammer. He gets the D-light and the side light on a red opponent. Not sure about that one. Not sure if that's tournament nerves. Maybe just had a little bit of a misinput there. He didn't actually get the jump in time to find the side air follow-up for the KO. He is the only one still on his second stock, though. Even after that neutral air, that was a great side light into the neutral air. That's the red team ended up picking up.
They know it. They should keep this going at this point.
Normando just running. He's in the 1v2. He's trying not to take damage while Jose is spawning back into this one. There's the neutral signature GC from Shaw. Normando almost gets back, but not quite. He's going to end up falling out of this one. And Jose has the 1v2. I haven't seen him throw out sword D-Sig. He's done side sig, he's done neutral signature, and I think once he learns that D-Sig is so good, that's the one thing I want him to take from this, is how good D-Sig is. Once he uses that one, he might be unstoppable.
Intense 1v2 right now. They just need to find the one opening, and they know it. He gets the D-Sig, it just holds it. That's a Ragnar classic right there.
Ooh, I was expecting Shaw to pick up the axe side air for the KO. Didn't quite have the timing for it. Maybe didn't expect his teammate to pick up the punish instantly. There we see 570 damage from your boy, from Shaw, so he's doing the most damage in that game.
Yeah, they did manage to come around from that. And as I mentioned, the fact that they stopped doing kind of the in-your-face kind of gameplay really, really helped them, I feel. Only question now is, you know, are we going to see like a kind of a pendulum effect where they win one and then the other team comes back and then the other team comes back? This could be a long set. I'm expecting this to be a long set.
Yeah, this is only our second set of the day, but of course the previous one was lightning fast. It was a 3-0 so quick. Now we might have that back and forth. I've never heard it referred to as a pendulum, but that's absolutely, like, it totally makes sense. Well, a pendulum goes like this.
Well, yeah.
I actually don't know if a pendulum like has to hang at the top and go back and forth. Like, I don't know if a metronome is considered a pendulum.
I have no idea.
3, 2, 1.
You shouldn't be asking a Swede these questions.
No, I do like pendulums. I think that's a good thing to call it. Normally we call it tug of war. So.
Oh, that's also good.
I learn new things when I talk to Europeans all the time.
Also, interesting observation, we're not seeing any legend swaps.
Yep.
They're just keeping it, you know, I feel like in general, a lot of really, really good players, they like to eliminate all outside variables and just focus on the gameplay. It really helps to, you know, get down to the bare bones of what you're doing and what you can do to improve. And this is a massive offstage opportunity. Actually, Shaw is going to be able to find the first signature. They're still both off, but they're both going to be able to get back up. Unfortunate situation there for Shaw.
But Jose did a great job of, he was throwing out moves to like get himself back like hammer recovery. He was right next to his teammate, but he made sure he wasn't hitting his teammate with the hammer recovery because that would have led to the KO. But then it looked like Normando was in trouble, and you saw Jose move over to him. He had the potential to scoop him up with a dare if he actually needed to. One of the really strong properties of hammer. Jose loves gravity canceling signatures. He's done so many of those. Picks up the dare, finds the KO, goes for the instant weapon toss. It misses, so he picks up the sword. Now, one of the variables that is changing is, of course, we're on Western Air Temple.
I feel like, and this is not derogatory in any way, but I feel like you can almost tell by Jose Truco's gameplay that he's a ranked D. Like, he plays in a very, very particular way that I feel like you can recognize. And what is this? Normando could be going down quite early here, but Jose Truco is going to be able to come around and support his teammate, and we're going back to Ground Zero.
And Normando was doing a great job there. You saw that axe recovery come out, and it ended up hitting Shaw and sending him down. It was the bottom side of that axe recovery that hit. That's one of the benefits. Okay, nice D-Light recovery. Doesn't actually get the KO there off the top. That's going to be some of that Ragnar defense coming into play here.
the signatures off of Jose Truco, man. They're so lean. He's gotten so many knockouts with them on the hammer.
I'm telling you, when you...
I mean, what is that? What is that option? He doesn't
Dude.
need. He does not need Sword of Desig
That's
because he
crazy.
can do that instead. Sword of Desig, everyone expects it. Who expects that? We didn't.
I'm glad he didn't do Sword Desig there because that would be such a weird spot to do it in because it would just spike off the stage, take a lot of the momentum. Sorry, not spike off the stage. It was, well, it would bounce him off the stage, taking away the momentum. So the fact that he did that was so situational because that was the first time we saw him do that.
And that's like,
That was him doing that and noticing that, like, oh, this is the position that I'm in. He knew that was coming. He wasn't just like, you know what, I'm gonna switch it up with the side signal. I'm gonna be a crazy man. I'm gonna turn around the side signal.
Bolvar needs more.
Please do a D6. I'm telling you, like, it's gonna change your life. You're good with the other signatures.
This is dangerous.
I'm putting respect on the other signatures that you're using, but once you put D-Sig in, everything's gonna go crazy.
That was a key moment right there, right? Where Jose Truco was respawning. If they were able to take Normando out there, that would have been a done deal. But now, this is definitely leaning in favor of Normando and Jose Truco. They just need to find these knockouts. You already see the signatures coming out. A second one from Jose Truco. He's hungry for them. But that is going to be the knockout, and it's the 2v1 now against Jose Truco. This is going to be a massive... Yeah, it's so winnable, but it's going to be intense.
Now that time, I think he went for the D-Light recovery because the recovery would move him up away from the opponent, and Chow throws out a neutral signature there, giving Jose Truco plenty of time to, 1, finish off the KO, and 2, not get punished. The Axe Inlight not going to punish for the actual KO. Sends him over to the left. Jose in the weapon advantage here. Chow has the guitars in his hand. Side sig comes out.
Beautiful
just
signature.
barely cleaning that one up. 722 damage from Chow. He carried that game.
That's my boy. That's my boy right there. He's shining. He's shining right now.
That's going to give him the lead. It's up now at 2-1.
Jose Truco and
Dude,
Normando,
that was
like,
crazy.
that was
That
so
side
crazy.
sig was so crazy.
Like they are consistent, they are solid, but they just fall short of that finishing line. I feel like Shaw and Rin so far throughout the set, they've done a better job at adapting. I feel like that's what it comes down to at this point. Also, just Shaw stepping up. Like if he didn't do 700 damage, like they would not have won that.
Yeah, absolutely. That game was lost if Shaw didn't go absolutely crazy, and that's part of the mark of a 2v2 team is like everybody can't like split down the middle and do 480 and 480, 3 KOs every time. That's not how that works. Like Cody Travis and Faison, that's an amazing team that we've talked about for years. Sometimes Faison has terrible games where he does 213 damage and Cody does a gorillion damage. Consequently, the other side of that also can happen sometimes where Faison is grabbing KOs left and right over on the edge, and Cody's just like kind of being that guy in the middle, doing the guy in the middle things. So that's a mark of a good 2v2 team, is the fact that someone can also carry a game, because you can't always do TikTok shit. You can't always do 480 damage. Now you're pointing at the screen, and I know what you're talking about, but I want you to lay it out for us.
Got the Thor on the stage, and you know, we've had a massive Thor meta for a long time. It was a long time ago I saw a Thor, you know. Of course, Boomy Sandstorm, they were on the Thor a lot. Jose Truco representing the pick. Of course, he has that hammer. He has the orb now, though, which is a big change up here.
Yeah, I don't know why more people don't play Thor. Like, obviously there was a time where like Hammer got nerfed and completely fell off, but like even before that, it seemed like Thor was the guy to play, and then everybody all of a sudden made it was long, and it was like you just don't play Thor.
He's just like in that awkward space where if you're a hammer main, why would you play Thor? If you're an orb main, why would you play Thor?
I agree.
So I think that's why you're not seeing him at all. But I'm really happy to see him right now. So far, though, if we were to redirect our focus at the game, Rin and Shaw, you know, it does not look like this Thor pick is helping them out that much right now. And you know, this is do or die right here. This could be your tournament game.
Now we're also seeing Rin change things up as we're seeing Akaya come into play. A much more meta legend over on the left side. Shaw took out Normando, ended up falling, or sorry, not Normando, Jose Truco in the process falling. Was that worth?
I think so.
I would agree.
It's a good trade.
Yeah. That put Normando onto final stocks. Meanwhile, Shaw
He's
only
getting
on
damaged.
second.
And Rin is committing as well. They are starting to commit. They are doing the confidence plays at the moment. They're really just trying to assert dominance.
I mean, they've won 2 games in a row, so there's a reason for them to be confident here. They have 4 stocks. It's 4 stocks to 2.
Oh, that could be
Oh,
it.
yep.
Oh, Rin with the offstage play, and that's it. And they keep Jose out of it too, but they managed to get back up.
I can't believe he got back. That was essentially over. You had to throw a couple weapon tosses down there. He had to burn everything to get back. I think they kind of dropped the ball on that edge guard there. I think Normando was basically done.
That should have been over, yeah. That was a key moment for sure. Oh, and that's a signal. That could have called both as well.
Jose's crazy. Who delights into the turnaround side signature? What a madman.
Yeah, this is...
He just went for the
Oh,
GC
the weapon
side
throw.
heavy, and he ends up getting punished. And Jose, oh man. Ren and Shaw are going to take this set 3-1 with a very confident final game there in Game 4.
Beautiful showing by them. And I said it before, the adaptability. I feel like every single game they had, they were playing better. Yeah. Unfortunately for Jose Truco and Normando, they had a lot of good moments. I'm really, really happy I got to see Jose Truco and Normando play. Like, this is a very entertaining team. I hope I get to see them some other time.
I really like watching Jose. I think he just needs to like refine his play style. Like he has all the important ingredients. I think he just like maybe has them in not the right order or not the right amount, right? Like if you put too much flour in a cake, I don't know what happens, but it's not going to be as good. It'll still turn out like a cake. You can still put frosting on it and candles, and it still may taste pretty good. But once he refines the ingredients and figures out exactly the amount of ingredients that he needs, I think he's going to bake a delicious cake, because I really enjoyed watching him a lot. I think he showed a lot of swagger in his hammer that we have not seen in a minute. Like once Java isn't playing hammer anymore, Java had a lot of swagger on his hammer, and Kaina had a lot of swagger on his hammer. I'm loving Jose's hammer as well. It's not quite up to those levels, but like I'm seeing the foundation there.
Yeah, and your cake analogy was what I was trying to say when I was saying that you can tell that he's a ranked demon.
Yeah.
Like he has so much experience, so much practice, and so many tricks. But when it comes to putting them to use, as we mentioned, quite often you fall short of the finish line. But this is a player that is really good. They have good synergy with Normando as well. I'm gonna be excited to see them in future events. Yeah, Sean Rin though.
Your boys, I was worried. I was worried about you and your boys.
I was not worried. Actually, I was.
Yes, you were.
I was
Absolutely
quite
you were.
worried.
Don't say that you weren't.
Yeah, I was quite worried. But the adaptability, I'm very, very impressed.
All right, so our next set is going to be Escrape and Machete versus Sandstorm and Impala.
What is that set? Like, this early?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
I gotta find it in the bracket.
That is a crazy set.
I mean, it could be new. It's probably the newer pools, so it's early.
I've gotta see this. I'm assuming that's winners.
Yeah,
that is winners.
It's still on winners.
Of course, it's winners. Like,
yeah.
why would it be? If it was elimination, I would have actually been depressed.
It's one of the pools that started later. Meanwhile, the 2 previous sets that we saw, it was basically the tail end of those 2 pools. So this is going to be a top 32 qualifier match on the winners side, whereas the previous 2 that we saw were on the elimination side. So let's see. Sandstorm and Impala went 3-0 over T and Leak, and Escrape and Machete went 3-1 over Dugu and Guido.
They took a game off of Dugu and Guido. That is quite sorry, Dugu and
Other
Guido
way
took
around,
a... Yeah, that's quite impressive. Escrape and Machete are absolutely amazing.
What? I thought TM... Where's TM? Is he not here? He was signed up.
I think TM is here.
Is he? I don't remember. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up the attendees. Navigate through Smash GG, which is of course, or Start GG, which is always a nightmare. And find where TM is. Who's TM playing with?
I do want to mention, of course, Impala and Sandstorm are probably the crowd favorite.
Oh, TM and Delta. What am I thinking? Why am I thinking TM and Machete? That was old. That was old days. So one thing, now that you bring up Sandstorm and Impala, that I'm really interested in is I'm thinking there's the potential that Impala is like a blobfish, right?
Blobfish?
Everybody, like, the picture that always goes around is the blobfish, and it looks like gross, and it's just a big fleshy mound, and everyone's like, what? Ew, that's gross. But really, that's you looking at it at sea level, where there is 1 atmosphere's worth of pressure. That's where we are meant to exist. That's where trees exist. That's where dogs and cats, they all exist. That's the environment they're supposed to be in. When you take us out of our environment and you put us down in lava, we're not supposed to be there. So it's bad for us, right? It's just like if you take a blobfish out of its environment and put it up here with us. But a blobfish down in the bottom of the ocean, where there is thousands of pounds of pressure, where we would not do so well, where cats and dogs would not do so well, the blobfish lives. That's Impala in 1v1s. That's his environment. That's where he's one of the best in the game. I'm curious what's going to happen in 2v2s. Is that his environment? Will he thrive there? Or will he struggle?
I'm also quite interested because Impala, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't have that many massive accomplishments in 2v2 yet.
He absolutely does not.
Sandstorm does though. Sandstorm, and I mean both players. I mean, I don't have to explain. I don't have to explain to anyone that Sandstorm and Impala are absolutely insane at the game. They're probably statistically wise, they're probably the favorite. Crowd wise, they're probably the favorite. But I also want to talk about Escape and Machete. I mean, these are some interesting players that, you know, I don't know how much practice Impala and Sandstorm have against them, and that is really just going to be the kind of the go-to topic for tonight, because like that is probably going to be the differentiating factor a lot of these times. And obviously Escape recently really rising in terms of skill. Machete, super experienced, extremely skilled player as well. I feel like this is going to be a set for the ages.
So even though Impala and Sandstorm are, of course, both in North America, this team really only came together, I think, in like the past week or two. Like, Impala was still looking for a teammate, and originally Boomy was supposed to be here. Boomy was signed up to play with Sandstorm in 2v2s, but Boomy's not here. So this team, even though they're in the same region, they haven't had a lot of practice time just because this team didn't exist until just recently. One thing that Escape and Machete will have over this, even though they're somewhat of a new team here, they haven't hardly played too many tournaments together at all. They were at least still in the region, and I believe that they knew this team was going to happen for Dreamhack Valencia with enough time to practice. So that alone, I think, could give them the potential edge, even though we're looking at a GOAT of 1v1 and a GOAT of 2v2 in Sandstorm, and one of the best 1v1ers right now in Impala.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at these player cams, watching them discuss. It's very interesting. Also, I do just want to mention, Escape is such a young player.
Yeah,
he has so much potential. I think Escape is just gonna continue growing as a player. I think he's far from his skill ceiling, and his best days are ahead of him. I'm very excited to see him whenever I cast a tournament.
You see the fist bump coming out from Escape and Machete. They're going into this one with a double lance. We have Orion and King Knight. Of course, that is the Roland. Haven't seen too many of these in 2v2s.
That's the Machete classic, though. That's why he was playing with Fozy. Escape, he's been on the lance, you know, probably literally since he was 12. You know, this is some staple picks coming out here.
And of course, on the other side, no surprises here whatsoever. Of course, Sandstorm playing the Teska, legend that he played when he was playing alongside Boomy. And of course, Impala over on that Kaya, what he won the World Championship with, what he has won so many tournaments with. So yeah, this is an interesting shakeup between, well, really not a shakeup. Well, shakeup in terms of teammates, not necessarily in terms of legend picks. He actually backed down from that. Do you think he expected a follow-up from Machete that didn't come, or what?
He could have. I mean, Machete is in general, you know, the stereotype checks out. French players are super good at like the 2v2 aspect of 2v2. But if I was fighting Escape and Machete, I would be the most worried about the 2v2 side of helping your teammate and getting those conversions. If I was against Impala and Sandstorm, I would be way more afraid of getting singled out. Like, if I was Escape and Machete, I would stick together as much as possible here.
Absolutely. I hope we get to see French teams do well this tournament. I really want to see that. You put Coco and Spyrox in your top 3. I was considering putting a French team, either Coco and Spyrox or TM and Delta, in my top 3. I didn't actually by the time things were said and done. But yeah, I want to see, because there are a lot of French teams here, and we don't normally get to see that at LAN. So I really want to see that here. Impala was actually the last person to lose first stock. It was a side air. I can't remember whose lance came in. I believe it was Escape's lance.
In general, just there's a lot going on, but there's not a lot of extraordinary things happening. This is a lot of trades, a lot of highly competitive neutral game, but when it comes down to it, we're just seeing trades right here.
Nice
and
follow-up.
Occasionally some really good follow-ups.
Oh, he went for the GC in light, but Skel was able to dodge and get through it. Let's see if they can trade 1-for-1 here. Sandstorm, he thought he could play really high in the air, but no. Impala was there to chase him, and Machete ended up falling. But Neutral Sig comes out, instantly knocks out Sandstorm.
It's so
they
hard.
have the 2v1 potential to put out KO damage onto Impala. Nice side air. Machete going to chase out for this one. Hopefully following him back, trying to hit the side air. Does get the side air just a little bit above the stage. They take the time to do the 2v1 onto Sandstorm. They throw a weapon toss. Impala's still back.
Impala's still in the game again. He has an entire stock left to play with here. He's definitely not out of the competition just yet. But Skel and Machete, they're hunting for it.
Wow.
And that is... that is just a reaction time, but it's not only reaction time. Like, they made the correct option that quickly. It's so impressive.
The fact that he was able to pick up that Lance side air after the Spear side air just because the opponent was so damaged, he flew so fast. Man, the timing on that was impeccable.
Oh, this is big. This could be big. Impala's getting damaged, and they're getting the game more and more even. Sandstorm is going to be able to find the first knockout, though, and Machete is in a bad situation. But if this is the Machete I know, he is a god at 1v2 situations. But you're against Sandstorm and Impala.
Yeah. Because essentially you're going to be fighting them individually, so there are 2v1 parts of it, but there's also 2 individual 1v1 parts of it. And like you're looking at some of the 2 best 1v1ers to ever pick up the game. That's going to be an all but impossible mountain to climb. They didn't end up climbing at that one. That's going to be Impala and Sandstorm picking up the victory here. A little bit of conversation comes out from Skel over to Machete. Let's see if we have that side air into side air on the replay. Wow, that was a signature KO from all the way on the other side of the stage.
I think it's coming now. This could be the side inside. No,
I'm waiting to see Skel with a spear in his hands. There's the chase off the top. He thought he was safe all the way up there, and that was an official double KO as well.
Oh, here it is. No. Yeah, no, they skipped it. We're not seeing that. Really good game. Really, really good game. We're going into the next one. No legend swaps across the board. I'm assuming we're probably on a similar or the same stage as well.
All 3 players opting into the strength stance. Machete on the movement speed stance, stepping it up from 4 to 5. That's one of the places that you kind of feel lacking whenever you pick up a Roland. It's that movement speed. Everybody loves movement speed. Like, movement speed just feels good all across the board. The more you can have of it, the better.
It's just so fundamental in the game as well. Like, you can have one strength, one defense, and still do fine if you have really, really good neutral, right? And it's hard to have good neutral with like 2 speed on Queen Eye.
You're dropping knowledge right here, but I don't know if anybody can hear it just because it's Lance noise, Lance noise, Lance noise, Lance noise. Everybody just hears jet engines going off. It sounds like you're actually...
It's so loud.
You're on the runway at the airport, at the world's busiest airport, trying to have a conversation, and it's just jet engines all over the place.
Like nice telecasting from Storm Katrina. You hear the wind.
Oh, man. That's going to be a full team wipe, though, on the red team. Skel, okay. Skel.
Oh, and they're keeping it going. Sandstorm is getting super damaged here. This is a good show. Skel and Machete, they're taking control on the stage. This is, like, as we talked about before, a bit more in your face, and they are pulling it off very, very well so far.
Decent coming out from Impala, sending over to the left side. Skel spear, man, he's turning it up.
Yeah, they're just fighting for stage control, and they have been keeping it the entire game. Oh no, this is where they lose it though, and that's the 2v2 combo. It's not going to lead to a knockout, but that is important damage. Machete now pretty much just 1 hit away from getting knocked out. Impala was going for it, but he isn't able to connect it.
We'll see how long he's able to survive that D-Light. If Machete is able to survive for an extended period of time, then the fact that Sandstorm didn't follow up off of that D-Sig confirming the KO would be a critical misstep. That was a hard call to make. Wondering whether or not that D-Sig from Impala was going to knock out. He might have made the wrong call there. There's the neutral air. I think time-wise, he had that stock for a little bit of time. but I don't know how much he actually did during that time. He didn't end up finding a stock or finding like a huge follow-up off of S-Scrape or any major damage. So I don't think that is going to be the game ender for the red team. Again, we're getting so many Lance sounds.
Impala and Sandstorm are doing such a good job at evening out this game right now. This was looking like it was massively in the favor of Machete and S-Scrape, but Impala and Sandstorm are persevering. That's going to be Impala on their last stock though. Sandstorm, nice chase dodge to avoid that recovery from S-Scrape as well, and they are keeping this dream alive. They're not losing that stock.
Sandstorm doing his best to not get knocked out of this game. He's hitting side airs all over the place. Impala wasn't able to pick up the signature for the KO. Sandstorm does get knocked out after that in the process. It's now Impala in the 1v2. He's going to be looking at Machete to find a KO or at least hit S-Scrape, who's in the red, to send him far enough away to then turn around and knock Machete out of the game. But S-Scrape is just the wall. He's not letting Impala touch his teammate. Instant sword neutralite.
That is some high-level 2v2 gameplay right there, but this is dangerous now. A key moment. Impala in the isolated 1v1 against Machete, but they're not going to be able to get anything massive off of it. Now they're stuck in this 1v2 again. You're seeing so many missed hits left and right, but Impala is too scared to go for these punishes. Rightfully so. You're against the lands, and that is going to be it. 1-1 on the scoreboard. S-Scrape and Machete are keeping the dream alive, and S-Scrape with 705 damage.
Yeah.
Like, what happened? What is that?
I mean, especially towards the end, like he was just the one taking the lead because he had a full stock on his hands over everybody else in the game. And even when he lost his second stock and was put on his final, like that's literally time for him to go bananas mode, because there were very, very, very few things that Impala could do to him to take away that stock when he's in white. So go bananas mode, make some mistakes, put the fear, the true fear of losing the game into Impala. I mean, Machete was just bait. He was just running around saying, ooh, oh, hit me, oh, I just did an attack, it's time to punish me, and then, no, it's just, and S-Scrape's there. So S-Scrape did such a great job taking the lead. Machete did such a great job giving that lead to him and saying, ooh, come get me, I'm the bait, I'm the bait.
We did also see, I'm going to have to address the elephant in the room. We did see Sandstorm performing, not the sharpest that game, 200 damage. Of course, damage isn't everything, and Sandstorm was setting up a lot for Impala. As you mentioned, Impala kind of being the bait. But also, Sandstorm and Impala, I feel like, are really, really good players at keeping it fresh and changing, being quite dynamic. Yeah, this is very, very, very winnable for them still.
But we also have to look at, and it was something that we really talked about on S-Scrape's side of things, is like S-Scrape really showing us amazing performances here lately, and Sandstorm is kind of the opposite. Of course, it's all relative to the player. It's like Sandstorm is one of the 2v2 GOATs. He is the 1v1 GOAT. But if we look at Dreamhack Dallas, that was the 17th place for Boomy and Sandstorm. So coming here with a new team member against S-Scrape and Machete, who are playing phenomenally today, they might be running up against the brick wall. Sandstorm did hit the unarmed recovery there, but that's not going to have enough strength to take Machete off the top. And now Impala has been taken out as well, so that's a full team wipe on the red team. The blue team, they are extremely damaged, but they're looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, S-Scrape and Machete are just so good at fighting for important positions. Like Impala and Sandstorm, feels like they're always, they're always chasing. Yeah. They're never in a comfortable situation whatsoever. S-Scrape and Machete are just keeping them on their toes. And I mean...
I thought he was going to get the KO on the Sandstorm.
Oh, and he goes for the ground pound!
And
he goes for the commitment!
Gosh! Do they get the double? Yes! Polymonto, they get the double. That is a full team wipe yet again on the red team. Both of them on final stocks. They finally take away S-Scrape's first stock in 1 minute and 45 seconds, but they've lost 4 in the process.
No, but we saw last game a similar situation. Impala and Sandstorm, again, they're extremely good at coming back from situations like these. But I don't know, man. I'm looking at the gameplay. They might be a little shooked from that encounter.
S-Scrape's going crazy. He's going crazy.
He's keeping it going. They've got massive damage. They're on red already. They can start thinking about closing out this game.
He almost had that neutral signature too. S-Scrape is going to have so much damage done by the end of this game. Oh my gosh! And he picks up 725. Coming out from S-Scrape, picked up the double KO at the end, the official double KO. Wow, this team is looking so good, Paulie.
they're looking incredibly strong. But I also 4-1. I'm not someone to at any moment whatsoever, you know, disregard Sandstorm and Impala.
Yeah.
Like they especially, you know, they cannot get too comfortable, and that is something that you see a lot of times like this, that the winning team can get a little bit too comfortable. We got Impala whipping out this up happy tech as well. He swapped skins. That's massive. They got the mental boost, Sparky.
I mean, he's gonna need a lot, because last game was impressive. It was beyond impressive for the blue team. They're starting out this one with Spear and Sword, whereas last game, Escrape went absolutely sicko mode with the Lance. Throwing that one away, and
oh my God.
Instantly,
yeah.
Everything changed.
Oh, that's a massive nair coming out from Impala, though. It's not going to be leading to much, but they're setting up a lot more winning positions right now, Sandstorm and Impala. I'm liking this.
I feel like I haven't really thought about Sandstorm's gauntlets this entire set. Oh, great interrupt. That's going to save there after the signature ended up picking up. Great response. I believe that was Escrape that found the interrupt, and Machete who was caught in the signature. The damage is in favor of the red team, though, and that's really due to Sandstorm now, who's in the orange.
Ooh. Oh, that actually didn't even connect. I thought it would. Didn't even need it. They're going to be able to close out those stocks, solidifying this lead, and they're just going to continue playing for these strong positions. I feel like the one winning condition that Escape and Machete had, Sandstorm and Impala just took it from them and made it theirs.
The fact that you said, like, you were saying that you didn't want to count out Impala and Sandstorm, and I thought about being a sassy little guy and saying, oh, I do. And now I'm really glad that I didn't do that, because this game, they're absolutely changing things. They have momentum, maybe not necessarily all in their favor, but they've absolutely taken away so much of the momentum from Escape and Machete. The wind is no longer in their sails as much as it was previously. There's the Cider that's going to be the KO on a Sandstorm. Everybody on final stocks now.
I mean, they're just making them uncomfortable, which is like the #1 best thing you can do in like any fighting game ever. If you make your opponents uncomfortable, you can force them into positions that you want to play and they don't want to play.
Now, last game, essentially at this point in time, Sandstorm and Impala were both on their final stocks, and Escape and Machete, or Escape had just lost his first, and Machete was on his second. So completely different, night and day here.
Yeah, and they have a large lead as well. And you know, I think throughout the earlier matches of the set, you know, Impala and Sandstorm were playing better towards the end of the game, and like they are already in the lead here. Machete and Escape, I'm starting to fear for them, but Escape is going to be able to pick up one knockout right there. They're not able to isolate Sandstorm to find that knockout and get in the lead here. And Escape, this could be his last knockout. Machete goes over to help him. Massive signature, but they are going to be able to get away.
Now, I love how you saw Impala actually back up from that edge guard. I really thought he was going to push it, so my focus was on him, and then all of a sudden Sandstorm is just running in, and he throws out a move, and he all of a sudden takes the lead. And now the red team is taking a lead because of it. It's 3 stocks to 2.
Oh, that's massive.
Is taken out of the game. It's now Machete in the 1v2.
Like the winning condition is just to turn this into a 1v1, and then you still have like an extremely hard 1v1. But you're not maybe even going to get to that point, because we already see a team combo coming out. We're seeing so good neutral coming out from Impala and Sandstorm, and that is going to be Machete out with 3 stocks left on the red team. We're going to game 5.
And Sandstorm didn't even fall there. That down air that ended up hitting him, even if it took away that stock, he still had 1 to spare. So that was not a terrible trade whatsoever. Of course, it did win in the game. That's why the trade is so good, and that's why we can't count out Impala and Sandstorm. Exactly like you said earlier. They really did a 180 that game and showed us something special as a team. They were showing us those team combos as well, showing things that they have practiced. That was a really extended team combo as well that they ended up pulling off. Hopefully we'll get to see the full extent of it.
I feel like they also understand trades really, really well. Because I feel like one thing I always realize when I'm watching like the best of the best teams is that if they are behind, they don't get even trades anymore. Like they just do like some sort of magic trick where they're like slowly catching up.
Yeah. It comes down to like risk assessment. And understanding like, okay, I'm going to throw out this move. What are the pros of that? What are the cons of that? The cons outweigh the pros, not going to throw out that move. The pros outweigh the cons, I'm going to do it. And somehow they're able to do that in a split second, faster than anybody would ever imagine.
400 times a game. For 5 games.
Yeah, and, yeah. All of the brain power that it takes to do that and do it consistently is just, it's mind-boggling. It's magic. It's exactly what you said. It's a magic trick.
Now, I would say the start here, Machete and Scrape, they have some more control than they did last time around. But Sandstorm immediately comes back and aggressively fights them off, doing beautifully so on those battle boots. Just knocking them over to the left side of the screen, waiting for them to come to him just to knock Machete off. Sandstorm is really glowing up this game.
He does get knocked out there by the D-Light side air from Scrape's spear. Of course, we are over on the Miami Dome. Machete has the sword in his hand, so no lances on the field. Everybody's able to grab a weapon, though, as the red team is spawning back in.
They are actually building up this lead quite well so far. This is turning into quite a significant lead, but Impala, that's not going to be the knockout either. Scrape's stock is still going, and yet again,
still going.
The bow recovery man up into the diagonal corner. It's so hard to get a knockout up there.
Scrape has the lance, the neutral light, because they were elevated on the soft platform of Miami Dome, that did end up knocking out. I think if they were grounded, that wasn't going to be a KO move, and I think, again, Impala knew that. He noticed that in the moment, and that's why he chose to do the side light, or the in light.
These are some very important knockouts, and they're keeping Scrape on the edge as well until Machete gets back. Scrape hasn't touched the ground for like 20 seconds! And Scrape is struggling. He has truly not touched the ground for 25 seconds.
I thought Sandstorm was going to do it again. He went over to the left soft platform, and Sandstorm followed him over there, but he ended up backing up from it.
Oh, and the ground pound is going to catch them both. Could that be Machete down as well? Oh. That is going to be Machete down, and they now have completely turned around the game.
It's now all of a sudden 4 stocks to 2. Impala's at the middle of the stage. Sandstorm's getting bullied a little bit. Over on the right side, he's still able to get back. This time, Machete's not able to punish the landing, but a D-Sig comes out from Scrape. Both members of the red team sent over to the right. They need the double knockout here. They have to get this. They have to wrap up this stock from Sandstorm, and they do.
And now they're in the isolation. If they manage to find a 2v1 combo here, but they're... Oh, Impala is doing such a good job of staying clear of that. Now Sandstorm is back, he's able to support them, but they're able to take this game more vertically, building up that damage.
And it seemed like Scrape was going to chase, I believe it was Impala, hoping for the KO off the top. I don't think it's really, if we're talking about like reality, that it's possible to get the KO off the top. So he ended up fast falling down because he knew Sandstorm was coming in. Then he could turn his attention over on a Sandstorm, put that damage onto him, instead of getting punished for greedily chasing Impala into the air.
This is as tense as it gets. And Impala is low. Scrape is trying to go for this offstage. That's a big offstage opportunity. And Scrape goes for it. He finds the D-Sig. They're able to knock Sandstorm away as well. The weapon throw isn't going to do much. They're just waiting for them.
I really thought Scrape was going to go for a second one, especially when that weapon spawned back on the stage. But I guess he just values having that weapon. Sidelight, side air.
The weapon throws come out.
Both? There's no way. Scrape and Machete.
It's the 2v1. It's all up for Impala here. He's setting up the offstage, but he's not able to commit to it. He's too scared of Scrape. He's winning.
Dude, he's playing this.
He's winning all of the neutral game interactions so far. Scrape and Machete just need one good hit, but they managed to hit each other instead.
That was so...
But there it is!
Oh
and
my
gosh! Take it home for Europe! They're in winner's side, top 32.
The D-Light into waiting into the recovery from Impala, though, that wait was so smart because instantly the Orion D-Sig came out from Scrape expecting the immediate recovery from Impala. That was a game 5 from a team that essentially formed like this week. So that was huge for Impala and Sandstorm, even though they lost that set. A very impressive showing, but also a very impressive showing from Scrape and Machete. Their ability to rein that one back in when it was looking a little bit tough for them.
Was this uncalled for?
No.
I don't know how to feel about this, dude. I'm just kind of amazed.
I didn't expect that much out of Impala and Sandstorm this weekend.
I expected so much from them. They're so good at the game. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's twos. It's a different game.
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. Either way, very, very entertaining match. I'm very, very happy we got to see this.
I'm waiting for Impala in 1v1s.
Yeah.
Blobfish.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be. That's definitely going to be something.
I mean, they're not out of it by any means. They're going to go down into the elimination bracket. They are going to fight. Oh, they're going to fight Stickia and Hermison.
Oh, I kind of want to see that. Keep me updated on how that goes. You know, I think I can predict how it's going to go, but you know, opium.
I mean, I love Hermison to the ends of the earth. So
let's address the elephant in the room. How are we looking at like EU versus NA versus SA so far in this tournament? Because I don't have the bracket. You have it.
Let's see. I doubt we've seen very much of it yet so far. Hold on. Let's see if there's anything juicy on the graph that we want to look at. Wait, did Impala do 1,100 damage? Am I crazy? Did Impala do 1,100 damage? Wait, why are the damage numbers so high?
Yeah, no, this is
Yeah,
wrong. This
okay.
is a bit cheeky. Yeah, there's
Okay,
something
yeah,
wrong
because
here.
Impala, there's no way he did 1,100 damage, while Sandstorm also did like 900 damage.
Yeah, and Escape did like
Yeah.
1,000, and Machete did also 1,000.
But yeah, dude, look at those middle stocks from Machete and Escrape. Just completely deleted. Those are so skinny. So much damage added up on those so quickly.
And how they managed to come back from that?
Yeah.
Like that was a really good game.
Let's see. I'm just gonna look through the pools real quick, just because there's 4 of them.
There's like, who's in top 32?
Yeah. Let's just pull up our top 32. So we have Acno and Blaze. The first round of top 32, they took out Aquino and the Ninja 3-0. Delta and TM, Pavelski and XJ Cool J. That is going to happen off stream. We have Wes and Laura still in it versus Walshy and Clem. Shoutouts to Walshy and Clem. Huge underdogs here from North America. Java and Luna are going to play on this stream. They're going to play against Blue and Kresu. Coco and Spyrox. In your top 3, took out Yuz and Fozy 3-0. That's very surprising. I didn't put Yuz and Fozy in my top 3. But I would have expected a much closer set between Coco and Spy. Honestly, I would have expected Yuz and Fozy to win that.
I don't remember. I think it might have been Godly that says Coco Spyrox beats Yuz and Fozy. I changed my predictions last second just because Yuz and Fozy, they don't have that much practice together.
Yeah. Kostlix and Zyder are actually currently playing against Escrape, and well, they will play against Escrape and Machete.
That's such a lance set.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to visually see that, but I don't want to listen to it. So
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad that it's not up here. That's going to be off stream. Godly and Knees are going to play against Munir, and I forgot what
Jesser.
Jesser, all right.
Yeah, Munir and Jesser.
And then Radish and Meg D are going to play on the stream against Hyson and Sarme. So that is our top 32.
I don't know, dude. I hear the sirens.
I mean, how many like major... I would say we probably have like 4 or 5 major NA teams. I'm also counting Kostlix and Zyder, not necessarily as an NA team, but they have an NA player. So yeah, I think NA's doing fine. Like, we have Radish and Megdi, we have Kostlix, we have Java Luna, we have Walshy Clem. I think that's kind of the main ones.
How many teams is this? Because 9 of them are European.
This is 16.
16, 9 of them being from EU. But I mean,
There's like
gonna
not,
be
there's
I mean,
not
we are
that
in
many
Europe.
NA teams. Yeah, there's not that many
we
NA
are in
teams.
Europe.
Yeah,
I think
you can't play those numbers being like, wow, so many of the top 32 are from EU. Like, talk to me when we get to our top 8 and our top 4, okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm
guy?
sorry. Oh, so we didn't mention predictions earlier on the when we introed.
Yeah.
What did you put as your predictions, Marky?
I put in 3rd place, I believe this is going to be Megdi and Radish versus Hyson and Sarme, by the way. In 3rd place, I had Godly and Knees. In 2nd place, I have Acno Blaze. And in 1st place, Bama Brazil, Wes and Loris.
That's respectable. That's respectable. My top 3 is only EU teams. I got Akino Blaze first, Godly Knees in 2nd, and Coco Spyrox in 3rd.
Now, on the way we were walking, and Tazza did say, oh, I think using Fozy might win the whole thing. Now, I don't know what his actual final predictions are. That was just a thought in the moment, but I do want to throw him under the bus.
As you're right to.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is definitely a prediction. I'll say that much. Yuz and Fozy, I mean, they're like wild cards. Like they're both so incredibly good at the game, but they don't have that practice. They don't have that practice, and that's why, I'm not a believer. I'll say it. I'm not a believer.
Looking at Yuz and Fozy, of course, they're both amazing players. But then also looking at like Knees and Lores from Dallas, they got 2nd. How do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, obviously Lores is a madman, Nees is a madman, but like, Bosie's a madman.
I just think it's the return of the king, the Akino and Blaze reign of terror. I think it's coming back.
I put him in second, so I think the potential's there.
Yeah, I think that's the direction we're heading in, and I think it might might swing in full force soon. That's why I predicted them as number 1.
I think Coco and Spyrox in third is not the craziest thing you've ever said.
Yeah, no, I mean Coco, Spyrox, and I talked about this with some of the contenders here. Coco, Spyrox, not only are they like some of Europe's finest, but they play in such a particular way that like a lot of players here that aren't from EU aren't that familiar with, and we already know that Coco and Spyrox can do well against every single European team.
The main thing that like put me off of Coco and Spyrox as like one of my potential top 3s, or like one of the main teams I wanted to talk about in 2v2s, was Spring Championship 9th.
Yeah,
I saw them not top 8, and it was like being as unfamiliar with like the daily goings on of EU and like not knowing how they're necessarily doing in the ranked queue or all of the community tournaments, I couldn't put them in my top 3 after that.
I believe there was also a short period of time where Coco and Spyrox were like, we're not gonna team anymore, and I'm not sure if that I don't know if that was the same time where like they got back together. I don't know if you can see like a hole here. But I do believe I saw a tweet of like Spyrox saying looking for a teammate, and then I added Coco, and it's like, yo, is this a joke? And it's like, no, we're not teaming anymore. But you know, obviously they're back now, which we're all very, very happy for. But you know, that could be a period of time where they did not have a lot of fresh practice, which makes such a big difference.
So now we got Radish and Megdi versus Hyson and Sarme. Let's see what Hyson and Sarme have been getting up to lately, because I don't know how much it is.
Radius and Megdi, obviously, NA players. That's your territory. You know them way better than I ever will. I will say though, Hyson and Sarme, I love the kind of team dynamic that I think they're going to have. I believe a lot of the best teams ever is just one extremely solid 1v1 player and then a super good support. Like, that's what Akino and Blaze were for the longest time, and that's what Sarme and Hyson could be. Like, Sarme is very aggro, very in your face. He's going to be able to single out, and Hyson is like one of the best support players in Europe.
I'm trying to think, because you could have, you might have just stumbled on something.
Did I say something that made sense for once?
You might have. You might have just. Hey, nice.
Hey, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you
very
much,
guy.
Yeah, sometimes I have my moments of enlightenment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, if I'm on screen for 8 hours, maybe I say 1 or 2 things that are good.
Now, one of the biggest things that like worried me with Hyson and Sarme is like, I don't know if this is just a team that is teaming together because they both happen to be at Dreamhack Valencia, and like who is Simple teaming with?
Is Simple here?
I don't. I don't know if I'm crazy or not. Did I
Simple is not here, okay. I'm pretty sure.
Because I think he was signed up.
I think he might have.
And so, like, yeah, I didn't know if this was just like Simple like not being here. So Hyzen's like, oh, I don't know what it is. He's like looking around the room and he's like, oh, I pick you, I guess. And then he ends up with Sarme here because, yeah, they have like 2 tournaments together. Both of them are in the year 2022. So it's been a fat minute since these 2 players have been with one another. So yeah, that was one of my like, I honestly I don't know. Obviously we've seen Sarme do well before, and we've seen Hyzen do amazing.
Then again, that's the like team dynamic that Hyzen has had with most of his teammates. Yes. Which is why, like, you know, it makes sense. Like, of course Hyzen would want a team with Sarme. You know, I don't think it's like you know, there's no one to team with. I guess I'll team with you. Yeah. I think this is thought through.
So now if we're looking at the other side of Radish and Megdi, like Radish and Megdi are kind of one of those, in terms of like the highest echelon of 2v2 teams, they're kind of like that middling team. They're not coming out and doing like the biggest things ever. Like if we're looking at Dreamhack Dallas, they ended up getting 9th, so they didn't even get top 8 there. They did have Dreamhack San Diego where they got 3rd, very impressive, but in between that, they had Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble, a community tournament. Shouts out Canadian Din, shouts out Moose Wars, shout out AJ Moore. Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble, they placed just on the inside of top 8, and so now we're actually getting into the game here, and Megdi, he's already going crazy, already chasing into the sky. We had a bunch of lances last game. This is the spear game, Polly.
I think DTH here might be Hyzen.
Yeah, that's Hyzen.
Yeah. Just want to say, the Brino representation, I love it. That's a massive signature. That's a 23-second signature, most Sparky.
No.
Yeah, it was.
No. Wait, you mean like 23? Oh, okay. I thought you meant
Yeah,
like
math, bro.
I thought you meant 23 seconds long, not like 23 seconds into the game.
No, 23 seconds into the game.
Okay,
Yeah.
23 second KO.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
Okay. You said 23 second signature, and I was like, "There's."
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
I know sometimes it feels like it lasts that long, but like there's no way, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah,
right?
Bryn D-Sig on spare.
It
The
feels
washing-
like you're in a Final Fantasy cutscene, but
the
I
washing
swear you're
machine?
not. Yeah. And there's another one right after that. So Heisen and Sarme are opening this one up very strong.
This is actually extremely strong. And you know, Radish is having a lot of trouble here.
Ooh. Nice wipe there, though. About
Very,
a minute,
very good wipe.
Minute and 11 seconds into this one as they get the full team wipe. We do got to worry about Radish, though. He's taking a lot of damage. He's going up against Sarme's Spear. Sarme hits him away, instantly moves over to the left side. Now he throws out the side signature against Meg-D. They're putting the pressure onto Meg-D. They now basically have both members of the red team in the red as well because of that.
Ooh, big signature. Sarme is going to be able to punish that, though. Meg-D, this is just signature city
Nice.
right now. Poke him in off with that Seer. Then poking Radish yet again.
Meg-D is going to be at a weapon disadvantage. There is a spawn on the field. He's able to grab it. It's going to be the Spear. Ooh! And, they might have just really started to turn this game around on that combo right there that happened on a Sarme. That put him into the red. He's very close to being knocked out here.
Large hits all around town right now. Sarme and Heisen, they had that stock advantage on Sarme.
Dude, if they get the knockout on the Sarme here, that would be massive. Sarme was basically fresh on his second stock while everybody else was on final. And then they hit that team combo and that 100% turned things around. And if Meg-D and Radish win this game, it's because of that one single combo
God, Sarme.
they picked up on a Sarme. But
Sarme!
the edge guard's coming out. Meg-D's able to get around him.
No,
The
he's
juggle's
not.
coming
He hasn't
out.
touched the ground yet. He was giving Meg-D such a hard time, and when Meg-D managed to escape, he's switching off to Radish and finish him off as well. Now, very, very difficult situation for Meg-D. They could close this out any moment right now. They just need one really good hit, setup, or just pure knockback force.
No punish whatsoever. Coming out from Heisen, and he gets taken out. It's now a 1v1 between these two players. Meg-D has had more success in 1v1s. That's for sure where we really know him, but he's
Meg-D
also
is
extremely damaged.
Meg-D is stronger here, which could also mean that the nerves are, the stress is accumulating for Sarme.
But we also don't know who Radish is going to be playing in 1v1s for this tournament. So like tomorrow, there's a very good chance he's not playing Wushang. So even though he's a stronger 1v1 player, this may not be the situation where he would be. He's still living in this. I can't believe he hasn't been taken out yet. This game's over 3.5 minutes long. D-Light recovery, that's going to be the stock there. And Sarme and Heisen take game one. Yep, Sarme 738 damage.
Yeah, and I do want to mention, when it comes to the dynamic of Sarme and Heisen, I was wrong. Like, I was seeing, Heisen was doing so many out there options. Like just swinging that hammer up into the air with a recovery, hitting like 7 people. He was going crazy all throughout the game. These players are like, they have a kind of a similar playstyle in a way.
We're going right back onto Apocalypse.
Yeah, no waiting. No
waiting legend
whatsoever.
swaps, no skin swaps, no map swap. We're getting right back into it as fast as we possibly can. Now Radish running around. He's able to grab a weapon. Just under 8 seconds into the game, so he's not going to be punished for that too much. That combo came out, but there was a little bit of overlap, including some team damage onto Radish. Nice follow-up.
So many trades right now. That was just like pure 20 seconds of flawless trades.
It seemed like there was somebody in hit stun at all moments.
At all
of
times,
that 20
yeah.
seconds.
It's either,
and sometimes it was multiple people.
It's like, oh, I get hit, I'm done getting hit, I'll help out my teammate, get this trade, and then I'll get hit, and then I, it just kept going like that. Okay, now this is where I worry for Heisen and Sarme. They isolated 1v1s.
Nice.
But even the isolated 2v1s, they're able to hit those team combos, and they built up this small lead here. Sarme and Heisen need to get these stocks off ASAP. They managed to get the first one, now a 2v1. But it looks like Radish might have time to respawn. Actually scratch that. It's not going to be enough though.
Nice follow-up from Sarme there. You know that Axe can hit the 2-piece with the sidelight into the neutral air. And then the 3rd piece came up from Sarme rather than Heisen going for the Axe recovery, likely whiffing, of course, because it's not true.
Yeah. Still, MegD on the 3rd stock. Ah, scratch that. Yeah, they're going down. That's the 2nd stock now. Sarme going down as well. This is a really, really good showing from Radish and MegD so far.
Yeah, it seems like they all of a sudden just figured out how the pace of the game needs to go. Oh, I thought we were going to see an immediate follow-up from Radish there. He was a little bit hesitant on it. Came out with the first recovery. The second recovery actually led to the KO.
They're just really, really good at being everywhere all at once with the gauntlets, which is what you want to do when you're on gauntlets. But this is a big offstage.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they're able to save their teammate though.
Yeah, we saw the ground pound that came out from Radish. That actually put MegD in danger, but Radish was able to then take his teammate out of that danger that he put his teammate in. Nice side sig there from Heisen. That's going to get the KO, putting MegD onto his final stocks in the game. Are they able to clean up Radish's?
Radish also just attacks like through the enemies. Like he knows that he will get traded and he will get punished, but he doesn't care. He goes for the attacks anyway.
Heisen just put out massive damage on a MegD very quickly. He found like a 4-piece axe combo. Side sig going just over the corner. Didn't actually pick anybody up from MegD. Oh, one covered low, one covered high. It was the GC side signature from Heisen, and then the recovery from Sarme. Because MegD went high, it was actually the recovery from his teammate. Fantastic coverage from the blue team there, but ultimately it's going to be Heisen in the 1v2. Weapon toss goes. They have complete weapon control, complete stage control.
Yeah, this is a incredibly tough decision. Very, very tough situation. Getting knocked away yet again, and that is going to be it. 2 stocks on the board. They're equalizing it 1-1. They bounced back. They bounced back big time. Well, it was still competitive. It was still even.
Yes.
But,
yeah, that,
you know,
that 2v1 was still losable for the red team. I think one of them was like in the orange, the other one was like in the later stages of orange, beginning stages of red. So yeah, that was absolutely a winnable 1v2. Of course, it was going to be a very difficult 1v2, but still a winnable one. So it's not a complete stomp whatsoever after that game.
But it's also a very, very clear statement from Radish and MegD that we're changing the rules of the game. You gotta change your way around here. We're taking control now.
And that's kind of the scenario that we talked about a little bit earlier, is like the more underdog team, their best chance to do something and take a game is in game 1, which is why we see a lot of 3-1s when you have these like incredibly like imbalanced teams, and imbalanced in air quotes, of course, is they'll end in 3-1s, and it'll be game 1 that the more underdog team takes compared to the more known team, the more history team, than taking 3 in a row. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, but after last game, I'm inclined to believe this is going to end in a 3-1.
If you ask me to bet on a team right now, it would be Radish and MegD.
Wow, you're going to do EU like that. What happened to the Sirens? I thought we heard the Sirens, Polly. Where are the Sirens?
They're playing super, super good right now. Look, I have a certain amount of hopium, but you also gotta stay objective at some certain point.
I don't know, man. I feel like you're sleeping on your region now. All of a sudden, the Sirens you hear are Patrick Starr's Sirens. The EU, they're not strong anymore.
Yeah, I know. They're not as strong, at least not in this game. But Sarme and Heisen, of course, you can't count out any team this
Of course
early.
not.
But I'm just saying, if I were forced to bet on someone, it'd be them. They're playing good, and Sarme and Heisen, I think this is definitely a very key game. If they manage to take this back to a 2-1, where MegD and Radish have to win 2 in a row, that could be a winning position for Heisen.
Oh, this could be huge. If they can finish up this edge guard, he still picked up that dare.
Oh, but he got that signature! So they're not able to finish off Sarme.
That was big.
So well played by Heisen. He did like the perfect option, and he just had such small time to be able to make it.
Oh, Radish gets punished for that signature. Heisen swapping over onto the Kaya this game. MegD, that's going to be MegD's first stock. How much pressure are they going to put on Radish? Not too much. He's able to get back over. Throw out that signature, pick that one up as well. He's going back and forth between these members of this blue team. They get the follow-up here as well. The weapon toss hits Radish, but he was already in MegD's hands, so no interrupt comes out from that, and they get the stock off of Heisen. That was gigantic.
And Sarme was committing to that offstage on the right side like 5 times in a row, but his teammate is always there to support him.
Even if they get the stock off of Radish, it's still 3 stocks to 2. That's where their eyes are going to be set. They do find it.
That's big.
It was Heisen's Kaya with the spear recovery to get the KO off the top. Radish coming back in, grabs a weapon very quickly.
Sarme and Heisen, they need a combo. But we have not been seeing many combos this entire set so far. Like, not just straight up like combos.
Ooh, a little bit of team damage coming out. I think they're hungry. Radish and Megdi are really hungry to get that combo on the blue team. You can see so often
oh my God,
Radish and Megdi are splitting up so that they can have both members of the blue team in the middle.
Yeah, the sandwich. That's what playing winning positions is all about. Especially if you have this kind of combo dynamic in your team. They're playing it so well. They need to take out like Radish right now. That's their last glimmer of hope in this game, I think.
They got Megdi. Now's their chance. But
they got both. This is a big opportunity for them.
This is like almost the easiest, quote unquote, easiest 1v2s that you could possibly have. You have both members of the other team in the red. You're fresh on white.
Yeah, like this is the best possible universe right now for Sarme and Heisen. Oh, but that knockout is coming now. It's Sarme Megdi. We've already seen this once before.
And Megdi's in a much better spot here. It's basically role reversal. Whereas before, Megdi was the one in the red. Goes for the side light into the hesitated side air. See if he can hit the GCD light into the recovery. I don't know how. I don't know if Megdi's got that ready for him or if he's just going to be careful. That's a Megdi classic. Swaps back over to the gauntlets.
Sarme being patient. Is able to bait that out, but he doesn't go for the punish. Wants the weapon instead. And that is going to cost him his last stock. Megdi is going to be able to take him out. And that is going to be 2-1 in their favor. That's 2 wins, 1 in a row by Megdi and Radish. I think what you said about, you know, the underdogs getting the first game, and then, you know, I think it's possible we could be getting a sweep here. I don't want to call it too early, but I'm saying that is looking more and more likely.
We could see Heisen swap Legends. Would not surprise me if that happened. That was the weapon toss that hit Radish, but the opponent was already in Megdi's hands.
All right. Yeah. Beautiful recovery. Megdi is so good at 1v2s.
And yeah, we see the Heisen swap over onto the Macho Man.
It's an Olgrim. That's the first Olgrim of today.
Honestly, I thought there was potential for a Thor coming out.
No, I wouldn't say Thor. I wouldn't expect an Olgrim either, though, to be honest. But I mean, first Olgrim on European soil.
Yeah, that's weird that it's taken this many games.
It's taken this many games? Like, come on, guys. What you guys doing? You gotta step it up.
Oh, Radish. He's throwing out the signatures early. He wants an orange KO onto Sarme. Now trying to make his way over while Megdi's getting bullied a little bit.
Very even all throughout right now. Radish has a massive offstage opportunity, but Heisen going below and hitting them with the GC attack.
And in came Megdi for the side air.
That's Sarme down. Heisen now.
Oh,
recovery
this is dangerous.
He lost his recovery there.
This
Megdi goes for the second one.
Lost his weapon too.
Oh, beautiful offstage. Megdi played that so well, and it's just like, it's those moments. That's what's setting Radish and Megdi up into this lead that they're just, you know, perpetually keeping.
And that setup was so good. Like you said, he lost the recovery, so he didn't have that 363 hitbox. Then he lost his weapon, so he loses hitbox priority on so many different moves. And because he had to blow basically everything to get back, it was just such easy cleanup for Megdi to hit the GCD light into the ground pound for the KO for that spike. See if they can answer back quickly and get this stock off of Radish and off of Megdi to even things up. As we get about 1 minute and 15 into this game, Radish is the first one to fall, but Megdi, oh my gosh! Playing the 1v2 there. I don't think the blue team was ready for him to go back and forth like that. And now Sarme is in KO damage on second stock. He has to be careful. Radish and Megdi have themselves a nice lead here.
Radish gauntlets, man. They're just so dominant all throughout this game. Yeah, and there you go again. With the ground pound. Able to close out that stock.
With the signature. Ended things with the ground pound. And it wasn't even Sarme. I thought he was going to be the next one to fall, but no, hitting that signature in orange and then the ground pound in the later stages of orange, of course he's going to be done. It's now 4 stocks to 2. We are very likely looking at a 3-1 here, Pauly.
It's looking like it more and more. Sarme now 1 stock against 4. It's going to take a true master to reverse a situation like this. And Sarme is looking more and more stressed here. Radish is knocking him off. Oh, he goes for the he goes for the massive. Yeah, it was a good risk to take. He knows he needs to make a big play, but it didn't work out, and that's just how it goes sometimes. Well played to Megdi and Radish. They're going to be closing off the game 3-1.
And that was, of course, in round 1 of top 32. So they're going to be moving on into the winners quarterfinals to go up against Godly and Knees. That's, of course, going to happen on stream. Meanwhile, Hyson and Sarme, let's see where they're going. They're going to go down into the elimination bracket. They're going to start in elimination round 2 against Rika and Lil Fox, who just went 3-0 over Solarson and Viper.
That is pretty large. That is pretty large.
Seen some of the highlights of the previous set, and yeah, it did end up going 3-1. It was that first round victory, and then all of a sudden 3 games in a row from Radish and Megdi.
Yeah, you called it from the very beginning.
I mean, honestly, I'm still impressed by Radish and Megdi.
Yeah.
I think I underestimated them coming into this weekend.
Yeah, Radish gauntlets have been looking so good throughout this game. They're definitely going to be a talking point.
And it's really like it's them playing the legends. It's them playing their 2v2 legends, and not necessarily just taking their 1v1 legends and using all of that experience and all of that time and just playing that in 2v2s. It's really like it's different legends than we're used to seeing them playing if we're looking at 1v1 brackets. So yeah, that's showing a lot of mastery over 2v2, of course. And now we have Winan here joining us back. It's not really on the desk anymore. It's on the couches.
It's the couches.
In,
it's the lounge.
In our seats. Yeah, in the lounge.
In the lounge. I think
like
the lounge
that.
is a better word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that was quite dominating a little bit. But I'm looking at the bracket right now because I'm trying to see how the journey has been because we're about to get into top 32, and I know that S-Scrape and Machete put Sandstorm and Impala down, and they're actually currently fighting and brawling it out right now with Stikia and Hermison for that last top 32 spot on the lower side of the bracket. So it's going to be an interesting one to see here. But before we go on break, I want to hear some maybe little final thoughts about this team right here and maybe what we can expect as they move on into the rest of the bracket.
I think it's definitely going to be tough. I said I just underestimated Megdi and Radish, and I'm going to deny them a little bit further, because they're going up against Godly and Knees next, which is a team I put into my top 3. Knees, of course, did amazing work at Dreamhack Dallas alongside Lores. I expect Knees to kind of be the shining star of this team, kind of like Fozy was the shining star of the team. I'm hoping Godly has the juice coming into this one. Radish and Megdi, it's going to be really tough for them to go up against Godly and Knees in the next round.
We're going to see Hyson and Sarme again. That's my take. I think we're going to see them deeper into the bracket. Like, these are 2 very, very strong teams that, in my opinion, we're seeing kind of early. I think they're going to fight through the eliminations bracket. They're going to win a couple of games. We're going to see them a bit later. I would be surprised if the rest of the games are off stream and we don't get to see them again.
Now, before, we take a quick short break, I do want to have some final thoughts between y'all. Seeing that we are going to be switching casters pretty soon here. This last match going into top 32, who are you rooting for? Sandstorm and Impala or Stikia and Hermison? Paul, I'm going to start with you.
Who I'm rooting for, who I think will win?
Yeah, who's going to go into that last top 32 spot?
I mean, I think Sandstorm and Impala are going to win, but I'm rooting for Stikia and Hermison. Like, how am I supposed to not to? Like, I'm the one EU caster. I'm gonna root for my EU boys.
Yeah, okay, great.
Impala and Sandstorm for both.
Oh.
That's who I think is going to win and who I want to win.
That's fair.
That's fair.
It's an easy choice.
Okay, okay. Well,
though I do love Stikia and Hermison.
Well, guys, we do have to take a short break, and so when we come back, there's going to be a lot more Brawlhalla action as we jump into top 32. So don't go anywhere. The next match, actually, that we're going to watch, a little preview here, it's Java Luna versus Blue and Crest. So that's up next. See you guys soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We're here at Dreamhack Valencia, and we're heading into our top 32 of our doubles tournament. And I am here with a new set of casters, Duke, Taza. How's it going, guys?
It's been good. We obviously had some time to both sit in the audience, watch some awesome Brawlhalla gameplay, and also check out the awesome venue here at Dreamhack Valencia because, of course, there's always good stuff going on. But also, it's been fun just sitting and listening to the energy of this crowd. This crowd's been great. They've been basically filling up the seats since before we even got started today. They're here to watch some awesome Brawlhalla, and I appreciate that energy.
Yeah, they're also here to make sure that Europe beats everybody outside of Europe, and I'm really appreciating that as well. After being able to watch that Game 5 set against Sandstorm and Impala, which is like, you know, Impala not the best well-known doubles player, but still quite an upset in that regard. I'm really excited to see these matchups coming up. Duke, we were kind of talking about how we had some predictions that aren't going quite our way, but it'll be interesting to see.
Do you want to just very briefly talk about it? We might not have a graphic to show about it, but we can talk briefly what you guys were talking in the back there.
Oh yeah, Hughes and Fozy got knocked in the elimination bracket.
Yeah.
3-0'd by Coco Spyrox.
That was definitely...
just completely ruined Duke and I's prediction.
It was a little bit of a surprise because I had a lot of faith. Obviously, Hughes, of course, winner of Dallas 1v1s, and then Fozy, an amazing 2v2 player in my opinion. I thought that was a recipe for a really strong team, but maybe a little bit of growing pains as it basically has only had yesterday and today.
Yeah, it was interesting. I think it was a fair bet to go onto Fozy because Fozy has traditionally just like been amazing with whoever he's teamed with in twos, and I was like, well, look at Hughes, why not? It's not going to be a difference there. But I think it's the first time that Fozy's tried to team with somebody outside of EU.
Well, like we were saying earlier that, you know, because of the different teams being matched up, we're in a new place, it's a LAN. We don't know what we might see or expect, so it's really cool to see all the things happening and the upsets. But let's actually talk about this next match coming up, which is Java Luna versus Blue and Crestu. Taza, I want to hear your thoughts about that first.
Okay, so Java and Luna is interesting. I think that when we had the conversation about Fozy and Hughes, Fozy I think is like the really doubles-heavy player that can carry a lot of players. I think Luna and Java, hilariously, both are missing their doubles teammate that carries them. And so I'm like, well, what do you do when you put the two players that are like the reckless, aggressive players on the same team? You probably get a team that doesn't work that well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go up against Blue and Crestu, who Blue for a very long time was one of the best players in the double space in EU. So I think that this is a matchup that could go either way, whereas a lot of players might be thinking that Java and Luna just take it and go. Because I think...
Yeah, it's interesting because kind of to your point, Java and Luna are definitely like doing really well for themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily together in 2v2s, but they're both two strong players who have done very well for themselves recently in 1v1s and 2v2s, but alongside other partners.
But the teams of Luna and Snowy and Java and Fakey are the teams that I believe in, not stitching them together into that. So it'll be interesting to see.
Well, let me see here. I'm trying to look at some stats and look at some info. I mean, I think, Taza, you're kind of on the money here that we cannot, like, forget or doubt Blue and Crestu, even though that's not usually how they're matched up or teamed up, just because, honestly, I feel like there's something about the EU players today and how they're feeling like this is their home turf, and they got to defend it. I'm just going to put that one out there. So I have a really gut feeling that EU might actually be crowned champions this weekend. So we're going to have to just see that. But Duke, I also want your thoughts about this upcoming matchup because I know Luna's your boy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a huge fan of Luna. I'm definitely a strong believer in Luna and Java. Like, personally, as a fan, like, when I was watching, or as we were getting into the year and I saw that some teams were mixing up, I really thought that a team of Luna and Java had a lot of potential to be, like, this really cool team, just because I think they're both really strong and bring a lot of cool stuff to the table.
Are you talking about before, like, the year
Yeah, like,
total?
before Luna even...
when
like,
everything was being mixed up.
Before Luna Snowy was a team, I was like, Luna Java, I think that'd be a really cool team to see.
Interesting.
And so it's fun that I get to see it finally happen.
Was that before the Hammer D-Light nerf?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
This is when Java was still playing Bodvar.
Sorry, I keep derailing it. Now I get where you're coming from, and I'm like, yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think that was... so I'm excited to see it. It's going to be interesting. On the other side, Blue and Crestu, it's tough because they've been out of the limelight for a really long time. We haven't gotten to see them really make it into those top podiums, top 8s. Even like when we're watching solo EU battles, we haven't gotten to see too much out of either of them. But, I mean, this is, again, they're on their home turf. They got that kind of local buff. You know the crowd's going to pop every time Blue and Crestu get that stock advantage, and that could really play into things. I've already seen Java talk about how different audio cues are really starting to mess with him. If the caster audio gets a little too loud for him, he starts to get scared. Like,
the environmental factors.
The environmental factors are there, and so there is potential for the EU crowd to kind of sway things away from Java and Luna.
Hey, that's actually a really good point. But, you know, Java and Luna, they've done this. They've played on land. They've done this kind of gauntlet. You know what I mean? I grant it, you know, it's definitely in a whole different country, but they've done this gauntlet before. So, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting to see who really does come out on top. I mean, we look at Java and Luna, their PRs are higher. Actually, real quick here, we got footage of Sparky and Polly getting some.
This is a peek under the hood right now.
Yeah.
This is what casters do after they finish their block. They go get catering.
We go food, get to eat, you know, take a break, go to the restroom and things like that. But what I was trying to say is that Java and Luna, I know their PRs are technically a little bit higher in the North American region compared if you look at Blue and Crestu individually. But it's going to be really interesting to see, like, does that actually really matter? And Taza, as we are still getting this matchup ready, I want to hear your thoughts on legend picks and what we can expect out of them.
Oh, legend picks in this matchup? That's actually something that I'm interested to see myself, because Java Luna I have not watched play today.
Lucy and Hattori.
I'm
Actually, no, Cross-Hattori.
Okay, there we go.
Cross-Hattori, sorry.
I had to think about it because I was kind of like, no, that's not the Blasters legend that I think is going to be locked in.
Cross-Hattori.
But Cross typically is picked when you have it in combination with the specific legend that sets up. Is Hattori going to be that? I don't know. We're going to find out in just a little bit. As for the opposing team, well, can't even guess about it. Okay, there it is. Crestu on the Ulgrim, Blue on the Kaya. And it is the Cross Hattori that you thought about. That is correct. So like Java, we talked a little bit about Bodvar. I think we're far enough into the year now where everybody actually probably thinks of Java more as a Hattori main now than a Bodvar main, because he went over the spear when Hammer stopped being able to do the things that he liked. And Hattori is a fantastic twos legend. And then Luna has been doing fantastic with blasters both in singles and doubles, but Cross is his go-to here in doubles. So let's see how they play up here. It's Crestu eliminates that stock right away onto the right side of the screen. As we're getting into game number one. Yeah, Luna going down super fast there.
That is a little bit tragic because, again, Luna is arguably like the most established 2v2er out of any of the four people on the screen right now. And him going down early is looking really solid for this Blue team. Start to do a team combo. Java's going to follow up with that down sig onto Blue on the left side. Blue tries to get past him, but a good dare. But Crestu on the back end takes down Java. Oh. Luna manages to clean up the stock count.
Yeah, now Luna making up for that damage that he took very early on. Doing quite well here as he gets that down air into neutral, like goes over the Crestu. Good team combo. Blue actually turns it into a little bit more of friendly fire on himself there, but brings Luna off the side of the stage. If they can take Luna down again, they're going to be holding on to the lead here the entire time in this game number one.
Java went in for a gravity cancel downlight, wasn't able to connect. Blue ends up getting down there, gets a down sig onto his teammate though. Luna not able to get a punish onto Blue for hitting that damage, and Crestu with the charged recovery actually going to put Java down to his final stock before Luna.
Yeah, and here we go into the situation where that sidelight comes through. Blue trying to catch another landing with some sidelights. That recovery will take Luna off the top. Okay, it's 4 stocks to 2. Java is able to take down Crestu, but this is still a really great lead. Kaya goes without saying, right? The defense being so high for this legend makes it such a great pick here in doubles. We'll have to put him deep into the red to be able to have a chance to take that stock. And Crestu in the same case for Ulgrim, right? That's why these characters are so popular in Europe, is because of the high defense stance and the lands. Man, Java's taking so much damage here. Dude, I think this is just going to be game one over to EU.
For sure. And there it is. The nice punish there from Crestu coming in, hitting that on the right side to take down Luna. And EU already going to take game number one.
Yeah, and so thoughts about this, right? And I talked a little bit about how this was happening, or how this could happen right before this matchup, right? I was looking at Java and Luna, and I was like, these are two players who I think people, if they don't know it already, I'll just lay it out bare, right? They succeed so hard because of their stable doubles teammates. Like when I look at what Snowy is doing in doubles to be able to keep Luna in check, and I look at what Fakey's able to do to make sure that Java can go crazy, these are the kind of things that I look to when I see these doubles teammates. So it's like, in Brawlhalla, with how developed the 2v2 scene, it's not just mash two good players together and see good result. Right? We saw that with Sandstorm and Impala, right? Reigning world champion, and then Sandstorm getting second at one of these lands this year, having a lot of trouble in the doubles bracket as well. And Blue and Crestu, I mean, they've been playing doubles together as a team now, as a staple for a little bit, right? Blue kind of was doing some searching around after Simple and him stopped teaming,
Yeah.
and Crestu's been a really good pick for them there. They're looking fine after that game number 1. That was really solid for them.
Yeah, that looked comfy and cozy. I mean, it started out great for them, and it just maintained that greatness, right? Like, they took Luna down very early, and even though Luna started to slow things down, keep that stock alive, they were like, okay, let's just switch over to Java. Took Java down early, and now it's really on Luna and Java to adapt. They've had a little bit of time to practice, of course. They knew that they were going to be a team coming into this event, so they've had time to play together, but playing on the ranked ladder in North America, playing in community tournaments together in North America is not the same thing as playing up against some of these European teams.
And here we go, game number 2. Blue and Crestu up a game. We're going over to the Fortress of Lions here for game number 2, and I'm keeping my eye close on Luna here because he is the one that went down the fastest at the beginning of the game. Java's fighting Blue off the side of the stage, and he tried to provide some support, but Blue and Crestu staying stacked, having a little bit of damage on each other here, but nobody really getting anything started just yet. Yet somehow, I said I had my eye on Luna, and he has the most damage on the screen. I don't know how that happened.
He had to have blinked just that one time for him to get all that damage. Luna does manage to get back onto the stage. Good dodge there to avoid that side air, but Blue is going to punish that whiff down sig coming out from Luna. Luna putting some damage left and right. Crestu avoids that recovery, though.
Yeah. Side to come through from Java, hits Blue, also hits Luna. Java on the side of the stage, low on jumps, has to be careful, but no, Luna covers that recovery on the way back to the stage. And the first stock is still being searched for here. Crestu lets that side sig rip, and Luna does go down at the very beginning. Blue tried to get like a team combo there, but the neutral light caught too high, and Java's managing to hold on a little bit longer. It is such a deceptive lead for the blue team here. I mean, unarmed recovery is doing it.
Yeah, that stock count pretty much even right now. Much closer game here. Who's going to fall first, Java or Crestu? Java just a little bit less damage than Crestu, but the end sig comes out, takes down Crestu.
Yeah, and now Blue getting hit by that ground pound. Could have been more damage there, but Luna was not ready to follow up. Weapon throw, breaking up the pressure there. Java somehow still holding on to this stock here. I mean, getting hit by Lance Nairs so far away. Lance Nairs and Spear Nairs are all that he's getting hit by. Finally goes down. Ooh. Blue gets hit with a weapon throw. Okay, that's a huge early stock for the red team.
And that's so tough for the blue team there because Crestu was really trying to interrupt. You saw him throwing those nairs out on top of Luna, like really just trying to put some hit stun out there. But still, Luna got all of the damage that he wanted to do, even got that weapon toss to finish off the stock.
Yeah. Now let's see how this opens up here with the blasters. Side light, neutral light onto his teammate. Oh, that's not really great job of being put into the yellow there. Luna putting up these down lights to catch a landing, and Crestu hovering right above it. Dare, is that going to be the stock for Luna there?
Oh, Java comes in.
Save, and that was good. He did that style of save where he's trying to get hit by his teammate's attack so that the chase dodge activates, but then Crestu was right there with the Lance Dare.
Had a good coverage there and keeps this one even again. It's between Java and Crestu who's going to fall first.
Oh, yeah. Java and Crestu fighting to be able to hold on to that lead there. In the meantime, Blue's damage is not low, right? He's taking a decent amount of damage. Daring a side air might take Crestu down there. Java somehow, I mean, he's got to have like over 400 damage on him. He's only taken...
Whoa, Luna!
Friendly Fire Blaster Sare, knocking up from center, that's a lot of damage because your knockback's already reduced from the fact that it's Friendly Fire.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
A little tragic that it had to be Friendly Fire to take him out, but still they take down Blue, and now Team Combo Central goes for the ground pound a little bit late there.
Yeah. Neutral light, doesn't get anything after that because he doesn't want his teammate, but 2 nairs right afterwards means that Crestu's in red. Downlight side air, tries to go for that like extra bit of knockback with the weapon throw, and he goes off stage unarmed. Crestu makes it back, but whoa.
The weapon toss bounced him out of that downlight.
Is that what that was?
Yeah,
I was like, what?
It bounced him straight up because of weapon toss, yeah.
Okay.
All right, recovery will clean it up. NA takes a game off of Blue and Crestu.
Yeah. A nice return to that game 1 victory from Blue and Crestu. I wouldn't say it was the cleanest victory from Java and Luna. Like, I'm not saying, momentum's in their favor and now they're going to run away with the 3-1. But it was a lot better than game number 1. It is making the result of this set a little bit more in the air for me. Although I think from the very beginning I was kind of like, yeah, I could go either way. Sometimes it just happens when you look at a set and it's like, honestly, it's whoever's playing better that day.
You know, Taza, sometimes you got to get off the fence and you got to just pick a side. All right?
You just want me to pick a side?
Yeah, you got to pick a. You can't just sit on the middle and be like, well.
I think that game.
It's a best of 3.
It's a best of 3.
It's basically a best of 3 now because both teams won.
Okay, you said it was a best of 3 in a way that I thought there was only one game. No. When I look at that game, and I'm actually trying to think about which side to take there, I think that Blue and Crestu, Blue had a really unfortunate second stock for that weapon throw.
Okay.
Jumped into it and dodged through it, and if that didn't happen, I think that would have gone in their favor. So
you're saying Blue Crescent?
Yeah, but now we got something interesting here, right? This is something that will happen depending on the kind of players that you are. We have a Legend swap coming out from Crestu onto the Bryn, still has the Axe, but the Lance is something that he doesn't want to hold on to here. And Blue, don't be fooled, it's Pearl, but it's still Kaya's signature kit, right? So the only thing that's really changing there is the Bryn. And so I didn't feel like their backs were against the wall quite yet, but they must be wanting to see how this plays out before probably switching back to the Ulgrim for that last game.
That is something that's nice about these best of 5s is you get some room to test something out, and Luna, again, going to be that first one to fall. Both blue team members in the red, though. Real possibility here that this gets cleaned up. Java's side sig not going to quite do it, though.
Yeah, that Axe recovery was a really early knockout on a Luna. They're holding center here, and they're keeping Java and Luna away. They're not committing to, I was going to say that, Crest lets that side sig go through, but that was a great save. Dash jumping with that side air, sending Java off the right side, and then interrupting the recovery of the Luna. Sarah, the recovery almost comboed. Luna manages to turn that into a stock for himself, but that was a lot of damage that he was taking there before that that nice whiff coming out from Blue there on the bow recovery.
Neutral light, not going to quite do it. Crestu holding that advantage for the blue team after 2 saves on the blue. You got to give them a lot of credit if they end up closing out game number 3 here.
Full recovery from Luna will take Crestu on the right side. Blue has taken enough damage for the red team to bring this back. Java doing quite well in the Spear Ditto on that other side of the stage, and he's trying to decide whether he should be going after to help Luna or continue that 1-1 against Blue. Neutral light interrupted by Crestu. Weapon throw from Blue stops the neutral light from Java. Lots of great saves coming out from either team, and it's making it difficult to get any strings started. That's like the first combo we've seen all day, or all game.
Yeah, I mean, so many combos keep getting interrupted on both sides. Even that one, Crestu tried to go for the N-Sig to punish, and that got interrupted. Top of the map, the recovery, not going to quite do it. Left side, Blue gets launched. Here's the opportunity, but the weapon toss. And it's going to be Luna who falls.
Weapon toss was that?
I think it was Blue's bow as he was coming back.
Was it really that?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. So, like, it's interesting to me how, like, in Brawlhalla 2s, this is, like, uncommon to have this many interrupts, but it's actually really hype to see strings get interrupted because, like, the best teams have them on pat. So they have them locked down so well that to see them being interrupted consecutively so much and have this much of an impact on the game is really, really fun. Like, Blue and Crest are in the lead because of that weapon throw right now.
Yeah, so many different saves have come out from the blue team, and the red team not able to convert into their team combos. Crestu going to get taken out here.
Gonna run.
Everybody on the final stocks. They need a team combo.
Oh no, he fell into it.
Where's it going?
Luna drops the downlight right afterwards, so he wasn't ready for that spacing coming out from Java, but double team combo here could be huge. Blue goes into that D-light down air, but now they got a double edge guard opportunity. Blue gets a stuff recovery on Java. One more recovery could do it, but Java somehow makes it through. Crestu was just too afraid to be able to go down there. Friendly fire, uses his teammate to get the finishing hit onto Java. Blue and Crestu now 1 stock away from going up to match point here, and that's the sidelight to do it. One more game. And really Java and Luna could be in the elimination bracket to Blue and Crestu, which is a considerable upset, in my opinion, to, I think, what the expectations are on the viewers, and also I think for the seeding.
I think a lot of people would have expected, just like at face value, Luna and Java would have been running away with this one, but like 2 big things stand out looking at these past couple games. One, Luna Java are not getting those team combos. You can see them trying to set up, and they're not getting the big conversions. And 2, Crestu's doing such a good job playing the support player in a 2v2 space where basically no one else is.
That's the difference, right? And that's because we don't have any support players on the other side.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. I'm like fairly pleased that this outcome was happening after the beginning of this, because I was kind of like, listen, I know Java and Luna are really crazy, but also they're not the support players in either of their respective teams. And Crestu is doing this really well for Blue in that sense, and Blue in the same way. We saw those saves that made the difference there, where there was a team combo that would have almost certainly knocked Crestu out, and the weapon throw from off stage saved them, and then they got a knockout right afterwards. Those double edge guard scenarios were working out really well too, and the Bryn switch actually worked out in their favor, despite them not being so pressured that they had to do it. Now they have match point. They've got 2 games to play with, even if they dropped this game number 4. And Java and Luna are seeded to win this. Yeah. So this will be an upset, at least by seed standards. And the winner of this will be going up against, let me double check if it was the South American team. Yeah, Wes and Laura still waiting on the winner's side for the winner of this set. Really well played by Blue and Crestu so far.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Luna and Java to be in. And again, this is like what happens when you have a relatively new team, is that you don't have as big of a pool of things that you can dip into, right? Like if you're a team that's been playing for like a year here, you go, okay, well, remember that team that we used to run at the beginning of the year that maybe like isn't quite meta anymore? Let's try that again. But like if Java's sitting here like, man, I really wish I could switch to Bodvar, you are now left with like, does Luna have something that works well with Bodvar? Like, do we have a setup? Oh, okay.
I don't think it works really well.
I was going to say, elaborate, please.
Just thinking of two
cool characters.
Characters that they would like pick, they're like, oh shoot, this isn't working.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. What do we got? Oh, they're staying with it. Okay, Cross the Tori coming up against the Kaya and Bryn from Crest and Blue. So this is one they weren't running this the whole set. But they did get the last win with this team composition here. And we're back on the Fortress of Lions for game number 4. Winner of this is match point. So if Blue and Crest win this, they go up against Wes and Laura's on the winner's side of the bracket. And Luna has been starting every single game out without fail with a ton of damage on that first stock. And he could go down to a side air at this point. I don't even think he needs the D-Light to accompany it. Okay, after the recovery, definitely the case. There it is. Off the left side of the stage. Crest is taking him down. And Java's running for his life as he gets pogoed by 2 spear players on the blue team.
Yeah, he tries to make his way out of that one. Gets back onto the stage safely, but once again, Luna taking so much damage at the start of these. The blue team just has to maintain this position. NSIG connects. Cresu has the movement here. The weapon toss from Blue ends up taking out the teammate.
You know, in Blue's defense, that weapon throw was like covering a lot of options for the red team, but it also covered the only option Cresu had to make it back. So Blue goes down shortly afterwards, and that could be a huge blunder here going into game number 4 as Luna and Java get a nice 2-piece onto Cresu, getting some extra credit damage on there from Java. The big factor here is Luna, though, right? Java goes down, and all of a sudden the favors in Blue team here because of how much damage Luna took from losing that first stock so quickly.
Yeah, but even now, looking at the health at the top right, it's not like Luna's that drastically more damaged than anyone else. Mostly looking at Cresu right now, like it's pretty much even. It's just so weird that Luna has to lose that first stock for things to even out.
Oh,
he couldn't interrupt.
I think it's because he slid off the side of the stage a little too much. I don't know. He maybe needed to jump for that. By the way, Blue and Crest have complete control over center. Crest will go for the edge guard on one side and Blue covering the landing on the other. Very confident with both their abilities to close out the stocks here. Java ends up going down to 1 on the top of the stage. Luna could go down right afterwards. Of course he does. There's the neutral signature. Cresu and Blue are now 4 stocks to 2 here in game number 4.
And Cresu is dominating, taking 3 stocks on the second of his. Once again, red team on that back foot. They're on to their final stocks. They need to finish these off. Side sig not going to quite do it. Java tries to get that neutral light there.
Yeah, they're just falling with these side airs now. Some neutral lights are coming through, but Blue and Cresu have not given up center at all for this entire set, basically. And Luna and Java are like, wait, when you are both on the side of the stage and you didn't even get hit off there, that's how much pressure your opponents are really applying there, and that's crazy. They still can't take either of these second stocks here. Is this going to be it? Recovery gets it. Not even enough damage yet.
The dare will finally take Cresu down to that final stock. NSIG not going to land. Oh, if they take down Blue, there is a room where they can get that 2v1 combo.
Yeah, it would have to be like frame perfect because like Cresu's barely damaged at all. And then
okay, the dodge down.
Tough. Luna gets a side air. There goes Blue. Here's the chance.
He's high in the sky,
though. He dodged down.
He's good.
But he didn't get hit by any of the neutral light starters there. And now we're at last stock scenario for the red team. Blue putting up these anti-air neutral lights. Down so does not hit. Java and Luna, despite how much I've been doomsaying like this game, they've been going unhit for a while now. And Crestu's in orange. Okay, Duke, there's a chance.
Taza, you're trying to jinx him. I can feel it in the way you're saying every single word. But the nair,
what do you mean?
The recovery, Blue almost going to do it another nair, and it's all left to Java in the 1v2.
All right, Java.
He dodged back into it. Wow. The active frames of the disco, and North America going down to the elimination bracket again.
Yeah, that's a classic Java maneuver to see. He does like this dash forward. He does his dash jump.
It's a dash jump, but yeah, follows back path.
He loves doing this all the time, and the down heavy unarmed actually just lingers long enough to just completely cover it. And it like got him in the backswing of it, sent him out the right side of the stage. And that's Blue and Crestu winning 3-1, which is like them getting a win in this set was not unexpected to me, but winning that confidently was very surprising to me. Because as much as I was saying, Java and Luna, what is this pairing actually going to do? It ended up being a lot more of a struggle for them than I thought. Luna just, without a support, without a tank that's holding him in place, he actually is just getting wrecked.
It definitely felt like a little bit more of a struggle for this red team for sure. Blue team, they knew what to do, especially like that swap to the Bryn, just having a lot more stage control, being able to move around a little bit better with that high movement speed. I think really paid off for Cresu and Blue, and they're continuing on.
Yeah, we're seeing these highlights here right now. Fortress of Lions. A lot of these moments, actually, that were very interesting, where it's just like Java and Luna separated on either side of the stage recovering. And some teams, I think, will take an approach where they'll be like, okay, who's the player that we want to get rid of their stock first? And they'll both edge guard that player together. And Crest and Blue were very content just holding center and letting them have their own corner guards there. And that was interesting to me. I think I'm more of the persuasion of like, okay, who's the person that's actually a threat here? Is it Luna? Let's both put our efforts into making sure they don't get back, because if Java's here with 3 stocks and Luna has 0, I don't really care. But whatever works, right?
Yeah.
Blue and Crestu did a really fantastic job in that entire set, playing to their game plan. And they're moving on to the winner's bracket to fight against Wes and Laura's because of it.
Very interesting. We got Blue and Cresu. You can see the damage numbers put out there. Definitely a pretty spear-heavy game on the European side. You know, right? 616 from Blue, 512 on the side of Cresu. And then on the other side, pretty even splits, even still more spear coming out from Java, 612, and then Luna predominantly on the gauntlets with that 635.
Holy cow. Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out on the gauntlets coming out there from Luna. Some unarmed play from Java, which is not too unusual. We didn't get to talk too much about it, but he's like innovated a lot of weapon throw, pickup combos that he likes to do with hammer and with spear as well. But yeah, that set's going to be leading us into our next set, Duke, which we were talking about Wes and Laura's, and I think we're just going straight into another Blue and Cresu match against Wes and Laura's.
So they're just in the hot seat.
I think Wes and Laura's are the only pure South America team that's here at Valencia. I think U's teamed with Fozy, and those are the 3 that came here to compete.
As far as I'm seeing, those are the 3 who came. And like you said earlier, U's and Fozy already on the elimination side of things.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Coco and Spyrox, just 3 of them, which is like a team that it's interesting. If this was a seasonal, right? Coco and Spyrox would be getting a lot of conversation from you and Sparky in the pre-show, right? But because this is a LAN and there's so many different teams here, I don't know. Did you guys talk about Coco and Spyrox a bit?
Did not. We did not get to talk about
But like in hindsight, you think about it and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense that Coco and Spyrox are doing so well here, because they're 2 players that in singles we really just don't think about at all. But in doubles, they have the potential to honestly get into grand finals of any EU championship if they're playing hot enough. So that's really cool to see. But that's not the team that we got coming up next. Coco and Spyrox versus Escrape and Machete is happening, I think, at a pools match somewhere. And that's going to be a really interesting match because Escrape and Machete has 2 upsets going through here. I'm just now seeing that they 3-2'd Kostlix and Zyder after 3-2'ing Sandstorm and Impala. Which
they're taking out the NA
we're
team.
both teams that were seeded to beat them.
Is there any NA team still in the upper bracket?
Radish and McD.
Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
And so this is, even though when my predictions eventually get shown on screen, I will disclaimer to say whoever was the guy, that was me, who wrote those in there, didn't think too hard about it. The 2 teams that I actually think that are in contention for winning this event this weekend are Acno and Blaze and Radish and McD. Those are the 2 teams that I think are really up there with a surprise top 3 visit by Godly Indies. I think that's what's going to be happening this weekend as we go through it. But Radish and McD, what I didn't expect to see was them being the only North American team that's on winner's side at this point in the bracket, because we're not even in top 8 yet. But they're there waiting to fight against Godly Indies. So if Godly Indies win that, then we might just have a pure EU top 3, and that would be really exciting.
South America's still here.
Dolores, that's right.
Hater.
Yeah, you're right. I just didn't think about it. Okay. All right. Not a hater. I was just thinking about North America versus the world at that point, right? And that's not the case anymore. That's like some 2019 brand that's coming out there.
It's not all about North America anymore.
Well, because it was just the NA versus EU for years.
Yes.
And now South America is beating both.
South America is doing very well, and of course we got South America up next with Wes and Laura's. Currently PRs 1 and 2 for their region. On the other side, Blue and Cresu, not as impressive numbers, but they also just knocked Luna and Java down, so definitely still a team that you gotta kind of give them credit.
Yeah, Blue's got this slow burn improvement style as well once he's finally locked in with a teammate. Like, I feel like when a really crazy change to how the game is played happens, Blue's going to be the last one to adapt, but when he does, he'll start winning again.
Okay.
And that's what I feel like I've been seeing for the past year or 2. There's been a lot of things changing with the landscape of the players that have been playing and what characters are very good. Right? I think the way that Blue dominated with for a year or 2 just isn't as good anymore. And then when we have things that's being showcased actually here in Valencia for the first time, the addition of dash canceling, which is like when you input a dash right before you land on the ground. You could use this on platforms or on the ground alike. We usually have only been seeing players do this in between stocks, but I'm looking for a great moment to be like, hey, that only worked because of a dash cancel, but you see that little snappier movement, and then you can also pivot that to make it easier to get like landing, dash pivot, side lights, or things like that. Extend combos and strings. It's still relatively new, so I wouldn't expect it to be super integrated into like the doubles environment, let alone the singles environment. But that'll be interesting to see if something like that happens, and if Blue, much to my surprise, maybe integrates that or not. I don't think that he would, but we'll have to see. But yeah, as for Blue and Crest here up against Wes and Lores, I think it's fair for me to give this solidly in favor of Wes and Lores. I wouldn't say this is the same thing as the matchup from before. What do you think?
No, I absolutely agree. I got a lot of faith in this team of Wes and Lores. I mean, just the way that the way that Lores was playing at Dreamhack Dallas, this guy has just been consistently growing as a player overall in 1v1s and 2v2s. So I got a lot of faith in him, and of course, this time he's got a teammate who speaks his same language. So there's really a lot of potential on this team, but Wes trying to get some setups, and again, Cresu doing that job of interrupting.
Yeah. Laura's one of the... There is a Kaya main in the top 8 of each region. He is South America's representative there. And it's so cool because they all play Kaya so differently compared to like how Impala likes to play it or how like Acro likes to play it. Ends up going down to that ground pound there off the right side of the stage, though. And that double knockout going over to Blue means a really solid lead for the EU team here. Going into game number 1.
Yeah, Blue looking really good. Got that ground pound on the right side, covering the wall on Lores, and then end up picking up a recovery there. Lores going to dash away from that down sig, but still gets punished there after whiffing the down sig of his own.
Yeah, that down... It's funny calling when you just hold the down sig a whiff, but that's really what it is. And then you just let the opponent like slowly double jump above them and then land with a down air. But they managed to get those 2 knockouts there shortly afterwards, not taking too much damage themselves. The game's still in a relatively even state. It's going to be up to how Loris... ouch. Like, I hit by like 3 things.
Wes tried to interrupt and just added damage onto Loris instead.
Yeah, that was brutal. Loris taking a ton of damage there, and Wes could follow shortly afterwards. Interesting to note that Wes is opening up with a Rayman here instead of playing a Lance character for game number 1.
Yeah, definitely would have expected like an Olgrim and a Orion to come out from Wes, but I mean, a lot of people like those gauntlets in the 2v2 space. I can't blame them for wanting it. The down sig comes out, Wes gonna get launched.
Yeah, it's like a comfort pick from like, you talk about the Olgrim with the axe, and you have the gauntlets for the setups with the Kaya. When we were looking at Blue and Crestu, right, we don't have that gauntlet set up there. It's a very EU traditional team of just double axe coming out from them here, or axe and double spear.
It was like, where's the second axe?
Yeah, you're right. But
I mean, Crestu's definitely like classic EU 2v2 team characters.
Yeah.
Blue, he's just been playing the Kaya for so long.
What? Wait, what?
He fast fell into the recovery. And
Yeah, but I thought Loris was like out of jumps when he did that ground pound.
Oh.
So it was just a really weird recovery to me. But I could have been wrong. Gets that extra damage in there. And when Blue has 2 stocks, you might as well get as much extra damage as you can. Oh, dodges into the down heavy again. It's the second time that we've seen the interaction. Just in 2 sets.
He's just ready for that, man. You gotta be careful about the way you're dodging into your opponents there. Blue chasing unarmed, gets the side air to beat out Wes, and here comes a team combo attempt, but Crestu's just helping to set up for Blue.
I mean, no, it should have been a team combo. Blue was just kind of like, I'm going to double D-line side there, because Blue really was the star of the show there. 5 knockouts, so over 600
damage.
Yeah, 600 damage. What else happened there? There was a moment where he dash jumped, used all of his jumps to go for an unarmed Sair to like edge guard on the way back, where I was like, man, that looks like Fina and Hattori, but he didn't even have the spear to do it, right? Blue playing very aggressive off stage that game.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I really feel like the last set just helped set up Blue and Crestu for this one, because I think Blue's got a lot more confidence now that he's got the trust that Crestu's going to come save him.
Yeah, Blue and Crest are playing fantastic. Wes and Loris are staying with this composition here so far. Down take goes into the sidelight D-light. That's a ton of damage going on to Loris' first stock there. And Kaya's not traditionally the legend that I would say is going to get deleted as soon as the game starts. But they are changing my opinion on that, because my goodness, so much damage has gone through here. Cider will land. Wes tries to get some sort of revenge knockout there, but not enough damage is there for his own Cider to do it. Raven gets a sidelight into Stair. Good fall on the Cider from Crestu as well. Wes taking a ton of damage himself.
Yeah, this is just Blue team starting to steamroll a little bit. Lores not able to get any sort of footing, any momentum. Again, the whiff down sig, and Blue just comes in. Both downlight to punish recovery, trying to take down Crestu on the left side, but Crestu's still holding on. And again, Lores throwing out those down sigs.
Yeah, down 6 are coming through. I don't think we've seen one connect yet. Falling side air is going to be Wes's stock, and Lores still hasn't taken a stock off the blue team. Double pogo to ground pound. He had to use all of his jumps to come back. That was good recovery. Wes ends up getting some friendly fire there, though. We've been seeing a lot of that friendly fire that, like, maybe the idea is there that he's trying to save his teammate, but that's not how it's playing out on screen.
Yeah, ends up just adding more damage onto him. Neutralite not going to even put Blue off screen. Blue and Cressy both deep red, finally getting taken down, but man, they added so much damage onto Lores and Wes.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting. I mean, I don't want to be so rude as to call it anti-synergy, but like Wes is hitting Lores quite a bit, like so, and just nothing else is happening afterwards. And then Lores is like having to struggle so much to be able to get in now, having so much damage onto his person. Recovery comes through, gravity cancel, neutralite right afterwards. That was so brilliant from Blue to be able to deal with that attempted revenge knockout from Lores.
Okay, falling Nair there, coming out from Lores. Another Nair, ends up picking up Cressy there, but still, Red Team just has been behind.
Yeah, Sarah will take him down to his last stock, and Wes and Lores just can't get a single thing started against the blue team from EU. Neutral Sig will take down Blue. If they could get this knockout right here, it's a dead even game. And all the work that Blue and Cressy had done could potentially just go away.
Okay, the recovery, and suddenly this one is actually looking doable for this red team, but you see them splitting really far away. Not even looking for the team combo. Down 6 come out. Nice weapon toss into the unarmed, and Blue's going to get up safely.
I can't believe that ground pound from Lores did not connect there. Blue ends up taking so much damage off stage. That's like the benefit of just having Axe in general, right? If you end up hitting 4 attacks in a row, you might as well have somebody already at a point where they can get knocked out by an Axe recovery. Blue and Wes are the players to look at here. Who could go down first? Downlight side air will send them off stage. Ground pound comes through. Does Wes have the jumps to make it back?
Lores in position, just going to give some coverage there, and Wes does get the wall touch, avoids the Axe recovery. Top of the map, Blue gets taken out by the Rayman hit. I thought it was the Nair from Lores.
But could do this. Oh, backswing of the ground pound does not hit, or the recovery, and 2 weapon throws is not even necessary there as Crest can't make it back, and that was a clutch game 2 coming out from Wes and Lores. They were behind the entire game, evened it up on the last stocks there, and then were able to focus fire Blue down and be able to get that 2v1 edge guard. But I mean, Crest was an Axe recovery away. Even the backswing of it would have been able to get a knockout again in the 1v1, and he could have won that match.
Yeah, I mean, both teams did have their moments where they were just surviving for so incredibly long. Like Cressy and Blue, you can see at the top of the map, they were so deep red on their initial stocks, and then on the other side, Wes and Lores on their final stocks were able to extend for an incredibly long amount of time and end up closing that one out.
Yeah, that game state being a Wes Lores victory is very surprising to me. But that's where we are, and now we're in game number 2, where it's basically a best of 3 now, right?
You say it like that.
You know why I'm saying it like that. Anyways, but it's been mostly
such
on
hater
energy, which is interesting actually. I wonder if it was because they were against Java and Luna that we had so many single plat stages to begin with. Because now it's between these 2 teams. We've been on Demon Island every single time.
Yeah. No platforms, they just want this long range, long runway. Even though like none of their characters are really team. Oh, nice pickup there.
Yeah, that was really great timing. Whoa, side air's going either way. No player going down just yet. West tried to get that gravity cancel sidelight wake up, and the recovery comes through. Still looking for a first stock, dude. Who's it gonna be? Blue trying to snipe with the gravity cancel neutral light, and it's just not working out. That deal recovery will finally do it.
Ooh, exhausted recovery coming out from West, just trying to put out that big hitbox there, but ends up getting taken down by Cressy.
Edgeguard opportunity. Nothing after that one pogo. Just going back to center stage, trying to deny weapons from West. I like it. Blue and Cressy have a very clear game plan to me, which is that if their damage isn't super deep in red, you're going to hit them once off stage to make them uncomfortable, and then go right back to the very center. Cressy goes down. Blue still holding on to 3 here. Could get this new weapon coming in. Side air edge. Okay, team combo opportunity. Silent nair to nair again. That was awesome. West just jumped a little bit too far. I don't think he was expecting the pivot nair there. I think they were just thinking that they were going to keep taking turns crossing each other up. But look at that. Lawrence going down super early.
I do like that attempted hopscotch there from the red team, but unfortunately, Laura's going to go down, and now Blue. Oh my gosh, I just noticed Blue's still sitting on that first stop. Yes,
okay.
Yes, I did.
I forgot like the audience looking at me after that one. It was back to this. Yeah, Blue finally going down to 2 stocks here. As Laura has just been sitting on 1 stock for like what, a good minute and a half now. It's been crazy how fast it's been getting knocked out actually.
Now really a lot of pressure on West to be that person, take that point control. get that lead back for the team, because if Loras gets too aggressive, you're seeing already. He's just taking damage every time he puts out some.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that a lot of the times. Whoa, I thought Wes was going to...
Yeah, I thought he was going to hit Loras.
Right as I was going to say that Wes is putting some friendly fire on the Loras, it's not helping with how much damage that he's been taking here. Wes putting up these down six, trying to get some early knockouts, but this is not quite as salvageable as the last game was, I'd say, especially after that side stick comes through.
All right, Wes left into the 1v2. 3 stocks left on the blue team. I hesitate to say that this is doable just because this is really hard to take down 3 stocks, and he's focusing down blue, but Crestu's still sitting on that final stock very healthy.
They had a potential to just like do infinite spear recoveries there on that landing, and Wes would have never been able to land down there. But no, that's not what they go for. They go for the side stick instead. It's very, very difficult to have X in a 1v2 scenario outside of only using Sair, because so many of your moves, even your combos, lock you into doing something that's going to be like 80 to 160 frames of animation, right? That neutral light comes through, it's not just one swing, it's 2 swings. And he had enough time to dash forward and charge a side stick before knocking him out there. So really tough situation. Like you said, you were hesitating to even call it doable in that situation.
Well, clearly wasn't doable. Blue and Crestu now up 2-1. Man, they're making those upsets happen. Even this time, you weren't sitting on the fence. We went into it and you were like,
I'm still not.
I think this is Wes and Loras. But
I really think that Wes and Loras should be running away with it, but there's something about how they're playing that's making me go, what the heck's happening here? Why is Wes smacking Loras with the axe so much? I don't really get it. We're in Apocalypse now. The platform might be able to make a difference, but the one thing that's not a problem for Blue and Crestu, right, is that when they're playing their game plan, they're separating their opponents. I'm not seeing a single bit of friendly fire outside of when Blue is like, hold on, I want 5 knockouts, right? It's so crazy how consistently they're playing together here against a team here that's really struggling to find their footing.
I know Crestu is not just like Blue 2.0, but oh, what a follow-up from Crestu. But just like the way that Blue managed to find a teammate who would also kind of play his game of like, we'll play control. We'll just get those hits, knock them away, and then we'll just continue to have this control. And it's just working so well for this blue team as Laura's going to go down there on the left side. Wes still on this Rayman here in game number 4. Not a knockout onto Crestu.
Yeah, that sider comes through, and that's not going to take Blue out just yet. Finally takes Crestu down. Blue goes back to center stage. That side stick will do. Not even do that. I can't believe it. Blue's still holding on there. I wonder if it's even worth it to hold on at this point, because he could get knocked back and spend... Let's see what happens here. This is something that we talked about a few times, where it's like you have so much damage that it's not worth spending the 5 seconds recovering because your teammate will take a lot of damage here. But Crestu actually just went unscathed the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing is like, that's a good strategy when you're playing against a team that likes to 2v1 combo, but it's not like Flores and Wes are really 2v1 comboing. They're honestly kind of just playing friendly 2v2s right now.
Yeah, they don't even really have an alley-oop, to be honest. Like, I haven't seen like a Sair into a Sair.
No.
A lot of the times it's just Wes tacking on more damage than the Loras, and with Loras going down and Wes having to duck underneath that weapon throw, this could be a 4-stock to 2 situation real quick, and it could have just been that one game was a fluke on Blue and Crestu's part, because I've seen a lot of struggling come out for the red team, and the blue team, the more that I'm looking at Blue and Crestu, the more I'm like, how are they PR 11 and 15 in their region? They're playing fantastic.
Definitely looking very solid here at Dreamhack Valencia. Wes trying to get more damage put out. The axe hits not quite connecting as Lorez does manage to get in, but Blue with that ground pound puts Wes down to his final stock alongside Lorez.
Sidelight doesn't get the nair right afterwards. Recovery will take him off the top. Blue goes down to 1 stock, and Lorez holding on a little bit better this time around. Wes in the gauntlets trying to catch a nair. Crestu flying around in the sky there. Team combo opportunity. Doing the anti-airs here with the nair. Crestu still doesn't go down. What's it going to be, Duke? I don't really see anybody getting anything started here. I think like the match is starting to get tense in a really serious way at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, the red team definitely knows that this is a pretty dire situation. Yes, everyone's in final stocks, but you can see Lorez really just sitting back, hugging that wall, waiting for his opportunity to get in, and he's not able to get the nair for the chase dodge. It's all left to Wes in the 1v2 again, and the Sair from Crestu. EU takes down another team.
Okay, yeah, that's huge. Blue and Crestu are coming in strong for Europe here in 2v2s, because that's a North America team and a South America team that have both been knocked down by a team that was not seeing even make it this far to begin with. And those were 2-3-1s, right? So it's a very dominant victories coming up from them. And that means that they're going to be in the winter semifinal against Acno and Blaze.
Wow.
And like, I've casted enough Blue versus Acno and Blaze to last a lifetime, but I'm actually very excited to see that again because it's with this new team of Blue and Crestu as opposed to being Blue and Simple.
It feels different. It feels refreshing a little bit because it's been a while since we've seen Blue. It's a little bit of that like Coke Classic after Coke changed up the formula, and now we're coming back. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, you're not a soda guy. That's fine. You drink water, and that probably makes you healthier. But I like soda.
Yeah. Is it? I guess the bow is the transfer over there, though, right? Because I feel like Classic Blue is playing Koji no matter what game mode he's playing. And now that Kaya is out and he's just finally picked a different character, he's picked Kaya in the past.
Oh, I guess to be fair, I'm not saying Blue is back to the classics as much as it's classic to see Blue again.
That's fair. Yeah, no, it's really fun to see. And Kretsu is honestly playing fantastic. It's the best that I've ever seen Kretsu play for a bit. And Blue very happy as well after those wins coming through. So that's going to be them moving in the winner's semifinal against Acno and Blaze, who got a 3-1 victory over Pavelski and XJ Cool J. The matchup that we got coming up next is one that I am incredibly excited for. I just wish it was happening, you know, in top 5 instead of as a qualifier for top 8. It's Godly and Knees versus Radish and Meg D.
Well, that's a very exciting set. I'm looking forward to it, but we're not going to it just yet.
Oh.
No, because we got to take a short little break. We got to give some people some time to get some more snackies and drinks and whatnot. Maybe stretch their legs. It's a long flight here to Valencia. But we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you that set that Taza was just talking about. So we'll be right back. What is up, y'all? Estamos aquí. We are here at Brawlhalla Valencia for more action. Taza, you were getting ready and excited for a set. Do you want to get into it now that we have time to?
Godly Knees, Radish McD.
Okay.
And these two teams in particular, I was thinking I was going to see both of them in top 3, and now that it's happening this early, there's still a chance later on, but it's a lot less likely. As for the head-to-head, when it comes to both of them going up against each other, I think I'm a little Radish McD favorite.
Yeah?
Just a little bit.
I mean, you were definitely hyping them up earlier, right? Yeah. When you're just trying to talk about two teams that you think are going to do really well this weekend. Mm-hmm. And I now am in this situation where I have to also hype them up because they're the last topside North American team.
Yeah.
And I'm North America pilled, so I have to root for McD Radish now.
And then Godly and Knees as a team together is actually interesting because Godly has been doing so well with Posey for so long, but hasn't been actually getting the win. And Godly was a player who I think was being supported by Posey quite heavily, and I don't know if Knees has the same support talents and twos to be able to do well there. Whereas I've watched Radish McD and I've seen the potential there, and I'm like, oh no, this team is going to be another top NA team in very quick fashion. The way that McD is actually able to play in doubles makes me go, why don't you play like this in singles? Because he changes his playstyle to be so hyper-aggressive for his edge guards. He's so accurate with it as well. Then I'm just kind of like, well, Radish doesn't even have to leave the stage. He could just comfortably throw Petra down sigs on the edge of the stage all the time while McD just goes and cleans up every single stock. They're actually looking very terrifying as a doubles team. I think the only thing that's stopping me from saying that they're guaranteed top 2 is that they're in EU, and I don't know how NA handles jet lag.
That's true. They do have the issue of having to have traveled all the way over here. But man, when I first got to see this team start to play with each other, at first I was like, well, that's weird. I don't really know that I would have put them together, but starting to see that synergy come together and see them actually have these follow-ups and whatnot, it's really kind of been awesome to be like, okay, you know what? I was wrong. I like what I'm seeing here, and they're bringing a lot of really cool stuff to the table. Yeah. And then on the other side, we've got this team of Godly and Knees, and kind of to how you were talking about Luna and Java, I get those same vibes from Godly and Knees, where you have two people who are going to be explosive, they're going to go off stage a little bit too often, they're going to make some mistakes here and there, and we'll see how well it works out.
That's one that I'm not so certain about, though, because I haven't really thought too hard about how Knees plays in doubles.
Okay.
Right? I do think, in my head, I'm like, hypothetically, it should be the same thing that we just saw with Java and Luna. But maybe they've been working on something in preparation for this, because it's not like Godly and Fozy aren't both here, right? They've decided not to team with each other for a reason, and that means that Godly might be looking for that new stable teammate. And so if he's doing that with Knees, maybe they're developing a play style that works really well with them that I'm going to be surprised by today. And that's what I'm going to be looking for. Otherwise, I do think it's Radish McD favorite.
Yeah, it definitely was a conscious decision. Godly and Fozy, of course, were such a strong team in the European region, but then didn't do as well at both Dallas and San Diego. So I think they were like, you know what, we got to try to bring something different to the table as we start looking towards the World Championship at the end of the year. And so they're trying to figure out what is going to be that team combination that's going to work out for them. And maybe they'll have something practiced. One thing that's really nice for this team, Knees, of course, going to be, that's the person on your screen right now, the one who has a pretty wide character pool. One person in particular that he's got under the belt, Diana, who's been giving McD a lot of trouble in North America. BB Balloon Boy, had to slip that name in there. And who has he been doing really well with? Diana, the down light, jump, gravity cancel, turnaround down two.
Really reaching for that Balloon Boy call out.
If Knees has been doing his homework on the NA region, might see that come out.
Is that what it takes, Balloon Boy? I'm thinking about the Twitter thread where he's like, how do I know when I'm a professional player? It's like, well, being talked about on stream when I'm not there, that might be it. That might be it. Anyways, I think their Diana's play a little differently. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be... It would be interesting if you brought out Diana.
It's likely the cross.
There was a little bit of experimentation, I think, with Luna and Snowy bringing out Diana over cross, and then just went right back over cross. But that would be curious. I think he's also brought out some picks that people just thought were like, haha me. Okay, I thought it was haha Mimi. It was when he played the Vrax. Okay, and then he actually did really well with the Vrax. I don't think he's going to play Vrax in doubles, but that's also there. I think in general, Knees has a lot of really good Blasters Legends, Scythe Legends, Bow Legends, and those are the 3 that we could expect. And then any other weapons that they have as a peripheral is just like something that's there. And if they happen to have both, then it's just a really strong choice.
Yeah.
I know his guitars are all right because he plays the Lucian and he's actually fought Luna head-to-head in the Lucian duels, but I think we could safely assume that unless it's a guitar one-trick, you're not going to be seeing guitars in doubles.
Okay. Yeah, and then on the other side, Godly, he's been mostly playing Gauntlet characters in the double space. Meg D has pretty much only played the Val or the Wushang in the double space, and then he's been going up alongside of Radish, who's pretty much never swapped off of the Petra, except for when he's kind of splashing in some Tezca for a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to think if Meg D's ever played as a Surrey in doubles, and I realized what I said about guitars, and I went, oh, of course he didn't. Yeah, it's mostly been... I'd actually be surprised if he brought the Wushang out now.
He's been playing the Chun-Li.
Really?
Pretty sure.
I believe you. My memory's just
It's
hazy.
fine. I like to lie to you sometimes, so...
Yeah, is that true? Is that what's happening
it's
right now?
not true at all. See, now you don't know. Am I the twin that says the truth always, or the twin that lies all the time?
What I was trying to say is that I view Meg D as a sword main.
Yeah.
And so I would be expecting him to be favoring sword characters over going to something particular like the Chun-Li, which might... I don't know. It could work with Radish. Like I'm not going to be like, no, he's not going to play it, but also I'm thinking that he's been playing so much sword lately. Why would he play anything other than the Val? We'll have to find out. We see some character hovers there from their most reported Mordex on Knees and Godly on Wushang, but also high possibility that Godly brings out the Mordex or the Rayman. Honestly, he's played quite a bit of Rayman in doubles, but it was because he had that Zariel support from Fozy. So it's hard to say.
It is going to be really
Fozy
interesting.
Played Zariel with Fuse. No, go ahead.
Well, we didn't see it. But it is going to be really interesting because, again, like Godly and Knees, when they have their other teammates, I could have easily seen them be the cross player on their teams. But now they're both in that position again where, like, does one of them want to be that Onyx player on the team? Does one of them want to try to bring something else and see how well it works alongside Cross?
It has to be Knees because I don't think Godly actually can play support. Like
I don't think Knees can play support.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's so tough. It's so tough to. I mean, you know, Brawlhalla is not so one-dimensional that you even have to have this. It's just what we've seen teams with the most success have, which is the one player that goes crazy, reckless abandon, and then the other player that's just like constantly trying to reel them in to make sure that they don't go too crazy and they can actually continue to win the game. And I feel like Godly and Knees fit the description of the very aggressive players in that sense. So we'll have to see if they're just so... And that's the other thing, right? I think that works when you're so much better than your opponents that you can just outplay them all the time, individual 1v1s, and not have any team combos. But I don't think that's going to work against Radish and Meg D, who are winning championships or like getting top threes constantly, right? We're looking at, I think Meg D's PR number 3 right now in North America, in singles alone.
It says 9, though.
Those are double.
Oh, you said in singles. I was going to just
you're right.
be facetious, but...
Just like I just pointed at a 9 and said, that's 3.
He's been over 3 right now.
Divided by 3.
You're like, they get top 3 all the time. I'm like, bro, there's only 1 bronze medal on there right now.
Yeah, but that's from, and actually, that's actually a good call out now that I think about it, because Radish and Meg D are such a 2023 team.
Yeah.
They already have a top 3 under that. Where like, I know that you said that you looked at them and you're like, that's weird. I don't expect anything from them. That's exactly what I thought going into Winters, right? And into the rest of the year. And so watching them have such a crazy come up to be able to be a team that can place top 3 in North America in doubles, that's really hard to do when you have the staple like 4 of like what was Boomy Sandstorm, Cody Travis Faison, Luna Snowy, etc. Right? Java Fakey. There's more that I'm not thinking of right now. But Radish and Meg D are just part of that list now. I guess at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, even like of the teams that we've been seeing today, or the teams that we've been talking about today, they're one of the longest running teams at this point, just because Godly and Knees, they literally teamed up for this event, whereas Meg D and Radish have been together for a while now.
Relatively.
Like comparatively, right? You know?
Yeah, it's funny to think about. Just and no, yeah, I can't even say that it's the EU narrative of the teams are weird, because all the players that they could have teamed with are here.
Yeah, they could have.
New teams.
They wanted to switch it up.
There's just 2 new teams. They're getting ready to go on this game #1 pretty soon. We've got Creed, part of the Creed showcase.
Maker of helpful tools for Brawlhalla Esports. Potentially doing it right now. He's literally got his laptop in his lap.
ProStats.Brawlhalla.com.
Yeah.
That's the right one, right? Yeah, I got the thumbs up from Creed. Check it out. You can look up this head-to-head in 2v2s, actually, if you click in the 2v2 section. Just type in Megd and Radish. And then Godly. Well, actually, do Godly and Knees have any history?
Together?
Creed, check that for me.
3.
We'll get word on that a little bit. We got Kid 1 coming up.
So Godly is going to be the one who's putting on this.
No way. They're so
Onyx.
going to get destroyed.
Okay.
I went the wrong mindset for a second. Hold on, actually, it might be great. Seeing Godly on the cannon is going to be really fun. If he can do well with it, I will gladly be wrong about that. But seeing Godly opening up here on the Onyx, this is the support character pick, right? That's what you do. And Knees is the cross player in this sense, which I think is better. Like if I was going to compare Knees versus Godly, I think that Knees has the better cross compared to Godly when it comes to what they're strong at. Anyways, in this game number 1, Godly's opened up and taking a ton of damage here. Radish on the Tesca with Megd and the Chun-Li, which is what you said that he's been playing.
Yep.
And it's all coming back to me.
Cannon toss, saving Knees there. Oh, and the disco to follow up for that extra damage.
Okay.
And Sig, all right, red team not getting destroyed per Taz's
No, in
prediction.
fact, they're actually doing very, very well, and that was off of 2 alley-oops off the same setup, right? And they used that downtime to get even better hits there. But it is the first stock, and Megd and Radish clean up right afterwards, right? And that's what you want to look for in these scenarios. When you go down and your team gets swept off the board, do they sweep right back and they go back to an even game? And Radish and Megd absolutely have the chops to be able to do that.
Okay.
The
set up
DI.
there, double end light. So yeah, he's gonna DI up and out of that one.
Yeah, that's it's always fun to see whether they will do it or not. Like, because sometimes players just have their hands off the keyboard when they're getting comboed, and you're like, wait a second, after the 4th gauntlet end light, you just gotta like tap up.
Ooh.
The dunk, okay, sends him off the right side of the stage.
Nice
Weapon
weapon
throw
toss.
covers his head. Radish goes for a downer, but doesn't fast fall. The down tick ends up hitting both his teammate and his opponent, but Knees doesn't go off the top. Pogo's and the Sair doesn't hit either. But so far, really close game.
The end sig comes out from Godly. Recovery attempted from Megd. Wants to clean up the stock count. Side sig and Godly not able to interrupt. Downlight side air, and suddenly the blue team with the lead.
Yeah, Radish and Megd bringing this back, albeit barely. Megd could go down to a gauntlet recovery, unarmed recovery, not enough to do it there, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it was. That will take him down, and Radish has to avoid getting hit by the setup. You see Godly going to the other side, trying to dare him in. There's one, gets the downer as well. Megd trying to interrupt and actually just gets hit by the recovery from Knees himself. So, blue team taking a ton of damage there, trying to stop that team combo, but their own coming through. D-like ground pound? No, down thing afterwards. That was so close to being a really sick combo, though.
Yeah, I mean, they had to improv that with the unarmed coming out from Megd as he had just respawned. Still able to put out a decent amount of damage here. Eyes are on Radish, though, as the most damaged person on the screen. Left side, Megd gets in, gets that neutral light target swap over to Godly.
Oh, and Megd putting out the down lights. Pulls it down, and Godly not falling for it. Sends him off the left side of the stage. Godly waiting for that landing of the recovery here. Knees gets it down, sig slides forward. And Radish goes up the right side of the stage. Megd now in a 1v2, and the down sig after the nair means Godly and Knees take game number 1. And I am so pleasantly surprised, Duke. I really didn't see that kind of performance coming out from both of them, but they took a chapter out of NA's book and they said, okay, what's winning in this region? It's cross Onyx, okay. Chronix, as Sparky likes to say. I'm never going to get used to it. But I'll say it anyways.
The good old Chronix, and you know what? It's working very well for them.
It is.
We were coming into this and we were like, man, I don't know who's going to do what, how well it's going to work. But really, it's looking solid. You're not seeing these going too insane off stage, and you're seeing Godly actually doing a really good job of playing that support role. You saw those weapon tosses to save Knees. You saw the setups and the follow-ups off of all these hits. Even there, right? Knees hits a neutral light. He immediately comes over, hits the side air. Godly and Knees are looking like a very established 2v2 team already.
Yeah, and they're not messing around when it comes to the setups to be able to get these knockouts. When they are in a 2v1 scenario or they have somebody off stage and they're recovering, they're going right over to what's the fastest way to take my opponent's stock. We're seeing these really quick 2 or 3 hits into a neutral sig or to like the cross down sig to be able to get those stocks super early on. And now that Megd and Radish have had a taste of the pressure, I want to see if they're able to do anything about it. The neutral light and the weapon throw. Can he make it back? He can. Recovery comes through, and Knees and Godly take 2 quick stocks right at the very beginning. And Duke, this might just be...
So many words that you could say, and yet just tragedies are abound right now as blue team just falling apart. Megd already getting into the red. Side sig comes out, finally going to take down the stock of Knees ground pound. puts Godly down, but still Megdi has taken a lot of damage already.
Yeah, Megdi and Radish clawing to be able to get the lead back in their favor here, and they really are fighting against a ton of pressure from Nees and Godly because I do not feel them feel phased at all from losing those stocks. Radish winning a lot against Godly in the 1v1 on the boots. That's 3 times now that he sent Godly back off stage. And Megdi's holding his own against Nees. At this point, he just doesn't have to lose the stock. But now that Godly and Nees are back together again, I fear that these stocks could fly off of one good nair from either of the Gauntlet players.
Oh, Nees trying to rotate over there, trying to get a hit out. Radish, offstage opportunity. Godly's behind him, and Radish just target swap, sets up for a down sig, but was that a dare?
Okay.
Second dare, Radish.
Radish is crazy because he used the active input on the boot Sair, which isn't the most damaging or the highest knockback, to get out of the way of Godly following up, to be able to get that knockout there. That was so incredible. The side comes through, gets the friendly fire on Radish, and the recovery from Godly means they even it up, and it's a dead even game once again, dude.
I mean, that was impressive plays coming out from the blue team to bring this one back. Radish's boots, in particular, really popped off by keeping the red team split and getting that damage put out onto Godly.
Yeah, he like won 4 interactions against Godly alone, and that really brought it back, for sure. The boots are carrying, and whenever they can get Nees and Godly separated, it's actually working out huge in their favor.
Yo.
Recovery comes through, and Radish tries to get the nair on the fall down there. Great team combo opportunity on both of the red team opponents here. Still really close game. Nice save coming up from Megdi, but he gets caught. The Sair, the neutral sig hits, and now red team takes the lead right back.
Weapon toss from Radish, trying to get the interrupt. Both blue team members off stage. Megdi's sweating. Save attempt, but he can't get it. It's all left to Radish. Wall touch opportunity here, and it's the recovery from Nees.
Okay, the recovery from Nees ends that second game there. And I still feel like this set could go to distance, right? These games have been so close. I feel like each game, Radish and Megdi are looking at this and being like, oh my god, why is the pressure so high here? I'm realizing the strength that Godly and Nees now have, and this is why I was looking forward to seeing them, is that even though Godly's on the Onyx, and he is playing that role for Nees, it's still Godly on Gauntlets, right? It doesn't matter how defensive stat line your character is, he's still going to be doing amazing. Radish is doing his best to keep him at bay with the boots, but Nees is just an unstoppable force of nature here in game number 3. So let's see how this plays out. So far, blue team tends to take a huge beating, brings it back, and then barely loses the game. And that's what we've seen twice in a row. If that happens again, I think it's just a 3-0 for Nees and Godly.
I really wish we were getting last stock blue team on their first stocks. If we can get that from them, then I think they can start to bring out the pressure. They're getting a lot of damage put out on the Nees already, though.
Radish just throwing like 3 N6s in a row now. Nees going off the top there super early on in the game, which is good. This is what you said you were hoping for. And we're getting that last stock performance at the beginning of game number 3.
Oh,
huge dare off that down tick as well. Oh, and he gets the down tick on his own as he tries to dodge back to the stage, and now it's 6 stocks to 4. Radish and Megdi with the first lead of the set.
Can they maintain it, though? Nees comes in, gets the side light into second side light, into the recovery. Team combo. Godly dashes into the end sig, and unfortunately, Megdi able to get away from it.
Nice save there. Tries to go for neutral signature. Another one. Radish is just signature happy right now. He's going to go crazy on the Tuska 6. It's like a light attack and a signature every other move. And it's working. He's hitting so many of them against his opponents, and this adaptation could be what exactly they need to bring into a game 4. Sidelight and recovery ends up hitting his teammate.
Side sig comes out. Nees is going to get thrown off the left side. Godly off stage.
Weapon throw.
Challenging the spear. The weapon throw up. Going to keep him up, but Radish rotates over it downlight side air.
Dude, Radish on the Tuska is like popping off this game. What is happening? And then Megdi just cannot be knocked out. Godly and Nees are looking at this, and it's kind of like, I feel like they're like in a cooldown period, right? Like they were just bursting through games number 1 and 2, and now is all their energy gone? Is that what I'm seeing here? Because Radish and Megdi look warmed up.
Oh, the down sig, though, will connect. Puts Radish onto his final stock. Megdi finally losing his first stock. But there's a world here where the red team takes out Radish and team combos to victory.
It is definitely a weird game state. Radish has to be careful. He's been playing mostly as the aggressor here, the bruiser in this matchup, and now Megdi's got to switch those positions. You can see them trying to do that, right? Megdi's standing in front of them with the spear, putting up nairs, boxing it out until Radish can get a weapon. Weapon comes through, does pick up the gauntlets, and I think they're going to continue with this front-to-back playstyle here, where Radish is just going to try to get these grabs, use these side signatures to get some extra damage, maybe get an early knockout, because they don't want to give up this game 3 and go into the elimination bracket this early on in the bracket.
And Megdi really trying to be that front liner there. But he's having a little bit of a hard time getting too much damage out there. You see him get a tap here and there, like a down leg in that side air as well.
It's interesting now that you say that, because I'm thinking that they're having trouble getting damage, and because Megdi's the one taking the lead in the aggression here. But that's just what they have to do. Recovery comes through, and now they can go back to playing how they would like to play. And Godly sweating goes off the right side of the stage. That was an incredible game 3 from Radish. Oh, I wanted to see the damage so bad. It was
Too
so
bad,
close.
Kaza. No
I
damage
think
value.
there was like
for
a
you.
frame where I could have seen it, but I just wasn't ready.
Well,
You know.
we weren't expecting it. But man, those team combos, it's so fascinating to me. So that's twice now where Radish has launched to Megd for the down stick and he goes for a dare afterwards. And I don't know the force values well enough to know if that's optimal versus ground pound.
Boots dare sends at a good angle of knockback. The only thing that it's not optimal about is the amount of damage that it does. I think Boots dare does less damage than unarmed dare. Like, it's a really low damaging move. But the angle that you send people at when you know that your opponent's not going to get knocked out, it's probably good for, like, if you're not certain, because Sarah is so precise. With down air, you just cover like an entire diagonal. I wonder if ground pound is just too slow. That's a good point, though. Ground pound could be nicer. It has some startup, though. Dare is, like, pretty instant.
Yeah, I'm just very curious.
We have to
like,
ask him. Because clearly it's just a setup.
Yeah.
We've seen it like 3 times. We're in game number 4 now, with Radish and Megd bringing it away from a 3-0 for Godly and Knees. And Godly and Knees look a little lost in that last game. Let's see if that happens again here in game number 4. Radish, if there's one thing that I picked up from this game, is that Godly is super uncomfortable against Boots. Like, if Radish gets Godly alone, he is just getting kicked around until he can finally get Knees to help him out. And that might be something that Megd and Radish use to their favor, because Megd is very good at icing opponents out when he needs to.
But on the other side, Godly and Knees maybe starting to recognize like how to play against Megd's approaches. And once again, Megd kind of being a little bit more forward as Knees just ignores him, goes in side 6 Radish off the left side of the map. Good side air follow up.
Megd going down here early on as well does not bode well for the blue team. We saw what happened in game number 1 and number 2, and if they don't equalize right away, they don't just sweep these stocks, I worry that this is going to be a 3-1 and NA is going to be completely out of the winner's side. Look at this team combo, gets the recovery, that's Radish off the top. Megd trying to do something to equalize that here, but Godly and Knees have yet to go down a stock in game number 4 here. Finally shut down. Megd goes for that weapon throw, doesn't get the ground pound though, ends up hitting on the stage, and Godly still holding on.
Man, this is looking real good for the red team as Godly trying to get back up. The down air will finally finish off that first
Force is pretty good.
But
I'm actually was surprised. I did not think that would knock out from being knocked into the wall.
Yeah.
Boots dare is just definitely a move that I'm not too used to just casting. But here we go, D-lane recovery. That's going to be Megd's second stock. It's now a stock apiece. It might just be one stock apiece. Radish just get clobbered by Godly. And Duke, I stand so corrected on the Godly Onyx lock-in, right? I saw that at the very beginning. It was like, my lizard brain just announced that they were going to get destroyed.
You literally saw him walk in, you're like, they're going to get destroyed. I mean, and it's 3-1
That's like me backstage. That's not commentary.
Okay.
I accidentally was just having too much fun. I had to wait and see what would happen. And I do remember saying that I wanted to see what Godly Knees had prepared. And this is just the opposite of what I was expecting to see. But they do it so well. It complements each other so well here. And it makes sense when I think about it, right? It's just the cannon from Godly I wasn't expecting too much from, but it's been mostly gauntlets and it's fine. Megd did take a stock during this moment here. They're just looking for this setup here to be able to get that recovery. Yeah, but that's going to be the recovery. And Godly and Knees handily take down Radish and Megd, and now there's not a single non-European team in top 8. I think.
Wow.
Let me
top side of top 8 at the very least.
I mean, we might have.
Yeah, I haven't seen the bottom side of the bracket, but
it's Acno Blaze, Blue Crestu on one side, and it's S Great Machete versus Godly and Knees on the other.
So
and
top side, top 8.
If I take a look at how things are developing, we do have South America in top 8.
Okay.
That's Hughes and Fozy.
Okay.
They got the 3-1 over Pavelski and XJ Cool J. And then Coco and Spyrox are waiting there as well after getting wins over Delta and TM.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to see what happened earlier on in the bracket here. Java and Luna are 2-2 against Frydazol and Kazumi. That's close. Wow. That'd be a crazy upset for Frydazol and Kazumi. What the heck? EU kind of dominating in 2s here. And it's not like totally no, it's actually pretty unexpected. I'm going to say it's pretty unexpected. I was going to say like EU winning 2s would not be unexpected because they've done it out of Europe. But to see them just sweeping everybody that came out here so handily is really, really incredible to me.
Absolutely. I think having them have the most in top 8 makes a lot of sense. Again, home turf advantage. but seeing them dominate the way that they're doing, they're 3-1ing the other teams that are coming in here. Sure, they get to complain about jet lag or whatever, but like, come on.
I mean,
Come on.
I mean, they have. I guess they technically had that extra day.
Just saying.
Considering the issues that we have with Friday, yeah, no. If there's a certain point where I'm like, I don't think jet lag was was causing the problem here, but there's a bunch of fun narrative things that we could say like home turf advantage, but honestly, Europe's just playing incredibly enthused this weekend. The big factor there being Blue and Crestu. But looking at this game here, Radish, wow, that's right. That second stock did happen. That was that team combo where they were hitting. You could see Meg D's damage also skyrocketed there. He just happened to escape the combo before the very end.
Yeah.
Radish, however, lost to Knees' recovery. Saw that quick stock that Knees lost to a weapon throw from Meg D, and he was fine with it because they were up 5 stocks to 1. It was a complete blowout of a game 4.
Just an impressive game coming out from Godly, and he's really shook off that last L too, because like Radish and Megdi, they had that like, oh, we're starting to come back, we're starting to build this potential, and then Godly Knees are like, nope, we're gonna completely just take all that out of your sails, we're gonna get these team combos, and we're gonna wipe you, and that's basically what happened, and they're continuing on now. On your screen, Blue's back.
Blue's back, and it's going to be up against Acno and Blaze, and Duke, we might as well welcome people to the European Summer Championship.
Well, hey, look, we are in Europe. It is the European Dreamhack.
I know, but
now it's basically just
with the teams that we're
2v2
watching
tournament,
right
yeah.
now. It's which is just it's an oddity because even in Dallas and San Diego, we had a team representing every region, and we will have that as we get into the top 8. But to see this
Not guaranteed yet.
We have Hughes and Fozy guaranteed.
We don't have an NA team.
We don't have an NA team, right? I guess I said it sounded like I said NA. I was just trying to say like a team from another region.
Yeah.
In these spots, how crazy would it be if Hughes Fozy is the only out of EU representation?
It would be.
Where it's just Hughes.
I'm very curious how the banter will turn out though after this, with the way that things are shaking out. Like okay. NA, whenever it's an all NA top 8, you know they say stuff.
Oh yeah,
you know they say stuff. But right now with the basically all EU top 8, they get all the bragging rights in the world right now.
Right, and it's just kind of like one of those things where they say, "Hey, come to EU, see what happens." Right? It's like we have to go to NA all the time. Yeah. Well, tournament's not over yet.
True.
Right? Megdi and Raiders could make the craziest elimination bracket run of their life and then win the entire thing, and everything that we're talking about here is just out the window. And the matchup coming up next is the one that we have to think about the most. And that's Acno and Blaze versus Blue and Crestu. Now, don't know how to say this. I think Acno and Blaze are just going to 3-0 their way through and win the entire thing. I guess that's how I say it, right?
It's very similar to what you said earlier about Godly, though. So.
Is it that similar?
You're kind of saying.
I didn't think Radish and Megdi was going to 3-0.
You're kind of saying that Blue and Crestu are going to get destroyed. What I'm saying.
We've watched 2 Blue Crestu sets.
Yeah.
And they were very considerable upsets. And in both cases, I was scaling in like the rounds. Was like, okay, this is doable. Okay, I don't think this is doable. And now I'm like, this is absolutely not doable. And if they 3-1 again, then I just don't know. I don't know how Brawlhalla works in Europe, man. That would be crazy to me. I guess we'll just have to see, because we're going to have the Kaya and Bryn up against what I assume would... Wait, is it going to be the Kaya and Bryn? Are we going to have a mirror
I feel
match?
like Blaze will do Ulgrim. Unless it's
Blaze, but
purely to
Crestu
just
does
like...
Ulgrim Bryn too.
Yeah. It could be a pure mirror match where it's Kaya Ulgrim, but I would be surprised if Blaze locks in Bryn frame 1 unless it's purely to just
Crestu
kind of
brought in Bryn
beat out
frame 1
Crestu.
after that first set where like he switched Ulgrim to Bryn and they're just kind of like, wait, the Bryn's doing great, so we just stuck on it.
Yeah.
I tend to think of Blaze more as a Bryn main than an Ulgrim main, even though I think he has equal representation on both characters. That's a tough call for me. I don't know. Well.
But also, Acno doesn't have to play the Kaya. Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Kaya, but...
I don't know. I think he has to play the Kaya.
Well, I'm just saying. He's got other characters, technically.
What? Koji?
That's
Koji
a character?
in 2023. Sword's lame. Even Meg D doesn't play Sword in double. Okay? That weapon's underrated, according to Brawlhalla Twitter.
Yeah, apparently. We need more Lance. That's what I heard.
Is that what we need?
That's what I've been hearing.
More Lance
We need more Lance in 2v2s.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here. As we're talking about this, the more that I'm realizing that Blue and Crestu is kind of like an inspired team from Acno and Blaze.
You can say it as mean as you want. You can say Blue and Cressy or Acno and Blaze light. They're little brothers. They got the Mad Catz controllers.
I don't think it's quite as like aggressive as Knees fanboying over Luna. I don't think it's like quite that bad, right? But maybe you're right. We'll have to see. I mean, the team that wins here is just the new...
Yeah. They're the new hotness.
I guess so.
Well, actually not really, because if Acno and Blaze win, they're like
Acno
the
and Blaze do
hotness.
just lose every once in a while. But then we'll just win championships regardless, right?
Did Polly just yell, no they don't?
Is that Polly?
Someone just, I
I
swear.
don't know.
I have headphones on. I can't hear what
I can
you're
hear
yelling
what
at
they're
me.
saying. He's saying that they don't lose.
Oh, they don't lose.
It's fine.
This is what happens
think
when you
they're
put a
gonna
live audience next to
Is
you.
that what happens?
Yeah.
I mean, this is interesting because it's the first time that we've been like on chairs right in front of the live audience.
Yeah.
Usually we're like behind the live audience. Now we're just staring at it.
Or
So
like,
whenever I have a weird
there's
audio
some
issue,
sort
I
of
just have Sparky
barrier
laughing at me.
between us, but yeah.
Or Creed staring at me and judging me like that.
He does that.
I wonder if he ever looked up what I asked him to look up for.
He did. Well, even if he did, he didn't give it to us.
He could have texted me.
I know. We
Didn't
have
do
our
it.
phones. You have data here in
I
Valencia.
do have my. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like $10 a day.
I'm on venue Wi-Fi.
You're on venue Wi-Fi? Is it good?
It's better than what I have without it, but we're getting
game
into
one.
it. Not
here we
going to see
go.
the mirror match. We do see the Kaya on each side, but it is going to be the Ulgrim versus the Brent.
Okay, I think this is like exactly what you thought would happen, which
Yep.
is that Blaze is going to like. He does this in any matchup, not particular to his opponents, but he tends to lead with the Ulgrim and then switches to Bryn if things are particularly bad. But Crestu leading with the Bryn here. So, and it's the Kai on both sides. Thankfully, we've got Blue on Pearl, so there's like a little bit of difference on how the characters are represented visually on the screen. But nice spike coming out from Blaze. Could be Blue's first stock there. Acno goes for the pogo off the side of the stage. That
Nice.
Cider is just going to be enough to take the first stock of the game. And the D-Light recovery off of that catch. I wonder if it was necessary. I still like it a lot. Like they had the downtime to do it, but I was wondering if the Sarah would just have been enough to knock out. But really solid lead coming out here from Blaze and Acno so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking healthy right now, even at the top of the map. Like, Acno not even close to KO%. Top of the map, though, Blue was chasing towards Blaze, but maybe saw an opportunity for the edge guard. The side air from Cresu will take him down. Team combo, and it's a side air to clean it up.
Okay, Blue and Crestu have got some of those on their own, and we're seeing that thing. We talked a little bit about this in the previous set, but when you can sweep the field both ways after being swept yourself, it's a really strong sign that we're in for a very close match. We'll just have to see if they continues playing that way as Acno isn't taking too much damage himself. I say that, and there Sarah comes through, and Crestu gets a nice rising down air, actually. Crestu's playing fantastic on the axe. I've really been enjoying watching him play. Oh, Blue, scary.
Okay, missed the pogo, though, and no follow-up there from Blaze. You saw him trying to get the double and then have Acno come in, but because he didn't get that second hit, Acno wasn't able to get the follow-up.
Yeah, they managed to bring this down to a really close game here, and now I'm like, which team is going to go down first? D-Light into recovery, tried to save him there, accidentally gets caught by the end of the combo himself. Side light nair, not going to see any true combo knockouts there, but the delay on the recovery actually disarms Acno. Another recovery coming up from Crestu, that's a double knockout. Amazing play, and like I said, Duke, I've been watching Crestu more and more. We've had 3 sets with him now, and I'm just kind of like, okay, you're really good in Axe and 2s, and being good at Axe and Brawlhalla in 2023 is kind of a rarity, to be honest. Not a lot, just like Sword, not a lot of players are playing the weapon.
It's definitely fallen out of the meta. Like, you'll see Axe players in 2v2s, especially in EU, but even then, most of them are on the Ulgrim, as it's Blaze on the Ulgrim with the Axe to finally take down Blue.
That's why, right? You just get like your smaller lance that doesn't go whoosh as you side air forward.
Your thin, non-digital lance. What's the word?
Well, here we are, Crestu, getting hit with the downer, silent nair. So much damage coming onto Blue. How is he still, what? Cider comes, okay, that recovery will finally take him down. Blue at risk here. Down 6 hits. Blaze so good at covering those landings. The second one could come through. Acno uses all of his resources, actually.
Oh!
Acno's just gone. What? That was crazy.
He used so much there.
I can't believe he used everything. And then he gets D-Light ground pounded. What? Okay, D-Light recovery. Blue's not going to go down. Crestu's just going to fight Blaze in the 1v2. Now, Blaze, traditionally very not so great at 1s compared to Acno. Very, very good at 2v1s for some reason. So let's see if he can bring this out into his favor. Just has to hit Blue once. Blue's surprisingly aggressing here.
Okay, side air from behind. Blaze cannot afford too much more than that. Avoids the weapon toss. Blue, you're seeing him sit back. He knows he's likely the target of Blaze because Blaze could go for the 1v1. Blaze misses the recovery, misses the side light, and that side air will do it.
Wow. Pretty crazy. 709 damage and 6 knockouts. What on earth?
Impressive.
Blue is playing incredibly. Look at, I've never seen Blue this happy, to be honest. Like every single game, he is just grinning ear to ear after all these sets. And I mean, he's got the reason to be. He's playing so fantastic. And that's, it was Crest with all those knockouts. Apologies, but either way, the way that they're playing in twos here and the teams that they're beating, they have reason to be very confident with themselves. And that's going up a game against Blaze and Acno. And Blaze doesn't feel like that he has to switch over to a different character so far.
Not yet.
And honestly, with how Acno lost his stock that game, I really felt like it was Acno and Blaze's game to lose. So I wonder if this will just go into their favor here in game number 2, but now I'm not so sure, dude.
Well, we've still got a lot of time for everyone to learn, educate themselves about what's going to happen in this 2v2 set, but right now, Blue, again, playing that edge guard, throwing out the down sig on the corner, sideline from Blaze, immediate, I guess, like, regret as he just runs away from it.
Yeah, Crestu and Blue looking for this first knockout here. Falls the sider. Is that going to be the stock? No, he falls with the sidelight. I don't know. Could he have connected gravity cancel downlight with the sidelight descending? I don't think so. Like if you walk off stage, you fall too far.
Yeah, I think it's hard to do.
Oh, that's tough. Weapon throw comes through, tries to save his teammate, but Crestu goes down. Another down air could do it here. Ground pound forces the dodge. And interestingly enough, Acno wasn't in a position to be able to get the dodge punish right afterwards. And Blue not only makes it back, but gets a double knockout. What a blunder on that edge guard there. That's huge, right? Like you drop that edge guard, force the dodge, it's all set up perfectly. He manages to make it through and then takes you both out. All right, Blue playing fantastic. Let's see how much extra credit he can get.
Yeah, I mean, Blue, he's still holding on to the stock. He basically 2v1 after avoiding that edge guard, and now Red Team, they need to find a way to get back into the lead. They want to take this one because, again, they're kind of the favorites here, especially like they're the 2v2 team from Europe that has the most gold medals both in the region and outside of the region.
So if Acno and Blaze lose this, can we still use jet lag?
Yeah, they're not from Spain.
I know that it's Europe, but, you know, they had to travel to get here, okay? And that's rough. Really, Blue and Crestu. I cannot.
Blaze? Saved? Okay.
I'm going to, like, slowly turn my head and stare at Pauly during the middle of this set as he says that they never lose. I'm looking at him right now. That was actually not slowly at all. I just kind of, like, very fast.
You immediately looked at him. Like, checking the rear view mirror while driving.
It's not over yet. Blaze down to 1 stock.
Okay.
Acno follows shortly afterwards, and Crestu does go down, but Crestu's been putting out so much damage that it's fine. And Blue on the bow, already bought Blaze deep into the yellow. Almost an orange at this rate. Nair comes through, tries to anti-air him with that down. Like the down hits both of them. The arrow actually pierced through on the animation of him dashing back. D-Light down air. Blaze so deep in orange already. Acno trying to do something back to Crestu, and that's the weak link here. We saw Acno and Blaze toss game number 1 because Acno fell down at the left side of the stage. Can the same thing happen for the blue team here? Let's find out.
I mean, they likely want to take down Crestu, hope for that 1v2, even though Blue's got 2 stocks. It's much better positioning. Oh, Acno! He's going to get it, too.
Okay.
The target swap into the ground pound.
This is the most doable 1v2 that we've seen today. And the thing that makes it equalize is that when Acno and Blaze hit one attack, you know that you're going to get a team combo that leads into a knockout. So Blue can lose neutral.
Oh, he missed.
That was close. He needed to fall through the platform there to be able to get that side air, and that's really hard to do. All right, so Blue can lose neutral once, and that's it. So don't get hit, Blue. Let's see what he's got here. Sider comes through. That's pretty good. Blaze and Acno trying to posture on either side of him, so he's holding on the left side of the stage.
Oh, just a dare.
Oh, the side comes through, but he uses it. Oh, that's
the movement.
That's rough.
A little tricky there.
Blue got a little lucky there that he only took that much damage. Recovery comes through, and that's not going to be enough to knock out just yet. He lands on the platform instead of hitting the Nair. Nair comes through, gravity cancel neutral lights, and Blaze is anti-airing him with down lights, Nairs, stuff recovery effects. Is that going to be it? Blue has to dive kick back to the stage, uses the exhaust to recover the dodge. He did touch. Did he make it back? Dodge. That's going to be it. And Acno and Blaze. Clutch game number 2 in such a remarkable fashion. I've now watched 2 games where I was sure it was going to go the other way. And now I just can't be certain of anything, dude. This is the best that you could ask for when it comes to a doubles head-to-head.
It's always fun when you don't know how the story ends. You get to just be on the journey. You get to be present and in the moment. And That's what's happening right now is impressive plays all around. Even like with the way that one ended, it wasn't Acno and Blaze getting a neutral win and going into a 2v1 combo that finishes off Blue. It was edge guard, it was Pogo after Pogo, and we're here in game number 3.
Yeah, and like Acno had to play that edge guard perfectly 4 times because the way that Blue recovered did not make it easy. He was mixing up exhaustive recoveries to get those dodges back, utilizing the dodge 3-second cooldown in the air the best that he possibly could. And it was all off of an amazing downlight ground pound knockout on the Crest, which was a hard read, right? And Bo ground pound, the earliest knocking out ground pound in the game. Really well played coming out there from Acno to be able to clutch that game number 2, because I honestly feel like if they went down 0-2, that was just going to be curtains for them with how close this game is. So here we are in game number 3. Blue and Crest are close to being able to take a lead here in this game, but these first stocks, don't let them deceive you. I feel like we got to wait a little bit longer.
Ooh,
nice alley.
DI'd.
Now, okay, I was wondering what that angle of knockout
Yeah,
was.
it was 2 side airs and he DI'd down.
I wonder what he could have done there. He had an air. That was basically it, right? And that would have been like not as great. Blue goes down. Blaze still holding on.
Stock count, mathematically even, as a lot of damage just got put out onto Acno.
That was an unarmed Axe team combo that they saw all the way through to the end for that recovery. Acno now down almost onto 1 stock at this rate. He's got to hold on to the side of the stage until Blaze can find a weapon. He's just kind of like, you're on your own, Blaze.
I mean, he's basically lapped by Cressy right now.
Oh, weapon throw hit him. Okay,
He's
he
good.
didn't have his dodge.
Oh, man. Downlight recovery, downlight recovery. Cressy still survives it. Recovery still not enough to take Cressy off this first stock.
Oh, and Blaze looking for those down airs. Backswing of the Axe recovery. Cressy's so good at sniping those. It's so difficult to catch somebody in the air. You basically have to be like, how's your drift working? Count the amount of jumps, and then realize this is where they tend to fast fall after that. There goes Blue, and Cressy finally goes down to 2 stocks here in another crazy game where the lead is honestly too deceptive. It's too, whatever happens to Acno or Blues first decides the game, I feel.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really a battle between both of them. Who's going to survive the longest and force their teammate into that 1v2. Blue.
Which Kaya uses defense more? Yeah, that's tough. Let's see.
He's
what
taking
he's
more
got.
damage.
Yeah, like Blaze gets hit with a side air. That's rough.
That's big.
Acno uses his dodge, does
Nice
land
air.
with a side air, and then Blue goes off stage for him. That's surprising. Oh, he's going to get ground pounded again. Oh, the down thing. Oh.
Wait.
I'm only watching Acno Blue right now. Like, this is the most important, the two most important stocks on the screen.
And Sig not going to quite do it. Acno and Blue, like you said, that 1v1 will determine pretty much the game here and now.
Oh, but Crestu has actually been doing a decent amount of damage to Blaze. Still on 2 stocks. Oh, Acno gets him with that speed recovery so high in the sky.
Oh,
Silent
dodge.
stairs to connect.
Falling stairs.
Oh, there's just so
Pogo
many spear
misses.
stairs
Pogo?
everywhere. Okay, that Pogo will do it in Crestu. Now in the 2v1 against Blaze and Acno. We haven't seen a 2v1 be dropped yet, right? So we could comfortably rely on that going into this. That recovery is not going to do it just yet, but Acno just waits out everything, gets the falling stair, and now we have an opportunity for an Acno Blaze team combo to go up 2-1 in the set. Let's see if they can do it.
I mean, I'm expecting, honestly, just kind of the same situation where they both just go in, try to get whatever damage they can, and then hopefully win out in the offstage.
4 hits?
Oh,
5 hits?
Acno.
He's gone untouched. 5
Did you
hits.
see downlight?
Acno has to get downlighted by Blaze to make it back. Axe Stair from Crestu would just take Acno down. So he's basically fighting a 1v1 against Blaze here until that alley-oop comes through.
Okay, good
Falling
dodge.
Stair, nice nair, okay. Crestu's got to go for some crazy dash jump read, some gravity cancel signature, something. He's got to get something onto Acno here because Blaze is just chewing him out with these downlights.
Ooh, chase dodges, trying to go for Acno, but you saw Acno go far away. Down air does it. Acno with the weapon toss. They're going to take game number 3 again, clutching out those 2v1s.
These are stressful. Crestu opened up that 2v1 with 5 clean axe hits in a 1v2. I'm pretty sure I just spent today talking about how axe isn't the greatest weapon to have in 1v2s because of how long the moves last when hitting them. But he was jumping and positioning in a way to where he was only getting the very end of the move so that he wasn't getting punished by the end lag. He was playing so well. And when you hit your attacks, they're a lot less punishable than when you whiff them, right? And so kind of helps if you're never missing. Still, though, Acno gets a really clutch edge guard. And Acno's offstage with the bow has been the name of the game this set.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go, game number 4. No swaps on the side of Blue and Crestu. I thought for a moment that there's that potential for Crestu to be like, all right, maybe the Ulgrim will go back to see if maybe something will change it up. But here we are. He's stuck on the Bryn.
Yeah, Crestu, I mean, in Crestu's defense, he's doing really, really well. Like, he had those two stocks before. I think Blue and Acno were just in a very unique situation where they were just scrapping so much that both their stocks flew. Like, look at Acno doing the same thing that he did in game number 1 there.
He
going
was
all the way up to
hunted.
his sweating. Nice falling cider there. Acno and Blue are really just going at it. And then, this is unusual for these two teams here.
It's like they've got like literal personal beef, and they're gonna figure it out here in the 2v2s.
You know,
Like they're playing the 1v1, but a nice follow-up from Crestu.
Whoa, that side stick just barely got interrupted. I saw the start up there. That would have been huge. Sarah cuts through both Lance players,
Nice.
or both blue team players there.
Finish. Yep.
Nicely done. I like how they trade spots there too, because Blaze, in order to get that gravity cancel sidelight, had to be unarmed. So Acno was like, go get a weapon. I'll finish the edge guard. That way he wasn't stuck on it. And that gravity cancel neutral signature spikes
He
Blue in.
touches.
It's so lucky that Blue didn't drift up with that recovery, because that axe ground pound came so close to being able to knock him down. The pogos from
Edge
Acno,
drop.
the weapon throw. Oh my god.
Good
Okay.
damage, and finally it's going to be Blaze to fall. But look at Blue's health bar. He took so much damage in that offstage.
Yeah, ton of damage coming out on the Blue. At least he managed to make it back with his stock. But it has been rough for him. And now he's down on the 1 stock as well. Blue and Crestu. Now the most vulnerable, I think, that they've looked all sets. Crestu goes down right afterwards, and Acno and Blaze have finally stabilized here. It's looking like they're doing fantastic in game number 4.
I mean, this is what we kind of expected going into the set, was Acno and Blaze to just run wild, but man, it took them a while to get here.
3 down sticks, Blaze? Do it again.
One more.
He just hit down
For
stick
the
and down
fans.
stick. So good at catching those
Team
lands.
combo. Okay, good interrupt from Blue there.
Acno and Blaze are running away with this. This is crazy. Cider hits. I think that was that stuff. Yeah, the
Blue.
weapon being disarmed. Blue can't make it back. That ground pound comes through. Crestu with 1 stock left against 4 against Acno and Blaze. That's going to be the victory. And Acno and Blaze secure top 3 here at Dreamhack Valencia after a very great game number 4 and what was a very shaky beginning, honestly. I mean, I think that... I think it was very expected that Acno and Blaze came in on top in that one. That's what I was looking for. But Blue and Crestu, their run here is so incredible, and it's not even over yet, right? That was a qualifier match for top 3. We were in winner's side of top 8, and that's how great Blue and Crestu were playing.
Incredible plays coming out from Blue and Crestu, a team that was not really on a lot of people's radars coming into today, and yet they managed to get this far. A guaranteed top 5 finish, and they're not done yet. Of course, they've got the elimination side of the bracket. And Acno and Blaze, of course, impressive plays. Took them a little bit of warm-up time, but once they got going, that game 4 was just lights out.
Yeah, we're seeing these highlights here from this edge guard, weapon throw, the Sair, but he touched, managed to make it back, dodged that Sair, gets hit by the Pogo again, and that was not even including the 4 other edge guard attempts that he did against Blue on the left side of the stage before they got in that situation. Really crazy set. Honestly, one of my favorite sets that I've watched in doubles for a very long time. I'm very excited for Blue to be a staple 2s player in EU again after this. I don't think it's like, because Blue and Crestu have kind of been on the grind for a bit now, and this is the first time that I really think that I've acknowledged that they've come into their own as a staple 2s team again, and that's very cool. Yeah, seeing those highlights here. So good, the team combos there. Got the Mammoth ready. Gets that neutral sig, gets the little celebration at the very end too. And now we get the next set that's coming up, I think. Unless we have,
Should be.
yeah,
Wait.
so
Probably not. I don't
probably
know.
not. I think it's usually every two
Find out.
sets.
Someone will talk to us.
You want to
in
talk
our
about it
ears.
anyways?
Yeah, what is the
Okay.
next set?
So this one's interesting. We've got Godly and These versus a team that has a really huge upset factor right now. And that is Escrape and Machete. So Escrape and Machete were not even projected to get into winner's side of top 24, right? So getting the upsets over, I think it was Sandstorm and Impala. And then, oh, I got to double check. I thought I had this off the top of my head. Oh, yeah, it was Costlix and Zyder.
Yep.
And then they 3-1 Coco and Spyrox. So Escrape, really fantastic Lance player. And then Machete plays literally every character in the game. I'm actually wondering if Machete, I didn't see what Machete played on stream. I don't know if you recall.
I don't remember.
But I know that Machete was experimenting with the Tesca before he had those issues with traveling into the States or whatever, because I think he was supposed to be at a Royale. Anyways, I digress. Fantastic player. And them as a team is actually very interesting to me because I don't actually know how long Escrape and Machete have been teaming. This is the first event that they've done it. I know it's recent enough to where if I'm questioning it, then it's a rather new team.
We didn't get to see them at, I don't believe we saw them at Spring 2v2s at the very least.
Okay.
But we'll get some time to get some data, figure it all out, because we are, in fact, going to be taking a short little break. Of course, when we come back, we've still got more 2v2 action again today. We'll go to the completion of 2v2s for Dreamhack Valencia. It's going to be a wild ride, and hopefully y'all will stick along with us, but we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. One more set to determine who's going to be going into the winners.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say one more team goes into the winners finals, and then I was like, well, let's just talk about the set.
That one actually sounded good, too.
Yeah. You know.
It was a tough decision to make.
It was hard. It was a 50-50. The coin had to flip in my head for a little bit, and then I just landed on set. One more set to determine who's going to be joining Acno and Blaze into the top 3, and then we go into the elimination side of things here at Dreamhack Valencia.
Yeah, and the elimination side of things is something I haven't looked at too much, but I'm very excited to see how that's been turning out, because it's like we may just have like an all 7.5. Wait, how does that actually work? You have 8 teams.
Okay, but one is South American, 7.5 teams.
7.5 teams of Europe.
Yeah.
In top 8. Whatever the case is, we'll have to see, because I know that Java and Luna just got knocked out by Fridazol's team. 3-2.
Wow.
In the elimination bracket. I think that was before top 8, so
Winners,
that was quite the upset that was going to
semifinal.
happen there. And the matchup that we got coming up next has been after a string of upsets, and that's with Machete and Escrape, who have just barreled their way through the winners bracket to go up against Godly and Knees here. Who, after seeing Godly and Knees play, I'm like, oh no, I'm a little nervous. I wish I had actually seen any of their replays before this tournament, because they actually look fantastic.
Yeah.
And they're doing the Chronics in the way that every other team that's won with it before has done it. And I was actually checking out social media after this and experienced a huge fan of the Chronics team composition. It's just kind of like, dude, it's crazy how many teams have actually won with Cross Onyx, regardless of what players are actually playing it. It's something that he's been noticing for a very long time.
Yeah.
He's a big advocate of the team, and he's just kind of like, when is this team going to get nerfed, right?
He's just counting down the days for the Chronics to get hit, and it's been hit a couple times too. But still, it manages to be just a really solid team.
It's tough when the weapon combination, like, I mean, when the 4 weapons combined are so good and the signature kit complements itself so well, right? Like, I think you'd have to make Cross's down sig knockback at the level of like Gauntlet's Endlight now in order for it to not be good, because so many moves from the Gauntlets and the cannon actually blast into it, whether you got the cannon down air or whether you got the Gauntlet in air or whatever have you. It's so easy to get combo finishers that go straight in that move, which covers both ends.
But that's not even like the only thing that's making the Chronics so good. There's just, again, there's so many parts. There's so many setups into different SIGs.
What do you do
there's
about
so much
side sig?
defense on the Onyx.
Cross end sig on blasters though, that's pretty bad.
Okay.
So they've got that.
Don't touch that one.
You
heard that, balance team?
You can bump that one. No, it's interesting actually, because I really do think that when Godly and Knees looked at this, they objectively looked at like, okay, what's the team composition that we have to learn how to play that will get us a win in a tournament, rather than do what a lot of teams I think do, which is like, okay, well, I main Barasa and you main Hattori. How can we make this work?
Yeah.
And then you get like Cody Travis face on something, right?
Well,
so here we go.
Side, we got Machete and Escrape. Haven't gotten to see them myself, so very interested to see how well they're doing. Of course, they've had to make more than a handful of upsets to get to this position, but they're now going up against a very established team comp on 2 new people.
So Escrape, a player who I once called the Stingray of EU because of his legend roster, how he likes to main Orion but has a lot of different Lance legends that he likes to play, but primarily Lance. Even though Stingray, who will say he's a Spirit player now. Oh my, I looked away and Escrape just got deleted.
Yeah, recovery in the monocles. Those 2 monocles might as well be bifocals, but...
and then Machete,
top of the map.
We talked about how many different legends that he plays. I love this pick on the Roland here, because Roland was like the 2's sword legend for a very long time until like a bunch of other legends came out because of his defense, and it just hasn't been played for a very long time. And I think that really he has a great spot in the meta with how great Lance is at the moment. So let's see how they play this out here, because Escrape went down very early, but then they got a double knockout right afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Machete, there's that defense, finally does get taken down to his second stock, but team combo opportunity, Knees and Godly not able to set up on Escrape.
Yeah. Let's see what they can do here on the Godly. Sidelight Nair. Nairs from Escrape have been pretty fantastic so far. Machete gets the endlight, and the 3rd swing actually hits Godly, dodging back into it. Nice pivot from Escrape there to go for that down air. Cider gets some friendly fire, but that's all right. Stuff recovery on Knees means that Knees has to Cider back to the stage, and Godly has to save him. Stuff recovery on Godly means that he needs to be saved. Dare comes through, he can't get it. Knees dips down, he gets him with a stare. Weapon throw will take the stock, and Knees drifts down to the bottom of the stage. Escrape and Machete with a 4-stock to 2 lead.
Impressive Lance play coming out from Escrape and Machete to deny wall touches and airspace, and they've got a huge lead here. Godly comes in, tries to hit the Ensing, not able to connect.
Oh my goodness, Godly is taking so much damage. Escrape on the spear, Machete on the lance playing fantastic, and Machete with his wide legend roster, Ulgrim was typically what he played the most, right? So this lance coming out here is really fantastic. Godly does get a knockout there, shuts down Machete, and Escrape trying to fight off this last stock himself. Let's see how long he can last here.
Dare, but Godly's not in position. He was swapping weapons over to the cannon here. Machete comes down. Escrape with the slide charge. He's going to get hard
that
punished
cost
for that.
the game. Oh my god.
Don't put that energy out there, Taza.
I thought the neutral was going to let him Machete to be a team combo. This could be it. Machete getting demolished by Godly's gauntlets off stage. Escape has to go in for the save. Machete's taking a ton of damage, but red team is both a side air away from going down here. Nice dodge.
Chase dodge up, but the side air from Escape. It's all left to knees. He sweat beads, but he still manages to get back
My
safely.
favorite Orion setup.
Downsig.
Downsig and like Downsig. It's just so goofy.
Can't go wrong.
Hits a little bit off the side of the stage. Nice side light. Knees has to side her back to the stage, and they can just wait it out here. I was hoping Machete would switch the sword and use the Downsig on sword, so I could be like, this is what this is. He went flying.
He did. He had a lot of damage put out onto him.
Crazy.
But also impressive. Again, Machete and Escape, they were like a question mark for me coming into this set. Because, like, yes, they're two strong players. They're both people who earned rights to go to
Even
the
after
Royales.
the 3 upsets that
But
I
like,
listened to you.
but still, as a 2v2 team, I'm question marked. I didn't know. I've never seen it. Escape's coming in here tweeting about how his eyeballs are hurting and whatnot, and I'm like, I don't know what to expect.
The
but
pain gives him strength. Helps him focus.
Yeah, I guess.
Imagine every time that you blink, you're just shocked back into realizing that you have to play against Godly and these. Yeah, no, that was a crazy game one. Because Escape lost that stock in like 10 seconds off the top of the stage, and then just never did again. Played phenomenally. Now Knees and Godly. I don't think you're going to be switching up the Chronics anytime soon. But this Roland Orion team composition, this is like as OG as Brawlhalla team comps get, right? Like I'm talking like first 8 Legends.
Yeah, this is like almost as OG as like double Bodvar or double Hattori, right?
Like, yeah, I think this is, it's just weird because Roland is so underrepresented in competitive play and singles and doubles play. So it's really cool to see him. Machete of all players would be the one to be able to do it. They're naring. They're naring too.
Gosh, and
They won't
Knees is
stop.
getting hit by at least 50%.
Oh
of
my
those.
god, the nares!
Godly gonna get taken out on the right side. Machete with the rotation into the side air. Finally, Escape gonna lose that first stock. Machete, here's the setup into the nair. Okay, stock count even, but look at Knees' health.
How do you think the apocalypse on this stage happens, Duke? It's because of Lance players.
Oh.
That's why. The Lance there is just burning everything to the ground. Oh my goodness. Escape goes down. That's actually really, just decently early for him there.
That's actually really good for the red team.
Yeah, now they could turn this into a huge combo here on the Machete. Nair comes through. And so much to my surprise, Knees goes off the right side of the stage here. So they even it up. Godly gets that gauntlet out there, tries to go for that side air, goes down, falls with the nair. Those falling nairs are really hard to hit, but Machete managed to make them work. And no team combo started there. That's huge.
Machete gets caught jumping. There's the side sig. Launching Escape to the right side. Red team keeping the blue team split, but Machete comes back down. Neutral sig gonna take Machete off the top.
Oh, that end sig came so close. Gravity cancel, D-Light chase out recovery. Does take him off the top. Not doesn't get the stock just yet, but Escape is very close to going down. Godly side sig into the bait. Just side sig forward to get Escape to side air there. Oh,
Didn't have a recovery.
He's
Yeah.
still trying to fight him off the top of the stage. They're just, what?
He's just looking for hits.
Is that a Lance ground pounds?
Yeah.
That hit? Okay.
Air. Oh, went for a Sayer there. I was expecting a recovery.
This is some unhinged team combo play right there. That was something.
That's
they were
me and
using
twos where I'm like, I gotta hit a button.
They were using the platform as the stage, and they just kept landing and putting out everything that they had possible. Interesting game two. I think that it was like tone-wise decided when Escape lost that second stock off the right side at like orange, and then he just kind of didn't really feel like he was in it after that moment right there. Machete still played pretty decently well. There was a moment there that I wanted to call out where Knees got like a cross side sig gauntlet attack, and it was like, oh yeah, that used to do a lot more force. It's good that it doesn't now.
Yeah.
We're in game number 3. And the nairs from Escape and Machete have begun. What? Did you see that?
I was watching Machete do
They
a
did the
nair.
same side light nair at the same time,
Oh.
opposite way. Sparky's literally there, he sees it. Oh, we're gonna need that just as a replay in slow motion. That was crazy.
Good
It's
old
not very
synchronized
often
gameplay.
in like, you'll see it sometimes where players will go for the exact same option in neutral and the ditto, but to see 2 players do the same option on either side, have them connect and work out, the Lance mindset, you know.
But looks like Knees got taken out at the top. Oh, that weapon toss from Escape actually helping out there as the red team was looking for that team combo. Again,
It's so good. The
High
neutral
defense.
signature afterwards. It's because like that I actually don't remember if like perfectly stacked if Onyx Neutral Sig on Gauntlets hits grounded. I think it doesn't, but it does just barely hit above the ground. So it works out so well as a combo finisher for any sort of knockback trajectory.
Basically anything that pops up a little bit, you can follow up with that Onyx Ensig.
Team combo opportunity, and Escape dips too far down after the end light from Machete. Doesn't get the Sarah, and that could cost them a lot in this game because of how close it is. Knees would have been sent into red if that worked out. And now Knees is tacking on a ton of Sares. Oh, look at that. Disarms Escape as well. Sidestick has avoided the Sarah, will send him off the side of the stage. Recovery comes through. Landing opportunity here. Can Machete get it? He switches over to Escape of all people to hit. And now the team combo begins. Sidestick disarms Machete. And they send Escape the other way.
Keeping them split. Dare does not connect for Knees. Escape catches both of them with the side sig, ends up cleaning up with the side air.
If you told me that's how that edge guard was going to go, I would have never guessed it. Landing a side signature on Orion on both the red team opponents and getting the Sarah. Escape turns that recovery into a double knockout, and now they're dominating here, which it could be a very fleeting lead, but we're going to have to find out. Because if Godly's throwing out haymakers like that at a deficit, then that means that he might be taking a ton of damage from some land snares pretty soon. Sidelight M-Light gets interrupted by a Sarah. That's not enough to knock out, though, Knees.
Both blue team members, deep red, neutral light, not enough.
It's not a knockout move. Just don't even go for it.
Okay, recovery will do it. Side air. What? Still not enough. Machete.
Fully charges that lance recovery. Nice fade away. Oh, that grab was so close to being the greatest reversal ever. And Godly can't get through the lance as he covers his recovery, throwing that weapon up. Side air comes through. Escape in danger.
Oh,
Nair
snap.
connects. He has a recovery, and that's it. Recovery to dodge.
Oh, he missed the Nair, though, and Escape gets back up safely. Godly's so close to getting some very important edge guards, but he's not quite finishing them off.
Oh, Machete, how are you this damaged, my friends? How are you this damaged getting dealing recovery on both of your opponents? What's going on?
Machete playing in that pocket, still getting that damage. The down sig connects. The side air is still not enough.
Dude, Roland actually was the first 9 defense legend. He's gonna get a double knockout on this stock too. This is crazy.
Oh,
Godly managed to make it back.
Side
will just
finally
flying, annihilated.
They need
nice
this
neutral signature, and now this is such a devastating.
They need it.
This is tough. How does Machete come back from this?
Not quite enough force to launch down to Godly, but yeah, Machete being denied weapon pickups. There's the dare. Godly fast falls down,
Wait,
but
what?
That almost took out Knees, man.
Delay recovery? He gets it. Machete now in a 1v1 against Godly. That's huge. Does not pick up the weapon. Godly manages to snag the gauntlets right away. Weapon starving here, but way harder in the 1v1. Lance picked up. Neutral catches the landing. Low on jumps. Has to use the recovery. No, his lands with the Saren gets right through on Godly. Waiting for the landing there. Recovery does whiff. Sider hits again, and Godly's low on jumps. He has to Sare back to stage.
He's got movement. He gets back up, avoids the recovery. Machete neutral lighted by Godly.
Godly's only covering landings, though. He's not getting any strings. He's not putting any sidelights. The recovery hits him. Machete with the 1v2 comeback against Godly and Knees brings it to match point, and Duke, winner of this set, is in top 3 against Acno and Blaze.
Dude, Machete and Escape could go into the top 3 against Acno and Blaze. That would be impressive. They've had to make a lot of upsets to get here, and they're on the cusp of another upset, Taza.
It's been upset since before Winners Top 24. Right?
Yeah.
Like the actual upset factor for Escape and Machete here is out of this world, and they've been beating teams that are seated way higher to beat them, right? And it's been game 5 sets every single time. You saw that? I mean, you just made a 1v2 comeback against these godly.
I'm not blaming him for shaking.
On Roland of all characters. And the way that he extended that second stock so beautifully, so beyond anything that I've ever seen any player in Brawlhalla do before, that that was the most deserved and carried win by a player I've ever seen. In Escape, I am hoping that you return the favor even slightly in this game number 4, because Machete deserves it. What a phenomenal player.
Here we are into game number 4. Machete and Escape. Potential here to knock down Godly and Knees to the elimination side of things. Right side. Blue team's keeping them both split, man.
What do they go for? They switched targets there, actually. They let Escape go for the edge guard there with the lance down there, and I like that a lot because Machete had a much better game plan for covering landings, I think. What Nair
okay.
That was amazing landing coverage there. Escape, that's 2 knockouts for him already at the beginning of game number 4.
Yeah, looking real solid here, and plenty of health to play with on the blue team side. Not getting any of those team combo setups that they were getting earlier. Side light.
Oh, that Sare comes through. Godly heads up hitting his cannon Sarah and goes in for the end light. Machete goes in for the recovery, gets nared. Okay, Escrape and Machete still holding on to the stock. He charges that recovery all the way up, and Godly covers with the ground pound. Can they take Machete down though? I don't know.
He almost drifted into that cannon toss. Not sure if it would have KO'd, but they're not going to put much out there. Man, Machete, he's just so good at extending these stocks with this Roland.
Neutral light comes through, and okay, the recovery from Knees. That's the furthest distance alley-oop I've ever seen. He needed that recovery to get the chase out to make it back to stage to begin with, and that could be the stock? No, Nair recovery not going to do it, but Escrape could get a falling Sair, and Knees could go down here. Knees playing very carefully. That dare saved him. That side air was going straight towards Knees, and he still gets hit by one anyways.
Yep, and he's going to be down to his final stock here. Plenty more health for this blue team. This is looking dire for Godly and Knees.
Uses that ground pound to get back to the stage. See that recovery. Godly can only take one more of those. Actually, that may have just been his last one, to be honest. Team combo. Gravity cancel silent in a dare. That was so cool. Ensig hits him away, and now Godly and Knees both on their winner's bracket stocks here. He has no jumps left. He has to dodge back, and Escrape just Sairs him. Weapon throw gets in the way. Godly does babysit Knees' recovery back to the stage, but how long is it going to matter?
I mean, there's still 4 stocks left on the blue team. So much health left for Machete. Downsig not going to take down Escrape, and they needed that to KO. Weapon toss thrown from Godly. Can't get the hit.
Slide charge haymaker. Okay, Escrape. Relax.
Ensig?
You haven't won the game yet. can't be doing those side things just yet, man.
Oh, man, but that side air almost does it for Escrape. Nair will take down Machete to his final stock. Red team, can they take down Escrape?
Let's find out. Escrape does Nair his way back onto stage. Silent Machete does get the edge guard onto, Godly
didn't get the jump read.
Riding Machete stock over. Okay, so it's a 1v2. Godly versus Escrape and Machete. Downsig hits. Doesn't disarm him, but Godly can only take one more strong hit, and Machete and Escrape. This is going to be another upset, too, because this is going to be it.
Yo, they are so close to doing it. Godly on this outside wall. Escrape comes in down light, but he target swaps correctly onto Godly.
All right, Godly's getting hits in here and there. That's it. Escrape with the side air, Machete with the celebratory Ensig, and they hug it out after what was 4 consecutive upsets here, right? Not even projected to make it into winner's side of top 24, are now in winner's side top 3 against the best team in Europe. That's Acno and Blaze. Escrape and Machete are making a run of their lives here at Valencia.
Yeah, this has been impressive on both sides. Amazing showing both as 2v2 players, but overall just being able to hold their own, being able to make the right decisions in those situations. Very well done from both of them, who, again, we don't see too often in the 2v2 space, but excited to see them more in the European 2v2s as they're now sitting on the top side, top 3 over Godly and Knees, 2 people that a lot of people really liked coming into this weekend.
Yeah, there was a lot of teams that a lot of people really like coming into this weekend that are just nowhere to be seen now after they're getting knocked out by teams that people didn't even consider acknowledging, right? I don't think, I didn't have any conversations with anybody about Machete and Escrape going into this event, and I'm regretting that in particular. But Blue and Crest were another team that I wasn't even thinking about in that regard. And I'm looking at the bracket right now as we're going through these replays, and Wes and Lores 3-0'd Hughes and Fozy, which was a team that I had going in there. So Wes and Lores, we do have a South America team in top 8. And that's what that win was guaranteeing there, basically. Brightazol and Kazumi, though, are against Coco and Spyrox, and that's still being decided in pools. But we have some really interesting developments. But wait, now that I said that, that's NA out.
Yep, NA is done.
NA is just completely out before top 8.
Tragic.
Before top 8. I don't even think they got 9. I have to double check what that was. Yeah, North America got slammed here in doubles.
Yeah, we're not apparently very good at 2v2s. But Sheepy, I'm sure you've got some thoughts and feelings about what's going on. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm catching up with the bracket here and been watching the games in the back as well. And it's like what we were saying before. Like, EU came to play, and they are going, and they're going strong. And, yeah, there have been quite a few upsets. I mean, to see, like, yeah, Escrape, Machete make it. They're sitting in the winner side of top 4 right now, and they gotta be feeling good. And I think, let me double check here, they probably will be facing Acno and Blaze on that winner side of top 4. And right now, you think you just mentioned it, Frydazol and Kazumi versus Spyrox and Coco. They are battling it out right now in our stations, and whoever wins that has to fight Blue and Cresu, and that is the last spot for top 4 as well on the elimination side of things. So it's getting really heated right now as we are making our way and narrowing it down our doubles tournament into our top 4. But I mean, everyone here has been really cool and chill. I mean, this audience has always been filled up, and it's great and seeing it. But before we take a break here, I do want to grab y'all's final thoughts on everything that's happened so far and what maybe you want to see in this top 4 here going up. I'm gonna start with you, Duke.
Wes and Loris, I want them to win. If NA's out, I want Wes and Loris to win, because Wes and Loris is there. Look.
Paulie is just jeering
I know,
at you
yeah.
right now in the
You
audience.
should.
Now, the question was what you want to see or what do you think will happen?
I want to know what you think's gonna happen.
Oh, what I think's
Oh,
gonna
that's a
happen?
different question. That's a different question. Hold on.
Because you asked wanted, and that's what
Sorry.
I
Sorry.
want to see and know will happen is an Acno and Blaze victory here at Valencia. That's what I believe is going to be happening. And Escrip and Machete are playing fantastic, but they took down everybody that I thought that could beat them. And I don't think Escrip and Machete can do it against Acno and Blaze either. That's what I think is going to be happening.
Did you want to change your answer, Duke?
No, it'd still be really funny if Wes and Loris win. So
You can just listen, why don't you change your thoughts? But okay. All right. Well, we're gonna actually take a break here so that the bracket can catch up, and then when we come back, though, we're gonna hit top 6 and then go into top 4, and we're gonna have a brand new roster of casters as well. So don't go anywhere. The action's still happening here at Dreamhack Valencia. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about 6 matches away before we can crown our doubles champion here at Dreamhack Valencia. And of course, I got some new casters here on the desk or the couch, the lounge. Polly, Sparky, tell me your thoughts about the journey. What has happened so far as we are going into soon our top 4? Sparky, I'll start with you first.
I tweeted it just a little bit ago. After watching Escrape and Machete, like I still think that they don't care about 3rd, 2nd, or 1st place. Their entire goal of this, their personal beef, is to get Lance nerfed. That is their mission directive number 1. If they get Lance nerfed after this tournament, they will be happy.
Yeah, I mean that does make a lot of sense. This just so far it feels like the Escrape and Machete tournament. Like they have been doing so well. They've been beating so many of these amazing teams just left and right.
I was really skeptical, and you and I were talking about this earlier. I was really skeptical about them because, quote unquote, relatively, they had an easier bracket to get into top 5. That's what Escrape came and said, and he even agreed. So it's not just me being a hater. He even said that himself. If we look at some of the teams that they faced up against, is like Yuz and Fozy. An amazing team, certainly, at least we all thought it was going to be, but, you know, Yuz and Fozy kind of struggled today. And then right after that, it was Coco and Spyrox, who have had some decent placements recently, but nothing amazing. Now, they might be playing incredible today. I haven't seen them today, but just based on recent placements. So, like, seeing that to get into top 5, what I said to you was, like, we'll see what happens when they go up against Godly and Knees. And then they did, and now I'm not a hater anymore. My skepticism has been erased.
Yeah, as it should. it is. And also, I heard some rumors. I haven't been looking at the bracket too closely, but I heard some rumors. How many American teams are left in the tournament right now?
Well. Polly, I think you got us there.
I'm just asking. People want to know.
I'm not admitting defeat.
No, I'm just wondering. Why is no one answering me?
Because the game is starting right now.
The game is starting
right now. It's Godly on top, Knees on the bottom, then on the right side you got Wes on top and Lores on the bottom. Unfortunately, this is Wes and Lores. They're at this spot because they just got a victory over Yuz and Fozy. So we had an SA team knock out an SA player, and that was a 3-0 as well. That's when I looked at Yuz and Fozy and we're like, wow, they really, at least it seemed like they kind of struggled today. But Wes and Lores struggled earlier today as well. They were just not playing as well as I would have expected them to against Blue and Crestu. They got 3-1, and Blue and Crestu were playing well, but it seemed like Wes and Lores just weren't playing together.
Yeah, no. And I do just want to take a quick moment to mention that it's just winner's bracket at the bottom, but yeah, it is eliminations quarterfinals that we're watching right now. So this is a high-stake game, ladies and gentlemen. This is to get into top 4 as well.
That is correct. It will be a top 8 or a top 4 on the elimination side of the bracket. First stocks on the red team. Both members of them lost them to Wes and Lores. So they maybe are coming back into the fold. They had some time. They had some games that they had to play to really get warmed up and figure out how to play together. Because there was a lot of team damage coming out earlier in their previous set that we saw on the main stream. So we'll see what they have going forward. That's going to be a full double knockout there going the way of Knees.
Yeah, key moment. Really, really important to get those dogs off. And now you got to try to cling on to your own as well. And they are falling behind here.
Knees sent over to the edge. Oh, Wes was expecting a pop-up maybe from Lores, or at least a jump to come out from the red team member so we could grab that neutral signature. Lores, he expected Knees to be high over there as well with the GC side signature. Missed on that, but Wes was able to take off the top, and then he confirmed the full team wipe. It wasn't technically a double KO, but it was a double KO nonetheless.
Really, really good game so far from Wes and Lores, and it looks like they're committing on Godly here on the right side as well. Wes just trying to keep it up and up and up. They don't have a cool. They're not chilling at all.
No.
There's so much aggression happening here.
Yeah, Wes is pushing really hard. Lores has been the one kind of maintaining stage control there while Wes just goes bananas mode off stage. And it's been working really well for them so far. It's 4 stocks to 2. You saw the side sig coming out. No one was near it enough. Was able to turn that around, get the KO on the left side, and now all of a sudden it's Knees in the 1v2. He's in the red. He's looking at 4 stocks from Lores and Wes. This is the Lores and Wes I expected earlier as they clean that one up. Just a little bit over 2 minutes. That was all it took for Wes and Lores. Something between the previous set that they played on the main stage and the moment right now has changed for them. They seem together. They seem moisturized. They're ready. They're in their own lane, and they're feeling good.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling good. This is a completely different Loris and Wes. They are... This is really, really high-level gameplay. That's that's about that.
And I mean, this is also Godly and Knees. They're coming off of a tough loss against Escrape and Machete, where towards the end, Godly, he wasn't really finding any massive momentum on either of his weapons. And in the beginning of the set, I mean, one of the things Tazza and Duke were talking about were the gauntlets of Godly. And they just really started to fall off as the set went on. It feels like his cannon isn't necessarily where it should be, and I think he agrees, which is why he's swapping over onto the Dhalsim.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, as we also mentioned, we are getting into like the final hours of the tournament. These players are probably getting tired.
Yep, absolutely.
Which is a massive, massive factor to keep in mind right now. But so far, this start is looking a little bit better for Knees and Godly. They're able to keep some stage control here now.
So one of the things that Wes and Lores were doing earlier was it was actually Rayman and Kaya. And now Wes is swapped over onto the Tesca, and actually Godly is swapping onto the Rayman for his team. So we're seeing some similar thoughts, but at different moments in time throughout the day. The first stock loss is going to be Knees. Godly just barely holding on with all of that Rayman defense. Knees coming back in fresh on this stock.
Oh, that's big. Oh, that's so big for Loris and Wes. It could have been bigger, but they still got some important damage off of that.
Oh, a little bit of an interruption there. A little bit of team damage coming out. Lores is going to fall, but it's just on first stock. And they actually end up getting Godly out as well, all at the same time. So that was Lores and Wes lost their first, then Knees finally lost his first. Oh, that was a great interrupt because Wes picked him up when he was in orange. I don't know if that would have been a KO, but it potentially could be, or it could have set up into the edge guard. That would have been the KO.
Yeah, that interrupt was absolutely crazy. Now Godly and Knees just tiptoeing around the stage, trying to cling onto these stocks. They are finding some conversions here and there, some good damage, and they are keeping it a lot more even this time around compared to first game.
I really thought Lores was going to have enough active frames on that neutral signature to get through the spot dodge that I think was Knees. I can't remember which one it was.
Ooh, good signature as well. Oh, tried to follow it up. That would have been really, really good.
Oh, Lores, potential edge guard. Missed the second dare.
Oh, but he turns it around.
Nice.
I was about to say, like, Godly is super stuck there, but he's able to find his way out of it, and he finds the knockout as well. And just like that, one good play. If you look at the scoreboard there, this is looking a lot better. That's all it takes.
Now they do have the potential to knock out Godly pretty quickly. That neutral light, even though it was on the top soft platform, didn't have enough on it. It's going to be the low strength of Kaya.
So they're just going for
Rayman
Knees
as well.
They're just going for Knees.
They could, yeah, they could absolutely just focus on him, bully him out of the game. That means this cleanup potentially could happen here. He's going to retreat over to the wall, gets caught, the GC in light, and that is going to be it.
That's a crazy option. Super, super good. Now Godly in this 1v2. It is an incredibly difficult 1v2. You're against Wes and Lores, but Godly, I wouldn't count him out.
There is a little bit of team damage coming out from both members of the blue team. They have some room to go, though. They're at the damage lead at this point. Godly does have the axe. I don't know if he's wanting to switch up. I think if he's playing off stage, he probably wishes he had gauntlets in his hands. There is a weapon spawn on the field, but it's all the way on the right side. He's able to get past them. Yeah, he immediately swaps over to gauntlets. That's what I expected.
Oh, yeah, but that's no options. That's out. But a closer game than last time around. Wes and Lores, they're on 2-0 right now. And Godly and Knees need to win 3 matches in a row. That is a situation that no one wants to be put in. But Knees and Godly, they've been getting closer for every single game. I feel like they haven't lost hope.
The swap over to the Tesca is working so well for Wes and Lores, and it's not just like he's playing better Brawlhalla. He is playing better Brawlhalla. He's also playing better as a teammate alongside Lores. The same goes for Lores as well. He's playing as a better teammate than Wes than he was earlier today. But the swap specifically over to the boots. The boots signatures, he's using them really well. He's picking them up almost all the time. I would love to see the percentage of hit on his signature usage there.
And it's also, I feel like it's a very strong weapon at singling out your opponent as well. Which is like, I feel like, you know, Wes and Lores, of course, they have amazing 2v2 synergy, but they also, especially Wes, he's really, really good at just singling someone out and basically ending their stock.
And we're seeing a complete team swap for Knees and Godly off of the Chronics over to the Wushang and the Orion. Of course, Godly coming in with the Avatar Aang. Already starting off so much better than the previous games.
Oh, what is that?
Wes hit a beautiful down air, forcing Godly under the stage.
And Lores committed to that ground pound as well. That could have been super dangerous, but Godly is going to be able to make it back up. Now, and he's using his new opportunity very well, able to get a knockout very, very quickly there. Now, Knees, good trade, good revenge hit. they're playing a lot of winning positions right now.
Godly is incorporating that, specifically the neutral signature, but signatures in
Oh my
general,
God.
more into his gauntlets. And how is he doing so much better with these gauntlets on the Wushang compared to the Onyx earlier? It seems like a completely different person playing these gauntlets. They're amazing.
I'm not sure, dude, but I like what I'm seeing. These legend swaps are working out incredibly well. 1 minute into the game, Wes is red on that second stock, and Loris is fresh on that second one. This is a completely different team.
See if they can get the full wipe here. And there it is. One for Lores, one for Knees. Wes has to be careful with the damage that he takes. Oh, he doesn't actually get that weapon spawn. Knees snakes it away.
Oh, and he's able to get that endlight as well when he's actually able to get that weapon. The double spear, man. The double spear is so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I almost like his gauntlets are doing really well right now, so I'm really curious what the spear is looking like for Gauntlet, or for Godly. I'm sorry, I was about to call him Gauntlet. Which is a very
fair
apt
mistake.
name, the way he's been playing so far.
A fair mistake.
Ooh, that's going to be the dodge burn after that GC neutral signature from Godly. He's going to fall. He's on his final stock. The
Ooh.
red team has to be careful. This game, it was definitely in their favor, and it could go against them here pretty quickly. If Lores does a good job with his survivability, he ends up getting knocked into the GCD signature from Knees.
A good signature. Oh, and the double spear combos coming out. They were able to get like two, 3 hits there. Nothing massive, but good damage nonetheless. Now just patrolling the ground with these spears and the lance. Loris and Wes, they're so good at just finding those combos. Like in the middle of the action, they're just like, all right, pause, let's do a combo.
Nice D-Light into the recovery. Godly doesn't hit the recovery in time to interrupt Lores from getting the final actual recovery hit onto Knees that sent him into the blast zone. Definitely all is not lost for the blue team, but they are at a significant disadvantage here. There's Wes grabbing the neutral signature.
Oh.
Oh, no!
And that's a big signature from Knees as well. And Godly is ahead of Loris, so he's able to get back, but it gets knocked out by the recovery.
Wow.
It's a 1v2 now for the Dream. Knees is still left alive. 1 versus 2, and the team hits! He gets the Serin! It's a 1v1 now.
Lores wins the 1v1, and it's a 3-0.
Oh, there it
but
is!
it's Knees.
Knees hits it! And the set is alive.
Lores did 730 damage that game. I wasn't able to catch the numbers on the red team before all things were said and done. I would imagine it was a little bit more split because Knees was doing a fantastic job and Godly was doing a fantastic job as well. That's why they were able to clutch that one out. And man, we got ourselves a set here, Pauly.
Yeah, we do.
3, 2, 1.
It's hard. It's very, very hard to say how well they're going to be able to keep this up now. Loris and West, they had such a dominant and amazing showing earlier, but Godly and Knees, I mean, as we said, it's a different team. They're playing completely differently now, and it's going extremely well for them. So far, this start is definitely in the favor of Loris and West, though.
I'm trying to look up Godly's legend information. Yeah, it's like his 12th most leveled legend is Wushang, level 44, but man, he is playing this legend so well. Like, obviously level 44 is still like a lot of time on the legend, but like his spear's looking really good. His gauntlets are of course looking amazing.
But you can think of it as like, that's 44 levels of figuring out the signatures.
Yeah.
Because if you're a good player, you already know the gauntlets and spear. Like, you're not gonna need levels on a legend to know how to play that.
Yeah, I didn't know Orion was his 3rd most, so that's where some of that spear experience comes from as well.
Godly lands?
Yeah. I can't imagine. That's probably nightmare fuel, brother.
Probably.
Especially in this meta.
Oh, good hit coming out from Loris. What just happened there at the top of the screen?
It was confusion.
A lot of
that much,
confusion.
and it was a stock loss.
Fairly even across the board, though. West tried to punish Godly off stage, but he's going to get stuck down
There it
himself.
is.
There's the big signature, but they get the instant revenge hit, and they're keeping it completely even. Now, short 1v1 between Godly and Loris. Just a simple trade, nothing less, nothing more.
Notice how West was going up against Godly on the right side, and he completely backed up because he wanted to be next to Loris. He wanted to have his teammate there as support.
Oh, that's
and even right
big.
now, you see him moving slowly over. He's making sure Knees isn't getting up to any shenanigans over there, just like running behind him, hitting him with the side air. But he was still moving more towards Loris so he could be near his teammate.
And that's such a good job of like treating Lance, right? Because especially you do not want a Lance to sneak up on you get inside your front lines and start throwing out his aerials.
It was almost like he was running away from a Boo in Mario, where like if you turn around and look at him, he stops moving. He puts his hands over his eyes and stops moving.
Now the Godly and Knees are in quite a good spot. Lawrence doesn't have a weapon.
That D-Light interrupted the gravity cancel D-Light, and that would have gone into the recovery from West. That would have been a KO off the top. Eventually, they did take Knees out, and they're able to take Godly out as well.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is so
nice
dangerous.
Set.
Knees, that's so much damage.
Interrupt from Godly instantly. He spawned back in, unarmed recovery to stop what West was about to do to his teammate.
Very, very good indeed, but that's still all the way down to orange. But it looks like Godly's returning the favor, hitting West with the double D-Light, and he's keeping it up. Godly has barely been... he's not struggling right now.
Oh, that could be huge!
Scratch that. Oh my god. And that's Knees out as well.
Wow.
And that's a set.
Wow. I thought that there was no world that the KO on Godly was going to happen on the left side. That came out so early. Oh my goodness. I keep wanting to call him Knees and Lores because I'm still living in the past of Dreamhack Dallas with the incredible performance that Knees and Lores put out. But I'm going to have to get used to saying Wes and Lores soon because this looks like one of the teams in the entire world to beat. They just took out Godly and Knees 3-1. Incredible performance from them. Again, we said this earlier, but it is a completely different team from what we saw just a few hours ago.
Yeah. Very, very well played by Lores and Wes. As you mentioned, at the end there with those knockouts, I feel like usually, especially in like a high-stakes BO5, the last couple of the last couple of hits in the game, they're usually like very, very slow. But
yeah.
Wes and Lores, you know, they're changing the tempo and they just pam, pam, pam.
I thought we were going to get the chance to like set up the context and say, oh, well, Knees is in the red.
Yeah, the crescendo,
and then,
you know?
Lores is also in the red, so who's going to get knocked out first? It was just like bing, bang, boom.
Yeah, they were just full stop. It's done. Got it over with real quick. Yeah. No, now that we're moving this deep into the bracket, you know, we can start thinking about Godly and Knees in 1v1 still. They're going. They're not going to be playing anymore in 2v2, but they definitely show that they're ready to perform in any capacity.
And of course, that was an elimination bracket match. As we said earlier, that was Wes and Lores moving on into the top 4. That is going to be Godly and Knees in 5th place here at Dreamhack Valencia. How did Godly do at Dallas with Fozy? I forgot. I think it was outside of top 8, yeah? Oh, no, Dreamhack Dallas, they actually got 3rd. It was Dreamhack San Diego that they got just inside of top 8. So that's actually going to be a big question probably leading up to BCX, is who is Godly going to play with at BCX? Is Fozy even an option here? Is he going to want to play with Knees and say, I think we can develop this better? And who is Wes going to play with? Or is he going to stick with Lores? I think it's a smart choice.
Nah, I just heard very, very loud cheering from across the venue. Could you look at the bracket? What just happened? I think it's the Fry Kazumi game.
Oh, let's see.
Not sure.
I got to look at the bracket, see what happened. Got to wait for it to update.
It's Friday Soul Kazumi versus Coco and Spyrox. We're not sure who won yet.
Still hasn't updated yet?
TO so slow.
I'm refreshing. Still hasn't updated
Just
yet?
keep refreshing.
I'm refreshing.
He's refreshing.
I really want to know what.
I really want to know.
I'm really curious.
Because we're gonna be seeing them real soon.
So the winner of the match will be moving on to play against Blue and Cresu, who are on a tear today.
It was Coco Spyrox. I'm pretty sure.
It was? It
Yeah,
was Coco
Coco
and
Spyrox.
Spyrox who won, taking out Frydazol and Kazumi. What a run that Fry and Kazumi had today, though. See if we can, right before that, they beat Radish and Megdi 3-1, which is crazy. Right before that, they beat Java and Luna.
That's a really, really good run.
And then right before that, they beat Walshy and Klim. So they were... Frydazol and Kazumi were the EU Warriors knocking out North American teams.
Yeah.
They beat Walshy Klim 3-0. They beat Java Luna 3-2. They beat Radish and Megdi 3-1.
That's a really, really good run. That's what we like to call a PR run. Their PR is gonna skyrocket after this in 2v2. Yeah,
for sure. Wow.
Especially Kazumi. I don't think they're that far up on the PR leaderboard.
So we'll see. I mean, eventually once PR comes out, that is going to be Coco and Spyrox being knocked out of the tournament. So it's going to be Frydazol and Kazumi going up against Blue and Crestu. But before that, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure to go to brawlhalla.com/merch while we're on the break and pick up some merch. And we are back. Acno and Blaze, Escrape and Machete, Wes and Lores. That's 3 of our top 4 teams here at Dreamhack Valencia. That means 1 is missing. We are going to determine that team right now. It's going to be between Blue and Cresu and Coco and Spyrox. I know I misspoke right before we went out on the break. I'm sorry to all the Frydazol and Kazumi fans out there that I lied to. But it's going to be, of course, Coco and Spyrox here, hoping that they can continue their run through the elimination bracket into top 4 to go up against Wes and Loris.
Yeah, and Blue and Crest have kind of been on a hero run.
Absolutely.
I feel like they are definitely one of the protagonists in this anime that we are witnessing right now. And Coco and Spyrox, you know, they're going up against a team with quite a lot of momentum behind them.
I feel like we're seeing a classic like Blue 1v1 elimination bracket run, except like the last time we saw that was in 1v1s, and it was like pre-COVID. It might have even been before 2019. I can't even remember that far back,
I didn't play the game at that point, so
somehow,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Somehow, like, Blue is just back on top, apparently, in 2v2s, and he's found a great teammate, of course, with Crestu, who we've also, like, known about as a player for a really long time. So, yeah, I mean, they're truly surprising a lot of different people, including myself included. I really thought that it was going to be, they would have against Godly and Knees earlier, did they, or no? Who did Blue and Crestu? They took out Java and Luna. Of course, they took out Wes and Lores. That's the set I'm thinking about. That's the set where it was like, what's going on?
That's right. What's going on? Like,
yeah.
You're not following the script anymore. That's where they broke through the 4th wall.
That's one of the many upsets that we've seen today, and they hope to continue that run of victories. They ended up going up against Acno and Blaze right before top 4. That was a top 4 winner side qualifier match. That loss, that was a 3-1. That pushed them down into the elimination bracket. And then the rest of their journey, I mean, that's where they are. They haven't actually really gone through that many elimination bracket matches. It put them right into that top 4 qualifier on the bottom side. So they've had kind of a lot of time to just kind of sit and maybe understand what they did wrong, what didn't work against Acno and Blaze, and they've waited for Coco and Spyrox.
Yeah, and also just having a little bit of a breather can really help. One thing I want to talk about, I was talking about this with some of the players in the crowd earlier when we were watching Blue and Crestu. You mentioned Blue's insane runs. Crestu, of course, one of the new big names in Europe, been doing absolutely insane. But also Blue, really, really veteran player. I feel like Blue is like the definition of immovable object. Like, you put any challenge in front of him, and he will just play Brawlhalla the way he always has, and he will do well pretty much no matter what. Doesn't matter if it's ranked, it's a custom, or it's a LAN, because he is just at that point of consistency and also probably endurance. This is a long tournament day.
I mean, that has been like Blue was probably one of the first players that we really pointed to as someone who has that endurance, because he would make those legendary elimination bracket runs. He would get like knocked out for some weird reason in like the final stage of pools before like 128. And then he would play like the most games anybody has ever played in the elimination bracket and then come out and win a tournament. So he's a player who's had that for a long, long time. He was really the first person that we looked at that had that quality about themselves.
Yeah, but they are going up against Coco and Spyrox, which is just, you know, of course, we're moving further and further into the tournament. The level is getting higher and higher. And Coco and Spyrox, I mean, I predicted them top 3.
Yes.
I think this is an absolutely insane team. And I think they have some serious competition here. We definitely have a set in front of us.
The biggest thing with Coco and Spyrox is, you know, they're that team that either like, hey, they're amazing, and they're like, that's the Coco and Spyrox we know, that's the Coco and Spyrox we love to see. And then they can also sometimes have some middling placements where like they're outside of top 8 sometimes, even in like community tournaments, they're outside of top 8. But yeah, like you talked about, the 2 big French teams that I was looking at coming into this were either TM and Delta or Coco and Spyrox.
And Coco and Spyrox beat Delta and TM.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously they came out on top of this French battle royale. They're the only French, fully French team left now.
There you see the jersey of Coco.
That's a nice looking jersey.
When did we first start paying attention to Coco and Spyrox? Let's look at a little bit of history here. They did come 9th at the World Championship in 2022. Very impressive placement. Didn't they have like a big one? Going
It's,
back to 2021, they were like 13th.
I think it's Mammoth Arcadia, Coco versus Magimind in the grand finals, and Coco won it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Going back all the way to an arc. No.
No, he won that.
What
That's
did Magimind win?
No, I think he got second. I'm pretty sure he got second. He lost to Coco. Coco
I
was on the
there was
Thor.
a tournament that Magimind won. Maybe it was a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, maybe.
That Magimind won.
Or maybe it's the other way around. Either way, Coco, you know, in I wouldn't say it like an easier tournament, but a tournament where, you know, the top 32 players they're not there. He won one of those, which, you know, that's when he kind of got put on the map. And I don't know if before or after that he was teaming with Spyrox.
There was definitely a time in Brawlhalla 2v2s in Europe where it seemed, and this was like during the all-online era, where it seemed like France was going to be the next Sweden.
Yeah.
Whereas originally Sweden was running a lot of EU Brawlhalla, but then in 2v2s it seemed like France was going to be the next country up because of teams like Delta, because of players like Machete, of course Coco and Spyrox as well, among the like many
Swada.
other. Yeah, Swada as well.
Don't forget about Swada.
At one point, there were like 8 to 10 different amazing French players spread across both game modes that were just really putting numbers up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they still are. France is definitely one of the strongest countries in Europe. Coco and Spyrox and Machete still keeping the representation here for the French fans.
Looks like we're getting into the game here.
1, brawl.
Little over-the-shoulder POV, and we're getting into this one. Coco coming in with the Ulgrim, and Spyrox coming in here,
Of course, the
on the
Of
Wushang.
course. What else? What else?
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Nothing better, brother. Especially, I mean, shoot, the Legend is just amazing in 2v2s. We just saw what Godly did, even though they took the L.
Now, so far, quite even trades. No super aggressive start here, which is one thing that I always noticed with Spyrox and Coco, is like they were one of the first teams to go for like, you know, 2v2 combos in like the first 5 seconds of the match, which was pretty, like at the top level, pretty unheard of before them.
Now, of course, we're also seeing Blue on the Kaya. Blue was like one of the original Kaya players. That will tell you like how long ago it was that like Blue was on top. Was like Kaya. He was the only person playing Kaya, and now you see so many different people in 2s and in 1s playing this Legend. 2 Axe players over on the left side. You see they're sharing the one brain cell between the 2 of them. One of them recovers. The other one's got a recovery after that. The second one was in a better spot though.
Now, they were having some difficulties finding the knockouts there, and still we're seeing Blue and Crest very, very damaged here, and just not really any massive hit coming out to take those stocks off. See Spikes going for the N-Sig there, going to get punished with the Dare, able to throw them away, but they're still not finding any of these knockouts. There's one finally,
Fantastic.
and that's the other one. That's a double KO.
You saw Blue come in to try to hit Cresu out of the side air that came after the D-Light, but he still ended up getting hit because the side air came in just in time before he was actually pushed far enough away to make the connection and get the hit.
Now Coco just patrolling the ground with this lance here. Blue is able to take back control though with the bow.
Sidelight side air was a nice
Oh my
option
God.
for Crest, who ended up finding a connection. Coco's going crazy. Even after hitting his teammate just a little bit, he still turned around, made it worth because he put damage onto the enemy. It's 4 stocks apiece, but he's got to be careful if we're looking at Spyrox here.
That's the power of like doing a pseudo a 1v2 with Lance unexpectedly. Like you're just able to, because you're carrying them so far away that when you're done hitting one guy, you can just turn around and get a hit on the other one as well, and then you just go back and forth and, you know, go as long as you can. It's crazy.
Oh, Coco's like he's trying to follow up, but I feel like Coco is out of the fight kind of more than you would expect. But of course, this is game 1, so maybe he's just trying to figure out how he fits in to the recipe that Cresu and Blue are cooking up here.
They're starting to look for this knockout. Really, really want the knockout here on Blue. Not able to find it. Blue's doing such a good job. I was gonna say he's staying safe, but he's out here doing damage.
Unfortunately for the blue team, Coco's now in the 1v2. See him kind of chasing after Crest, so he just goes for the side light nair. He knew the way he picked up the side light, he didn't want to risk the side air. Goes for the side sig, it ends up going through Coco. He's able to get behind him in time. No major punish coming out from Coco. Big whiff there from Crestu as well. The Axe D-Light not going to be the KO move, but they're getting Coco so close. You saw the spot dodge coming out from Coco, expecting the punish to come in. Crestu's able to clean that one up, and first game is going to Blue and Crestu.
Just throwing out massive hitboxes until something lands. I like that. I like that mentality.
Yeah,
even though you're like
baby.
3 stocks against 1, you just throw out massive attacks like all the time until something eventually hits. It worked out. Worked out very well. Sparks and Coco now. The thing about Coco and Spyrox is that, like, as far as I know, they pretty much never change. Like
3, 2, 1, brawl.
It was going to be really funny if they just immediately changed Legends. But no, it's just a skin change. Just a skin change over to the Chun-Li.
Which is like, it's always really fun to see what they can cook up in terms of adapting.
Now we're here over on Demon Island. It's going to be a completely flat map, no soft platform like we just saw in Apocalypse. Or sorry, the Fortress of Lions.
Ooh. Coco trying to break the front lines with a Lance Seer. Now wants to protect Spyrox, so he's able to get back up safely. Does so successfully, and Spyrox is able to help him out now as well. He is going to be going down shortly after, but Coco is doing pretty well here on the stage still.
Now he did get caught. He tried to spot dodge the D-Sig that came out from Blue. Didn't have enough iframes for that. But yeah, he was doing a really good job. Ended up hitting a side air, sent one of the members of the red team to the right, then turned around, hit the dare. Did get punished on his landing, but you see the thought is there when he's in the 1v2 of I'm going to switch targets one after the other, so I'm not getting caught by the opponent.
That's the Lance classic. That's what you want to do. And Coco especially is very, very good at doing that. Now we are seeing arguably a little bit of a lead coming out from Coco and Spyrox. Crestu getting quite damaged here as well on their second stock. Coco wants to commit for it, but it's gonna backfire. Crestu with a beautiful offstage play. That was definitely a key moment in this match.
I was really worried that that weapon toss from Blue was actually going to be a side air and he was going to be too late and he was going to get caught by Spyrox's charging down signature. But no, it was just like that instant weapon toss to make sure that got the interrupt and he didn't actually fall into it because that would have been bad.
Now, good hits coming onto Blue. Spyrox got caught up in it as well. And they're unable to find any good combo here. Spyrox is in a dangerous situation, but Coco was getting completely walled off by Blue there. He couldn't really help too much.
Sideline Nair coming out from Coco, hoping he can find the reverse Sair the other direction. Gets caught with a D-Light, but in comes Spyrox. Hits the recovery, which saves his teammate from some more damage and also gets the KO at the exact same time. It's 4 stocks to 2 now, 3 stocks to 2. Crestu's going to have to be very careful. He's getting very deep into the red. You see him kind of retreating over to the left side. Has the spear in his hand, just kind of poking the enemy away, giving him some room, putting out some more damage before the possibility of being knocked out.
Oh,
this is huge for the red team. Oh my goodness, a complete wipe there. Coco spawning in, but unfortunately for the blue team, Spyrox was on his final stock, so he's not spawning back in at the same time as his teammate.
Oh my god, and they're starting another one. They're doing another. That's finished so early as well. They hit it so far to the right that it finished. That was like 5-6 hits.
And that's exactly why it was the same starter but a different ender, because they recognized where they were, went for the GC side signature rather than the GC neutral signature that definitely would not have KO'd at that point. What a pickup from Crestu and Blue.
Such a good play. And, you know, what do people say is the strength of Coco Spyrox? In general. I strongly believe it's their combo game. Their 2v2 combos. It feels like Blue and Crestu have just taken that from them. Like Coco and Spyrox, we haven't seen it with, like, we haven't really seen it that much going on in that department from Coco and Spyrox so far. And I feel like, you know, without that signature, their signature characteristic, they're falling behind here.
Crestu and Blue are making Coco and Spyrox look like a worse team than they actually are.
Yeah, that's so true. Couldn't have said it better myself.
There's that D-Sig again. Blue just throwing him out in the middle of the game now. Doesn't even need the team combo starter. And he charged that one up just a little bit to get a little bit more force on it, a little bit more strength, and actually knock out there. Blue and Crestu, they seem fired up. The way that they're starting this one after the way that they ended the previous game, they actually are definitely fired up here, and they deserve every bit of that confidence as they now take out Spyrox. Both of them still on first stocks, only in the orange. Coco coming in does get the dodge away from Crestu, so he doesn't get hit by the side air.
That's a really, really good offstage play to take out Spyrox there as well. And they're just building up this damage. Coco and Spyrox, we mentioned it before. Oh, they are going to be able to find one knockout there. Second one perhaps soon to follow, but as I was going to say,
Nice.
They are kind of late on those knockouts. And I mean, you can have all of the damage in the world. If you're not able to get a knockout, it does not matter.
Yeah, they are just a little bit behind at this point. Actually, they're getting more and more behind as now Blue and Crest are spawning in and still putting in that damage. It was like the early stages of yellow to orange. Now it's the early stages of yellow to red because Coco and Spyrox keep getting hit. The pressure from Cresu and Blue is so strong in this game.
And they're also splitting them up a lot, but they're splitting them up so aggressively that it doesn't turn into like a sandwich effect.
And especially once you get hit and you're later in your stock, like you're just sent far away from your teammate and you're coming back into the game and then they just do the same thing to your teammate. So they're really only fighting one person at a time. Beautiful GCD sig coming out from Spyrox. Does get one knockout. And all of a sudden,
there as well.
Nice weapon toss to clean things up. Very safe. All of a sudden, Coco and Spyrox are here in the lead.
Yeah, they've definitely, the tables have definitely turned here. Coco and Spyrox are doing a much better job right now. And also, Coco is going to get knocked away. I was going to say,
this
Coco.
Is bad.
Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. They're not going to be able to find the knockout, but that's just so much damage. Spyrox, again, as you mentioned, not only close to being knocked out, but whenever he gets hit, that's Coco now in a 1v2 for so long.
And see, it's exactly that moment right there. Coco was spending so much time recovering back. Now Spyrox was spending so much time recovering back. Coco's really starting to fire up this game, but it's most likely not going to be enough. The way we've seen Blue and Cresu's combo game come out, it is likely going to be a 3-0 for Blue and Cresu, but Coco is really firing up this game, really starting to adapt. Unfortunately, this is just a best of 5.
It's just a best of 5, and Coco has to play a hero stock right here, but they start the combo, and they are knocking him up all the way up. It's not going to be a knockout just yet, and Coco, he still has that fire in him, but it is slowly burning less and less bright.
That's the weapon toss.
And that could be it. That is going to be it. That's a game. Cresu and Blue advancing still. The ender of predictions. They have played so well this tournament.
That's going to be Coco and Spyrox ending with an 0-3. They're going to place right outside of top 4 in that 5th place spot. Blue and Cresu continuing their run. An incredible run here at Dreamhack Valencia. It would be an incredible run if it wasn't Blue, but it's an even more incredible run because it is Blue, a longtime player who had he had an amazing heyday as well. He wasn't just like a one-hit wonder. It's like he was Acno before Acno, and then all of a sudden Acno came and he kind of ended. He put the bookend on the Blue era, and then the fact that Blue is coming back. We don't see that very often, where a giant of the game is kind of someone else takes their place.
Has that ever happened before?
I
don't think that has ever happened.
I don't think it has either. I'm sure there's some Brawlhalla esports historian out there that has a better memory than I do, but I really don't think it has happened. We thought that it might have happened with Sandstorm. Now that he came back, and it was looking like he was doing really,
it didn't happen
well
yet. It could still happen. It hasn't happened yet.
Yes. So yeah, what a run from this team.
Yeah, and it would have been a good run even if they lost this game.
Absolutely.
It is just getting exponentially more and more crazy. They cannot stop winning. Quite simply, losing is not in their skill set.
Now, even just looking at their PRs, like Cresu is 11th PR, Blue is 15th PR.
I mean, it's tight. It's tight.
They're
Coco and Spyrox are 12 and 13.
16 players if we're looking at just PR by itself. And here they've made it into top 4. And it hasn't even really been that difficult for them. How many game 5s have happened to them today? Has it been any? It was like Wes and Laura's was a 3-1. They did lose to Acno and Blaze. Before that, Java and Luna was a 3-1. Let me go back into their pools. I don't think they've had to play any game 5s today. I doubt they did in pools.
They did.
Somehow.
I guess the French players.
Yeah, somehow the only game 5 they played today was against Rakushane and Urbator.
Yeah, Rakushane and Urbador. I mean, that's fair. Rakushane and Urbador are good, but
yeah, I'm definitely aware of both of those names.
That's that's interesting. That's very interesting. It's like, yeah, no, the game 5 isn't against, all of these extremely super good teams. It's against Rakushane and Urbador, They are demons, though. They are demons. They're bracket demons, but, I would not expect that.
So yeah, that's our top 4 rounded out right there. It's Acno and Blaze versus Escrape and Machete. That is going to be our winners finals match. Then on the bottom side, the elimination semifinals is going to be Blue and Cresu versus Wes and Lores. Who's sitting down? It is going to be Acno and Blaze versus Escrape and Machete first. That's going to be a juicy one.
That is going to be juicy.
Because they went up against Godly and Knees, who I thought were going to be the 3rd place, and they beat them. And then now they're going up against Acno and Blaze, who I thought was going to be 2nd place. Are they going to beat them?
Who did you predict as one?
One is Wes and Loris.
Wes and Loris, okay. Well, my top 3 was Acno and Blaze first, and then Godly Knees second, and Coco Spyrox third. So it's not looking that good right now, but Acno Blaze, they can still bring it home.
Sounds like the Polymonto curse. Is that?
I'm
hearing whispers and murmurs in the crowd. Like, wait, what did Polly say? Did he curse them?
I don't really think so. No.
Polly cursed, bro.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing. I think
I don't know. That's what a lot of people are saying.
You're
Many people are saying
projecting.
it.
You're projecting. Anyways, Acno Blaze versus Escrape and Machete. This is going to be a fun one. Now, I was saying I think Acno Blaze, it's the return of the king. What's your take on that?
I mean, like, they didn't leave. Did they leave?
I mean, not really, but they lost they had like the longest win streak in the history of Valhalla, and they lost it. And I'm saying I think we could be seeing like we're probably seeing another win streak soon, and I'm saying this tournament could be the start of it.
I mean, I think like San Diego was probably Return of the King. Like, they did get 3rd at World Championship, but the fact that they won San Diego, I think that was kind of Return of the King. It was like he wasn't returned from
the Land Kings,
from like exile. He just like returned from vacation, and
yeah.
there was like the King's Regent was sitting on the throne in the meantime. I don't know if that's what a King's Regent does. It's I'm from America. We don't understand like royalty
that's about right.
Royalty or celebrities, so I don't really know how
that's
that kind of thing works.
That's about right. You're on the right track, 100%.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I do think Acno Blaze have a great chances of winning here, and I think really their major competition is probably the South Americans. Like Escrape and Machete are so good, but again, as we said time and time again, Acno Blaze, they have so much practice against this team.
Yes.
Like they know Escrape and Machete probably better than all of the other teams.
Have they played against this team as a team though? Because Escrape and Machete
I don't think so.
Together.
No, they're a super new team.
So maybe they don't have as much experience against like the double lance madness.
Everyone knows that Machete is super difficult to fight in 2v2, but Escrape is a little bit more of a wild card. Escrape is, of course, absolutely blowing up in skill, which, you know, but it's Acno Blaze. I feel like Acno Blaze definitely. One thing we always spoke about whenever, you know, they were in the reign of terror is how every single team would look like they're about to beat them, and then they just reverse sweep. And I feel like that tells us a lot about like the mentality of Acno Blaze, how you can just put a game in front of them and they will adapt throughout the game and come out on top. So it does play a part, but I'm a believer.
And Acno and Blaze, of course, coming from EU as a region where at one point, like, Olgrim was the only legend that people were playing. So
every other legend was tournament banned.
They have a lot of experience against Double Lance. Now, they probably don't have as much against Double Lance in, like, current meta, where Lance is, of course, amazing. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see how they're going to deal with what Escrape and Machete have been doing today.
Also, I mean, if you just break it down to the stats, which I hate doing because stats don't tell the entire story.
I love doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, just look. Acno Blaze have like 18 gold medals each. Escrape, Machete, they don't have that many bronze and silver combined. Like, if we were to break it down to the stats, Acno and Blaze, you know, they are reigning supreme.
Yeah, if you add their gold medals together, like, their medals are better or
more times than Escrape's been top 32.
It's a larger number than like Escrape's PR.
Yeah, it's
which goes to show you like how under PR'd or how performing beyond their PR Escape and Machete are.
Also Machete, like,
yeah, like he's
Machete's
PR 52, brother.
how? Like, what happened?
I don't know. He was one of the kings who was on vacation apparently.
Yeah,
because like Machete was a demon in both 1s and 2s. Like he's had history of being a legend in 2s as well. Not necessarily on like the gold medal side of things, but still, like we see he's got 8 bronzes, he's got 2 silvers. So he's been top 3 10 different times. Incredible work from Machete as well. And then Escape, on the other hand, it's not like he's bad. He's just more or less new. He's such a young player. That's what everybody's talking about, is how he's like potentially like a Brawlhalla prodigy here.
Yeah. And also, yeah, Machete being is definitely so under PR, because I feel like one of the biggest like approvals that you can have that a Brawlhalla player is like really, really good is if pro players trust them as a teammate. Because I feel like so many, I feel like Machete is probably quite popular to team with. That is just a guess though, because I've seen him with a lot of different teammates.
There you see Agno on the screen.
Getting ready, staying composed.
Right below him, of course, is Blaze. And then the top right, you see Escape. And now on your screen, you see
Bastion.
all the way
Machete.
from France. Machete. I guess all the way from France doesn't quite hit his heart.
It's not that far. Yeah, it's really not that far. I feel like Germany, that's the one that's first away. Akno traveled the farthest out of everyone here.
That's like, and that's probably nothing. How long? I don't even know how long the flight.
That's like a 2-hour flight.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
that's like me to Atlanta.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, no.
I had longer layovers than he had a flight to get here. It's been cool to see EU really performing this tournament, though.
I also think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I like seeing
you mean
EU
relative
perform.
to North America? I mean in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
And getting to see all of the shakeups in teams that have happened and see like, okay, who is really good with a little bit of practice time and who maybe is not so good with a little bit of practice time. Maybe they choose to go elsewhere after this tournament. Maybe they drop their teammate and pick someone else up, or they realize that like the spark is there. It just hasn't turned into a fire yet. And so once we get a little bit more practice, because you really need to start thinking about BCX now. Because, of course, this is the last open LAN until BCX. All of that really matters because, yeah, you can look at some guy that you play with really well in your region, but you don't need to look at that. What you really need to look at is, like, who am I going to play the best with when it comes up to BCX and the rest of the world combined.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into a massive game. It's the game to get into grand finals. We got Machete and Escape against Akno and Blaze, and we have already started some even trades going back and forth so far. Opportunity to start a little bit of a team combo there for Machete and Escape, and it looks like they are maintaining pretty decent control here. Oh, and that's a good knockout.
Dude.
That's a good knockout.
That was 27 seconds, Polly. That was a quick one. That's a full team wipe as well. Machete is still in the yellow.
Massive start for them.
That means Machete can take so much damage. Based on the amount of damage he was taking before in previous sets before getting knocked out, the fact that he's in yellow right now is so bad for the red team.
Side signature coming out. They're not going to be missing those punishes. They're not going to be able to throw that out. Akno is going to find that knockout onto Escape though finally. And he's trying to single out Machete. And is going pretty well so far.
Akno was a little bit slow.
That Sarah would have been it. That would have been a knockout.
First recovery after Blaze, but he did pick up the second one. They finally get that stock away. Didn't actually take too much damage in the process. They are behind, but it's not a terrible deficit between these two. Akno over below Escape on the edge. Escape, he had his focus on Akno, now turned it over to Blaze. Now he's just kind of over on the left side of the stage. Somehow he was able to pick that up as well. His timing is so fast, and he confirms the KO. Now their sights are set on Blaze.
Massive side signature coming out, picking up that knockout as well. Escape managed to get back from it as well. Machete throwing them back out.
There's a D-Sig that Akno just picked up on an Escape, but he only hit him in the orange. It's not too big of a deal.
Oh my god.
Machete neutralite over on the right side. Escape, dude, he's coming in, and I'm worried, but Blaze is right behind him. Hits the side air.
Machete just trying to sustain the stock for as long as possible right now. Escape is back though. He can start letting loose just a bit more. He has the lance in hands, and you do not want the guy with a 1 stock advantage to have a lance. As the opponents, that is.
That's true. Neutral Sig coming out, but he actually gets taken off the top by Acno. It seems like all of the previous games that they played in the last set that they were on the stage, they like won from behind in the final seconds while both of them were in the red in a 2v1.
That was Blaze in this 2v1, and S-Grape is going to be able to close it out very quickly. That's 1-0 on the scoreboard for them.
Do you think we see a legend swap for Acno Blaze?
For Blaze? No. For Acno, maybe.
Okay.
For
that would be
Acno,
my
maybe.
guess as well, but we also... I don't know why we would see a Bryn, but I think there's the potential for a Bryn. I don't think he should play the Bryn.
I think he should, but no, the lance has been working out extremely well. I don't think the Bryn is the play. I just want to see it because of my own personal biases, but that's Oh, that's a good start. Oh, that's a big combo. S-Grape all the way down. He tries to reverse it with the recovery. It would have been really, really big, but he's not able to connect it. Looks like it's backfiring. And now, Acno and Blaze are kind of getting into the flow of things.
Blaze did do a great job of putting out damage. I can't remember which member of the blue team he was putting out that damage on. I believe it was Machete while Acno was chasing S-Grape over on the left side. So that gave them kind of the lead that they're in right now. And this is actually basically the lead that Machete and S-Grape kind of had last game whenever they took away the first stocks.
Oh, and the combo.
They're so fast with it.
And that's the kind of combos that you want when you're down like just barely a stock. You need these like knockout combos. You need these like setups for large signatures to get those stocks off. And there it is. Now stuck in the 1v2. Machete is committing to it, and the S-Grape doesn't have a weapon, so he's not able to help out that much. By the time he does, Blaze is there to help him, so Acno will keep that stock.
Now, Acno was able to recover back to the main stage, but then he just ate a Sair from Blaze that sent him basically into the same spot that he just escaped from. Then he got back yet again, didn't put out too much damage, and got hit with a side air from Machete, and ended up falling.
Ooh, that's quite large. I see Blaze starting to play better and better and better on this lance as well, which really, really scares me.
Oh, what a punish from S-Grape, hitting the side light. He got the top side of it. I think Blaze was coming in for a down air onto Machete, and he ended up plucking him out of the air with it. Yeah, Blaze's lance is definitely leveling up. But man, it's just, it still doesn't feel as good as Machete's lance or S-Grape's lance.
Yeah, no. I would definitely agree with you there.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Machete and S-Grape, they've really just honed in like their focus there. Like, what does their 2v2 practice consist of? Playing only lance and ranked for an hour?
Dude, their ability to pick up like anywhere from 50 to like 85 to maybe even 100 damage on a team combo absolutely out of nowhere, sometimes picking up stocks as well in the process, it seems unmatched right now. It's like they look like they're playing together the best out of any of the teams that we've seen today.
But their sword and spear are also very, very clean.
Yep,
let's not undermine that at all, but you know, I would definitely give like the staple weapon of their team is definitely the lance by the looks of things so far.
Yeah, I mean, even right there, instantly. Machete picks up the in-light, even without a weapon. S-Grape was there. I think he picked up a neutral air. The just immediate follow-ups that this team is able to find out of thin air, even right there, he picked it up so quickly. His eyes were probably set onto Acno, but somehow he had a third eye.
Ooh, big D-Sig. Big N-Sig. That's a 2v1 now, and they have a winning position. They're going to allow S-Grape to get back up. He throws out the D-Sig. It's going to miss, though. That's a really good recovery from S-Grape because he knew he couldn't get punished for doing that. And the N-Sig's coming out though.
Great weapon starve from Blaze as well, grabbing that weapon spawn right out from underneath. Good follow-up from Acno as well with that neutral signature at the end, actually getting the KO and sealing the game for the red team.
Yeah, I feel like S-Grape and Machete, they just control so much of the space. They have to be so infuriating to fight just because you're always fighting for space. Like you just feel like you're being like asphyxiated.
Yes. Or you probably feel like Tazza did when he was trying to go through all the waves on the beach yesterday.
Yeah.
And just getting ragdolled around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is kind of what happens when you're fighting like 2 lances. Or even just a lance and a sword, or a lance and a spear.
Yeah, I mean, we saw their juggle potential in space control earlier when they both had lances and were just naring. It's a 360 degree. Like, you cover so much of the stage above you, in front of you, behind you, around you.
Yeah, it's crazy. Akno and Blaze, though, are stepping up their game, as we talked about. And there you go, that's the double!
Nice.
Machete getting quite damaged, is not going to be a knockout just yet, but you see them both looking for, and Machete with the turnaround. He's not going to be able to get anything off of it, but that was a really, really cool attempt.
That was close
that.
to being a KO. That was a disrespectful ground pound.
Yeah, that was close to being like almost like a clip.
Yeah. I'm looking over there to see if he has a footprint right on his forehead where Machete just stomped on him through that side air. That's going to be a KO for Machete's sword. Now S-Grave coming in with the spear. Machete gets over onto the lance.
Now, Machete and S-Grave, they're so often just on the ground. They're not allowing Blaze and Akno to land for long. They're just controlling that space. But still, now S-Grave going down. They are 1 stock down.
S-Grave's starting to get bullied out of this game.
Yeah, 100%.
We've seen him throw out a few signatures now, and I think all of them have been punished so far. He threw out the spear side signature early in the game, got punished on that one as well. He's going to have to rely on Machete to do some serious work here.
I feel like Akno and Blaze, you know, we're saying how S-Grave and Machete, they're controlling a lot of the space, and yet Akno and Blaze keep coming out on top. I feel like they're doing such a good job at like not kicking the Hornet's Nest. Like they're just going in and poking and then going out, because they know that once they go in too deep, they're gonna be sandwiched between S-Grave and Machete, and you don't want to be in that situation.
It's safe gameplay while still being like present to apply pressure. So they're not just like running away the whole time and avoiding every attack without throwing out any moves, because obviously they're very close to having a lead here. They can bully S-Grave out of the game. They can take Machete out of the game, maybe first before that, and then set their sights on S-Grave while Machete is spawning back in the game. That weapon toss came flying down. Akno was able to avoid it.
Now,
nice.
DC coming out, and this 1v2 situation is massive. The weapon throw to force out the dodge.
That was huge.
That was so clean. And the 1v2 to close it off. Now all they need is a good just a couple of good hits or a combo, and it is a done deal. 2-1 on the scoreboard after they do this.
Yeah, the couple of 2 hits could easily be the combo starter, and then that's the game.
You see, they're looking for it. And again, when you're at this point, you should never really... Machete should not get any free hits. Every single time he hits the opponent, he should also be hit.
And he's getting some free hits here. Like, he's definitely keeping himself in this 1v2.
Just rolling around looking for the ending, doesn't connect.
It seems like the level up from the Lance has just not been able to transfer over to the Axe here. That was a free hit. Like, did get a little bit of a punish.
Oh, he gets it
Akno
still.
Just barely.
Just barely. That was close. Machete almost with the hero 1v2.
Yeah. I don't know what I think S-Grave like leaned over and said something to Akno and Blaze. He was turned to his right, which is not where his teammate is located. Don't know what he said to them.
Hopefully something nice, like well played.
I don't know if he said. I'm not saying he said something mean, but I don't think it was.
Stop
something
using
nice.
lens. It's not fun. That's what I would have said.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Going back into it now. Still no legend swaps across the board.
Falling Nairs coming out from Akno. We're having a Lance battle over on the left side, and Blaze is coming out on top of it so far. Do they have a weapon toss to put down on S-Grave?
Oh.
No.
And Machete also putting himself in danger, so he's able to allow S-Grave to come back up. Oh, the ground pound. The Landless Classic.
It was looking like S-Grave was going to be the first one to fall in this game, but no, it was like the latter stages of orange, beginning stages of red that he hit that ground pound. You know how much fixed force is on the Lance ground pound.
Every time I see a Lance ground pound, I just hear like bazinga in my mind. Like, it's such a funny move.
Okay, Blaze picks up the KO onto S-Grave. We're basically even here. Akno, who spawned back in after getting knocked out by S-Scrape's ground pound, basically didn't take any damage until just now. Picks up the D-Sig there.
Gets the Nair. Akno's anti-air, or just aerial gameplay with Bo is so good.
The fact that he was below S-Scrape there gave him a lot of priority in positioning, because if S-Scrape wants to Nair, so much of the Nair just doesn't cover below you. It's like the beginning stages of it might cover it a little bit if you're pretty much stacked. But Akno, he has the neutral air, and then you saw the weapon toss up for a little bit of extra hit stun. Then, of course, you saw, I believe it was an unarmed recovery as well. So he just had the right moves to find priority.
Yeah,
he's below S-Scrape.
You got to use some of your movement to get in like a Dare or a Sair, and you can't really do that when you're that far up. Like, what are you going to do?
Ooh, nice D-Sig. That was just Blaze's first stock, though, and Akno actually getting away. I thought he was going to get caught in the middle of that. He just got past S-Scrape. Even S-Scrape turned around and tried to side-sig. Didn't have quite the range on it, so Akno still living on the second stock. S-Scrape might be taken out very soon. That D-Sig was not on the best target, and the side-sig was on an even worse target, taking out his teammate.
That is massive, and now they're trying to keep it going. Machete is soon to follow up. That's him going down, and now the pseudo 1v2 situation. S-Grip is doing a very good job at getting away. He gets the side sing on his way out as well. That could be Blaze joining Akno at last stock very soon. They're not able to finish it off. You see Akno going over to the left side of the screen to keep him safe as well.
Blaze unarmed over on the edge. S-Scrape not able to confirm an edge guard there. Blaze coming back in with the Lance, the weapon that he's done the most with in this set. He tried to get the stack D-Light and couldn't get it, but the D-Sig is going to cover that from S-Scrape. We got ourselves a game here. A victory for Akno and Blaze puts them in the grand finals with a 3-1. A victory for S-Scrape and Machete keeps them alive and pushes it to game 5.
Confirm the top 2 if you win this game right now. It's a big deal to be in the grand finals, and both of these teams are hungry for it. S-Scrape and Machete are going to have to win yet another game if they take this one home. Blaze and Akno are looking confident.
What does Blaze's axe have? Is he looking for a weapon spawn to swap over onto the Lance?
Yeah, you're seeing those weapon throws. I think it's definitely possible.
Where's the weapon spawn? It's been so long. There it is, but Machete's going to grab it.
Yeah, Machete gets it, but the Sairs! It doesn't matter! And S-Grip is so far down. You see a weapon through there. Oh, but it's over. Blaze and Akno 3-1 on the set, and they've made it to Grands.
They end the winner's bracket run of S-Scrape and Machete, who were looking all but unstoppable. But maybe it's that experience against Lance. It seemed like the Lance just wasn't as strong. It was still strong, but not as strong, not as dominant, not as controlling of the pace and the space and everything else in that game as it was previously. This is going to be a tough loss for S-Scrape and Machete. They're going to have to recover from this one. They do have a little bit of time. They're going to go down in the elimination finals.
They also have time to sit in the crowd and look at the gameplay, because you do have a very different perspective as a spectator, and I feel like that's one of the great things about LAN is you can stand in the crowd and you can look at what's going on, or you can just go sit somewhere, cover your eyes
and sulk.
Yeah, no, just take a breather.
Like EU normally at LAN, but not here.
Not here, baby. This is looking quite good. I definitely hear the sirens.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we
still got Wes and Loris.
We still got Wes and Loris. I think Wes and Loris, they're a massive threat. Wes and Loris, who took them out now again? Who took them down?
I always forget.
I always forget too.
It was tough to watch. I remember that. Let's see. It was Blue and Crest, yeah.
Yeah.
It was Blue and Crest, who they're facing right now. So they're going to face the team that already took them out once in this tournament. And
it's a rematch.
We were just looking at it. It was a 3-1.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's going to be fun to see. Rematches and tournaments are always very interesting.
Now, looking at the damage numbers here before we move on to the next set, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Blaze was that split. Those have to be wrong again.
They have to be wrong. I'm not sure what's wrong with them, but they have to be wrong. And I agree. I've been saying for like every single time I talk about Blaze, people are just like I remember watching him play one time, and I was really surprised at like how better he's gotten after Aki and Blaze were doing better and better in 2v2 now recently. I was saying like, oh, Blaze has really worked on his axe. Like his axe is looking a lot better. I don't know, someone told me like, when was Blaze not working on his axe?
Yeah, he was like one of the best axe players in the entire world.
Yeah, he's getting more diversified over those weapons.
I was really expecting lesser axe numbers just specifically at this LAN and in that set, just because his lance was going crazy.
Yeah.
Not like his axe is bad, of course, but that he was choosing to be on lance more and doing so much more damage, or at least visually it looked like he was doing more damage, or when I was paying attention to him, he happened to have the lance in his hand.
I don't know if it's because we're in Europe, I don't know if it's because of the setups or the meta, but one thing's for certain, there's a lot of lands in this tournament.
It's meta.
100%
it's the meta. It's absolutely the meta.
I don't want to say it because, you know,
it's the meta.
You do not want the lance mains on Twitter after you. You do not want it to happen.
It's an amazing weapon.
Yeah, it's good.
I mean, the Lance mains on Twitter are going to be after you no matter what, unless you say, like, Lance's top 3 worst weapons in the game.
Yeah.
Please give it
fair.
a bluff.
It's the worst weapon in the game. That's just the worst weapon in the game. I think the Lance players are just better, like objectively, in every aspect, and that's why they're better. You know?
It's such a harder weapon to play that like Lance players have to work so much harder.
Yeah,
to
and
do
so
the
like
same thing.
When the really good players do pick up Lance, that's when they have to dedicate themselves, and that's why they get better instantly from picking up a Lance.
Yeah, it's like that video that I think Hungrybox tweeted about recently, and it was a Sheik player, and he was like 214 inputs, 30% damage. That's what it's like to play Lance. You just have to. It's all about raw APM. You just have to be so much better than your opponent. It's truly an impossible weapon to play with.
Yeah, straight up.
Please follow me on Twitter, Lance Players @WhoisSparky. Just make sure to scroll down the page and click the little heart button, because I said all the things that you want me to say.
Yeah, @Polymato, guys. You know what to do.
Now on the screen, you see it in front of you, all the way on the left side. It's Wes. Right next to him is his teammate Lores. Then we see Blue and Cresu on the other side. We are looking at the elimination semi-finals here at Dreamhack Valencia. You see those trophies there in the middle of the screen. We will crown a 2v2 champion not long from now, Polly.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. And there is also now, I do want to mention, and you're going to hate me for mentioning this, there's still a possibility for an EU-only top 3.
There is a possibility.
Am I confident that it will happen? Not in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't be surprised if Wes and Lores get like second or first, which is something very out there to say. But Wes and Lores, are
that's not
insanely
crazy to say
good
at all.
I'm honestly just like,
I would say it's even smart to say. If you put Wes and Lores in first place, you're like, that's a big move. That's smart. You're a smart person if you said
brain.
That. Everyone would be like, wow, that's such an intelligent person who predicted Wes and Lores to come out on top with the gold medal around their neck. That's wow.
Yeah, you're not biased
at all. What a bold, brave gamer who would come out and say that.
I'm still, like, if you ask me to bet on someone, I bet on Blaze, but I think the hero run is definitely possible. It's definitely possible for Lores and Wes.
I would be surprised if Escrape and Machete, like, say they got out of elimination finals and went back into grands. I don't think they beat Blaze. I think that's an Blaze dub for sure.
Yeah. You're not even speaking.
Elimination.
There it is.
I think we might be getting into the game. Yes, we are. Expected legends
3,
all around
2, 1,
on Western Air Temple.
Yeah,
here we go.
Western Air. We've seen, kind of more Western Air Temple today than I would have expected.
And people memed on it so much when it got added into the pool.
I mean, there are a lot of people who have a really strong opinion on this map. I don't like soft platforms, so I don't like this map, but it's really nothing to do specifically with this map. It's just like the soft platforms. So
I don't
any
like
soft
when they
platform
move.
map, I don't like.
I don't like when they move. I think they're fine otherwise. Anyways, we are in the game now. So far, it is looking quite even. Crest is going to be able to pick up that first knockout. And Blue is going to be able to get that weapon as well. Cresu swapping it just to starve Lores here.
Oh, Wes caught in the
Oh,
middle.
and they're able to get that. Yeah, because Lores was looking for a weapon, right? So they saw that. Wes is kind of isolated for a moment, and they immediately take advantage of it.
It was just a few hits, ended in a signature that didn't end in a KO, but it was great damage onto Wes very quickly, and all they took was like one hit from Lores. So absolutely a strong trade. Blue's going to fall here, see if Lores can knock out Cresu.
Yeah. You also see, yeah, they're getting so damaged right now. Loris orange on the second stock. Crest is going to lose their first stock here. Over on the axe now. Loris and West are doing a very good job at controlling the aerial space.
Ooh. West was neutral, lighting the wrong way. Laura's getting hit over on the right side. It seems like Loras and West just have not found that flow yet. I'm like getting flashbacks to the previous time we saw this specific set earlier today on our previous vlog, or no, when we were in the audience watching. And it was just Loras and West. It seemed like they weren't Loras and West. If you took the numbers away from their name, I would be like, that's not Loras and West.
I feel like none of the teams have really found their flow that well so far. Which is, of course, we're in the first game. You gotta give it some time. West with a good signature though. Follows it up with the recovery as well, able to take that stock off.
Went for the double side light, ended up missing it, got hit with a down air. Loras chased into the air, did hit a recovery on a blue. Side light into the recovery coming out from West. If they can take this stock away from blue, they're not in a bad spot, but Cresu hit the turnaround axe side air. That took West out of the game. Loras chasing into the air while blue, he was just controlling the ground. Now he's up on the soft platform. They've basically like elevated the ground of gameplay up to those soft platforms, meaning they can find the vertical KOs more more quickly, but it's over on the left side. They send Loras off the bottom, and that's game one going to Cresu in blue.
Really, really good showing from them. Now, I don't quite remember what happened last time, but didn't Cresu and blue win in the first round, and then West and Loras took it back, and then they got the 2 games in a row.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah.
I just pulled it up so I could look at that.
Yeah. Now let's see if Loras and West are going to be able to do that, because again, we haven't seen that many games that are just like a straight up, like pendulum metronome kind of set.
Now, last time they played, I believe West was on the Rayman at that point. That was earlier in the tournament when he was back on the Rayman. Oh, that's going to be it.
Oh, that's so early. That's so early.
That's massive.
Massive.
And that's what we talked about earlier with the Tezca pick. Loving that signature, loving his usage of it. He uses it on stage. Of course, he uses the neutral signature as well on stage. He's been finding great options with that. Neutral signature this time coming out from blue.
Good share coming out from Loras on the right side. They do have a little bit of a lead here, and they are definitely building up this damage because they know you don't have to risk your life at this point to find a knockout. You just want as much damage as possible before you lose.
Cresu was slow with the side signature after blue's neutral light, so they didn't get the KO due to the dodge of Loras. They do eventually take him out, but West again still surviving here. We almost saw a little bit of a combo there. The spear side air ends up taking out West off of the left side.
Good couple of hits.
West
Blue
almost put Loras back into that with the gauntlet neutral air.
Yeah. Loras and West patrolling the ground now, though. They're getting a lot of sandwiches here, and that's actually another one. Although brief, Cresu is going to be able to get back up. West with a nice revenge hit as well. They're playing well.
Dude, I'm so hungry.
Huh?
I'm so hungry. and not just for this delicious steaming Brawlhalla gameplay. Piping hot. Red team with a nice lead here. And again, that's due to West's survivability. And he's able to find these KOs as well. So West is doing a lot of work this game.
Ooh, that's the double.
Unfortunately, West wasn't in like the best place to get the follow-up off of it. And I don't know if there was enough communication between him and Loras to figure out, or if he just wanted to like let Loras do his thing and go for the double D-Light.
Double D-Light, you need so much speed. Like you need a full commitment from like the moment they hit the first D-Light to be able to even catch up in time. You gotta zoom. Blue and Cresu getting very close to getting knocked out here. You see West going for it. They're starting to pick these options that have more knockback. And that's a beautiful sandwich, but West is gonna sweep in, tries to hit the enemies, is gonna hit Loras instead. And Cresu and Blue are actually evening this out quite a lot. They find the first knockout though. Loras very close to getting the second one. Sair coming out, weapon throws. Cresu got back.
Cresu does not have a weapon. West didn't. Okay. They're able to get that. And we are tied 1-1. The pendulum.
Now this is what we saw before. It is ticking.
It is.
I think it's a metronome that takes, but...
I mean, a pendulum. I was thinking pendulum of a clock.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Well,
was
like we're
way
building,
more
we're
sense.
raising the stakes each time, like from John Wick 1 to John Wick 2 to John Wick 3.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. They did manage to even it out. And I don't know how many times Blue and Crest have been in a 1-1.
1, brawl.
I don't know how much I trust them in a 1-1.
I mean, they already had a victory today with a 1-1. I mean, yeah, like I give all the respect in the world to Blue and Crestu. It would not surprise me if they won this. I would be sad. I don't want them to win this one, but it would not surprise me at all. The way they've been playing today, I'm glad it wasn't just like it seems like they're dominating and then like they run into a good team
and then it's just,
they hit the
You
wall
hate-
after
you
knocking
hate
out
when
like
you see
people
that.
I
Yeah.
wanted to win. So I'm glad they've been keeping this run going because it's been very impressive. Right as Blue gets taken off the top, but Lores got taken out super early, but West isn't taking too much damage in the process.
very, very good start for Loris and West right now. And they are in this 1v2. And look at that! Absolutely committing to the offstage on the left side. Loris and West, they're winning the mental game, and they know it. They're starting to play a lot more confidently.
I mean, Lores is doing a great job of keeping up with everybody else after being deleted so early in this game on that first stop. I mean, he was taken out almost instantly, it felt like. Oh, dude, Wes is just soloing Crestu.
Oh my
and
God.
in comes Lores. They find the KO. Now they're finding it. Now they're leveling up. They're understanding how to defeat Blue and Crestu.
They're just also extremely good at just bullying the players off stage, and then, you know, West just goes ham.
Yep.
Or Loris, they're both amazing at off stage. I feel like that's definitely a winning condition for them. If they could just get a 1v1 off stage and just get a stock that way.
They're all of a sudden making Blue and Crestu look like it's not Blue and Crestu. They've done like the complete 180. I said that earlier about Wes and Lores, where if you took the names away, I would not say that's Wes and Lores. If you took these names away, I don't think I would say it was Blue and Crestu. But if you did that like an hour ago, I would have been like, yeah, that's Blue and Crestu based on the way they've been playing today.
Yeah.
Crestu, he might be taken out of this game so quickly. He's getting back onto the stage as far away from the red team as he can. He's going from one side all the way to the
Oh
other
my
side,
God.
hoping Blue is going to spawn back in.
And Loris and West, they're applying so much pressure. Crestu is not able to, like, Crestu is just running at this point. He is able to throw out some attacks now because it is a 2v1.
Wes is moving around that platform, just really sticking to it like glue with those dashes. Lores patrolling the ground while Wes is going high. Blue has to take the lead here, and you see exactly what he's doing. He's doing a great job of that. All Crestu can really do is essentially just like be near Blue, acting enough as bait, but he can't just run away the whole time, and he's not. Like he's coming in, hits a sidelight, but he can't afford to commit anymore.
Yeah, that was such a big setup, but they're not going to be able to get anything, and West takes out Crestu. Now 3 stocks against 1 Blue. This is such a difficult position to play. And he gets the dare, and it's just over. 2-1 on the scoreboard. Wes and Loris are leveling up their gameplay.
They've now broken the pattern that led to their loss earlier today against Blue and Crestu. You laid it out earlier, but for those at home that don't remember, Game 1 went to Wes and Lores. Game 2 went to Blue and Crestu. No, it's the opposite. It was Blue. Yeah, Game 1 went to Blue and Crestu. Game 2 went to Wes and Lores, and then 2 in a row.
Yeah, so this is unheard of in this matchup, which again is why I like rematches.
The pendulum has stopped swinging.
3.
Yeah, no,
It's defying the
one-sided
laws
now.
of gravity.
Yeah, it's one-sided now.
We're seeing some magical realism, which according to Narcos was originally created in Colombia. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what the television show said. But these two players, of course, hailing from Brazil, all the way from Brazil. I mean, you can say that at virtually any tournament now. Until we get a quote-unquote Brazil land, and Wes setting up the edge guard. Blue forced over onto the edge. Lores going sicko mode, putting out a lot of damage on a Crestu. Great follow-up by Wes.
Oh, immediately going to the right side, trying to hit Crestu with another signature, and then follow it up with another. Again, Wes and Loris, they are playing this as if they've won the mental game.
Lores was a little bit careful, didn't want to get caught out while he was at the weapon disadvantage. That is now a full wipe of the blue team. Lores able to get back over to the weapon. That is going to be now a double knockout. courtesy of Cresu here onto the red team. Blue didn't take too much damage in the meantime. I mean, Blue as the team, not necessarily Blue the player here.
Very, very even right now. And see Wes and Loris kind of controlling the space. It's really, really going back and forth right now. Very
Cresu?
even. Blue and Cresu are winning, they're winning the trades by like this much.
And
very,
I think
very
it's because of
tiny
Cresu's
margin.
axe so far. He got like 8 unanswered hits individually among both members. Dude, Cresu's going crazy. He felt bad because I think he put like 247 damage out last game. He felt like an anchor last game, but all of a sudden, I mean, the anchor is an important part of a boat. It's not just a big heavy thing. It helps keep you grounded. It helps keep you where you want to be, and Cresu is doing work this game.
Absolutely. And they still have that lead to go off of. They have that wiggle room if they do want to try and commit some of these knockouts. But that's going to be Blue going out, and Cresu perhaps soon to follow. It's knocked off all the way. They don't want to commit to him because they know that as soon as they hit Cresu again, you know, what we talked about is going to be another one of those short 2v1s. And you're seeing it right
this is
here,
big.
and they're able to get that 2v2 combo. It's not massive, it's not something crazy, but it's enough to get Blue to the orange, and that's enough to get the game that much more even out.
I'm not sure exactly why Lores kind of stepped back from the 2v1 combo. The other blue team member was kind of recovering back to the stage, so I don't know if he was like positioning for an edge guard there, rather continuing the combo on blue, but he did make it seem like the conscious decision to step back away from that 2v1 combo. Ooh. Nice interrupt there.
Very good interrupt. And now it's a 2v1. Blue and Cresu just need to get this one stock off of Wes, and it's a game 5. Oh, just go for the double sideline, but it doesn't have enough options. And that is going to be a game 5. Blue and Cresu keeping the dream alive of an all-European top 3.
The pendulum's ticking. We're building the clock, Polly. And
Oh, yeah.
By the end of the time, it's gonna be time for the elimination finals. Question is, will it be Blue and Cresu or Wes and Lores going up against Escrape and Machete? Now, we did go to a completely flat map that game compared to the previous games where we did have one or more soft platforms. Let's see if we go back to the Demon Island. That was a fantastic interrupt right there. We are going back to some more soft platforms, this time over on Miami Dome. Both weapons are going to go to the blue team. Blue pressed forward, hit the neutral air on the backline member of the red team, and ended up snaking their weapon spawn.
They're gonna have the double spears as well, which I think spear is such a strong weapon on this map. Like you can like soft fall through that platform, throw out the nair, throw out the sair, do some funky dashes. You know, there's so much you can do with a spear.
I mean, even a dare, because that platform is so tall that if you were on like Crystal Temple, then maybe you wouldn't want to go for the dare. There's Cresu getting taken out on the right side about 38 seconds into the game while everybody else is in orange.
Dude, Blue was orange and that almost knocked out. Like, what is that signature?
I mean, when you pick it up on the edge, it is so dangerous. Nice confirmed edge guard over on the left side from Lores. He originally sent Blue off screen, then all he had to do was position himself for the down air. Even though Blue was stuck under the stage, Lores had the perfect weapon to deal with it.
They have that lead now. And whenever Lores and Wes get a lead in like the first stock, they rarely lose it because they are also just very, very good at playing winning trades. But that's a massive 2v2 combo, and they get it not to knockout. Blue wasn't able to finish it up. He went for the nair, but it didn't. I don't think it was the correct angle. I think it was like a 45-degree upwards.
That was such an amazing sequence. Even before that, the reason it happened was because Wes was trying to go in. He was trying to go ham. He was over on the left side. He was in orange when Blue hit the turnaround side air and actually knocked him out. That gave them the space they needed to put out all the damage onto Lores. An amazing save coming out from Wes, getting all the way down there so he could hit the gauntlet recovery and send Lores up, keeping himself in this on the second stock. Oh man, great follow-ups, but in comes Blue with the down sig.
They're keeping
and
the
he's
dream
going to get the
alive.
follow-up there, blue team. It's 3 stocks to 2.
Cresu just needs to cling on to the stock as hard as he possibly can. That's the only reality where this is possible, because Blue in a 1v2.
Oh my gosh. That was an orange KO off the top. Holy cow, that just changed everything in this game 5. Lores just changed everything. He might have just won the game for this red team. Crest sent flying, pinball off the stage, blue can't save.
Oh, and the D-Sig almost connecting as well. Recovery coming out, blue is still in it. He's having such a hard time just getting back onto the stage. They're edge guarding so well, but a moment of opportunity. But blue gets knocked back again, and the ground pound keeps him off the wall. The dare comes out, and there's no options left. Lores and Wes are top 3.
Oh, it's because of Lores. It is 100% because of Lores. We need to see that replay of the KO off the top, and we gotta see it slow mode. That 100% saved the game because you said Cresu needed to cling to that final stock. He needed to hold on for dear life. And I expected him to. I thought that the game was, probably 60% going to be a loss for Wes and Lores. But that KO off the top, when blue was in orange, changed everything.
Wes and Lores rarely lose 2v1s. They're definitely quite strong there. Especially, I mean, at least in this tournament so far. But yeah, that is a crazy game. Wow. I'm waiting to see these replays. I've gotta see it.
I gotta see it.
I think they might be running through like.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. Is this it?
No, this is not it.
This is not it. Okay.
This is way earlier in the game. But look at that dip down, dude.
Oh, and that's also the funny angle because of the corner. Because he was supposed to have like gone up, like 45 degree and then bounced off the pillar. But oh my god, that's dude, like that's 1 in 1,000.
Lores is so sick.
Is this just a Lorge montage? Oh no, we got
that was huge.
Yeah, that was
blue picking that up. Was absolutely massive. I love that we get to see all of these a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Here it is. Boom.
Oh,
right off the top. Picked up that recovery. Both of them were off screen. That gave them the game. That single recovery from Lores just saved the tournament. For not only South America, but for specifically this team as well. That was an amazing ending to that game.
Yeah.
Whether you were a fan of Wes and Lores or not, that was an amazing ending to that game.
Yeah. That is going to be the end of the hero run, though. Blue and Cresu knocked out, but Wes and Lores, that's where this is where their run like truly begins. You know what I'm saying? Like this is top 3. If they were to get first, which I still think is a possibility, this is where the run really starts.
This is like when you get to An Orlando in Dark Souls and you're like, oh, I'm actually playing Dark Souls right now. Yeah. All the bosses before this, that was just kid stuff. Now it's actually time for Ornstein and Smo. And in this case, Ornstein and Smo are Wes and Lores. And Guinevere are the beautiful trophies there.
Yeah. I've never played Dark Souls, so I'm just smiling and nodding. Yeah.
It's okay. That's me and every other commentator whenever they talk about anime.
Yeah. That's all right.
Or Zipmaster Flex when he talks about sports.
Yeah.
Because all of those go over my head. I don't care about the anime ones, but I wish I knew more about sports specifically for Zipmaster Flex. So yeah, also the dream of an all-EU top 3 dashed on the rocks.
Yeah. That is correct.
On the cliffs of Brazil.
On the cliffs of Brazil, yeah. On the cliffs of Rio de Janeiro.
I don't know if Brazil has cliffs.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
I don't know. Wow. This tournament. This is a pretty interesting tournament.
Of course, bro. It's LAN. We're at LAN.
This is an
it's Dreamhack Valencia. It's also LAN in Europe, which we are very, very excited about.
It's also all the people out there who want to pretend that the Sparky curse is real. I have 2 out of the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
I got Wes and Lores, and I got Acno and Blaze. So, do I get credit? Do I get any credit for this whatsoever? Because I'm smart. I'm smart. Say it.
Sure. You can get you can get a little bit of credit.
Hey, I gave you credit for Coco and Spyrox. That was a smart choice as well. I think you're not crazy for that one.
Yeah.
But we need to take just a short break. We're going to be coming right back with the rest of top 3, where we will crown a 2v2 champion here at Dreamhack Valencia. Will it be Acno and Blaze? Will it be Escape and Machete? Or will it be Wes and Lores? You're going to have to come back after the break to find out.
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back. It's Dreamhack Valencia. We're getting into the final matches of the 2v2 section. My name is Polymonto. I'm joined here with Sparky. Sparky, how excited are you right now?
Dude, we're about to see Wes and Lores play against Esgrave and Machete. I'm so excited for this because I want to see how they're going to deal with, if they can even deal with, the double lance of Esgrave and Machete. Acno and Blaze seem to solve the formula. Do Wes and Lores have that?
Yeah, Esgrip and Machete, as you said, they've really just been on a journey, on a mission here to get Lance nerfed. Like
I'm telling you, that's their goal.
Yeah, they're playing so well right now, and yeah, Wes and Lores. It's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do.
I feel like they're the Joker in front of the big pile of money, and they just set it on fire. Like they're not here to win the gold medal. It's about sending a message.
It's about sending a message.
That's what they care about. Is they are going to get Lance just nerfed into the absolute ground.
And increasing your PR by like 1,000%, because both Esgrip and Machete are like PR 50 and 20 or something.
Look at how split up everybody is in this game.
And Machete is orange.
The camera had to zoom out so far, and then you just see Esgrape fall seconds into the game, completely demolished and soloed by Wes.
That is not optimal. And Machete is soon to follow down on that second stock as well. And you see
right there, Wes was smart enough to hit that signature and send his opponent, or his teammate, towards the middle of the stage rather than towards the edge. Oh, Esgrape.
Oh, this is not good.
Esgrape, this is not looking good for you, brother. You have taken so much damage, taken off the top. Wes is dominating. That is all 3 KOs on this first stock. Man's not even red yet.
This is quite a showing so far from Wes and Lores.
Dude, he still wants to go in, too.
He still wants to go, dude. He's not finished. It's not done until I say it's done.
Yeah, he's I don't know who the basketball player was in the interview with Zip. I'm trying to appeal to you, man, when he said, "Job's not finished."
Job's not
I
finished.
think it was Kobe.
Oh, big combo coming out
Oh,
from Esgrape
that's
and
huge.
Machete, though. That's not so many hits, but I'm almost surprised that they weren't able to find a knockout out of that many hits.
But if they're able to force Lores onto final stock relatively soon, they're going to find themselves in a good spot. But Esgrape is out of the game. Less than a minute and 45 seconds into it, Machete is finding himself all by himself.
Oh my god! And what a way to finish it off, huh?
That was crazy.
That is precision.
That was disgusting.
That is
dude.
precision.
You didn't have to do that, man.
Yeah, that was completely uncalled for. There was literally no reason to do that other than, looks really cool.
He's like, Wes, you picked up too many KOs here. A D-Sig, yoink! Add that one to my tally mark now.
Exactly.
Wow, that was complete domination. But that's, again, we've talked about that a lot this tournament. It's just game one. That's sometimes how game ones can go.
It is sometimes how game ones can go. And Esgrape and Machete.
Dude, I saw Esgrape get sent to the left by Machete, and I thought I was flashed back into game one. I thought it was going to be the same thing again. He finds himself over edge guarded on the right. He's able to get back to the main stage, but he's still taking damage here. There was a good interrupt from Machete, though. Dude, Esgrape is taking so much damage so quickly. He's in the red. Lores.
Double lance here.
Lores taking a lot of damage, too. Esgrape, he gets back to the stage after throwing his weapon away.
Oh, nice side sig. Committing to the offstairs as well against Lores. He has Machete on top just in case if things go south. Esgrape is going to get knocked out by Wesley, though, as Wesley is freshly back.
I just realized Machete is taking like next to no damage compared to everybody else in this game. So his survivability may be the linchpin that they need.
Machete is like one of the best players when it comes to like tanking. And it's also one of the reasons I think he goes on Sorola to really hone in on that.
I mean,
skill.
that's like, honestly, that's one of the reasonably few reasons to play Sorola.
Yeah, there's not many. There's really not many. But I mean, Machete is making it work, and he is showing he's showing what Sorolan is capable of.
Ooh, Esgrape. Dude, he's going to have to tank so many hits while also doing a ton of damage the way Esgrape is taking a bunch of damage here. Wes kind of doing the same thing. Oh, nice spot dodge there from Machete.
Yeah, the spot dodge is massive.
Put on a final stocks.
Spot dodge into the D-Light. Seer. And Machete is still on 3 stocks. We're talking barbecue red HP at this point. And that is finally Machete losing their stop. Escape still, now already on their last stock. They need to find these knockouts fairly soon. They are the double lands.
I mean, if they grab these knockouts, all of a sudden they're in an incredible spot. That weapon spawn might have kept Lores from actually going into that D-Sig, but he also might have seen it coming and actually just fast fell back over onto the wall. If they get Lores, they're in a really good spot because of Machete.
Yeah, whenever Lores is on the ground, like grounded with a bow, that's where Lores really likes to be. Lores has a lot of control over his enemies at the moment. What? That's...
Sidelight in the down air, sending West off stage. Lores comes
God.
over for a little bit of relief.
Oh, West could have been out there. West had no options left. And both Machete and Escape were in like prime positions to just throw out the Seer. But now it's a 2v1 against Machete. He has 2 stocks. But how much will that matter when you're in a 2v1 against Lores and West? I said earlier, Lores and West, they rarely lose these 2v1s.
Oh, I saw him like holding that and I was like, oh no, Lores is gonna get punished here. But then West was of course there, able to cover his teammate, gets the stock away eventually from Machete. Yeah, this is just going to be really tough because he's going to likely struggle to get a weapon spawn as well. One comes up high in the middle. Lores snakes it away after it actually made connection with the ground. You see Machete playing around those soft platforms. Thankful he's on the Miami Dome so he can use those. Doesn't just have to rely over on the wall.
Getting closer and closer to finding this knockout now. Machete is just trying to poke them away from him. And as we said, as the damage builds up, any hit he gets will throw away the enemy very, very far. And there it is. He has a 1v1 opportunity. And he gets the Seer as well. Now's the offstage. The D-Sig doesn't connect though. The punish comes out, but Machete with the wake up. And he just keeps finding these hits. He's finding hit after hit after hit. But eventually it does all fall apart. He's offstage, unarmed against Lores and West, and you don't want to be in that spot. That's 2-0 on the board. An incredibly good attempt by Machete. Dude. But Lores and West, they don't lose those.
That was so close.
It was so stressful.
Machete played that so well. I think a lot of that was like West putting a lot of respect on a Machete. Like it looked like Wes was playing reasonably nervous. There were some follow-ups when Lores was getting hit that he wasn't there for because he wasn't close enough. And like I think he was nervous for good reason because we saw what Machete did. But giving Machete that room gave him what he needed to almost be successful in that 2v1.
Yeah. Yeah, Machete is definitely one of the best players in a 1v2 situation as well. It really was just a clash of insane forces here, which you know is what you would expect. We're top 3 in a LAN now.
When we're this deep,
we're this deep. Still no legend swaps from what I can see from the player POV here.
I don't think there's any reason to.
In general, like throughout the entire tournament, there's been almost no legend swaps. Like at what point did we see a legend swap? We saw someone swap to Thor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else?
I think that's it.
We saw Godly swap.
Oh, yeah.
We also saw West swap from Rayman now on Ateska.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, even so, that's
not many.
Very many.
That's not many.
I expect to see more in one.
We're seeing like 16 best of 5s right now. There's like 3 legend swaps. 16 best of 5s, how many games is that? A lot.
6, that's got to be 80?
Yeah, something like that.
5, yeah, that's 80. Okay. Red team completely split up in the beginning of this one, but they're not as successful as they were the previous time that the camera had to zoom out this much to include everybody on the screen.
Since the game started, Machete and Escape have been sandwiching Lores and West. Like they haven't been able to get much success in terms of combos and stuff out of it, but they have really good positioning so far.
So because Wes and Lores are up 2-0, Escape and Machete have to win 3 games in a row. That's going to bounce off the stage, take away some of the momentum.
Those Tezca signatures, bro.
Oh, dude.
They're so crazy, and that's probably another knockout.
Yup.
Super, super clean sequence there from Lores and Wes.
But Lores, extremely red. I believe Wes is pretty red himself as well, especially, oh yeah, if Escape wants to grab a sidelight side air, the turnaround recovery doesn't actually make the connection enough to find the KO, and I find enough damage on it to find the KO, but they eventually grab it, and Escrape already has 2 KOs on this one. Evened it up pretty solid.
Evening it out, indeed. I'm always so nervous when I see 4 players that close to the edge. Like, literally, truly anything can happen in the span of like 10 seconds. That's going to be Escrape going down, though.
Okay.
The
Machete.
stress is
He gets away
building
from
up.
it. I mean, every time I see a boots down air on an opponent that's in orange, it's like, okay, you're basically in red because they're going to find 1 or 2 follow-ups after that, and it's going to be over, especially if West is the one edge guard.
And Escape, he needs to sustain this stock for as long as possible right now. He doesn't want to put Machete in the same spot that he put him in last game. The 1v2. Machete probably already doubting his abilities of being able to reverse a situation like that. But this time around, maybe they can do so with the enemies being a little bit more damaged. It's not over yet. Escape just needs to be very safe. But that is going to be Machete losing their buffer stock. And now Escape.
Escrape did have a soft platform to get over to, so the red team wasn't able to put as much pressure out on him as they could while Machete was spawning back in.
Yeah.
Escrape taken out of the game.
Machete now.
This is going to be so tough for Machete, and he has to win this. Not to win the set, but just to get the chance to play another game and not go out in 3rd place.
And this is going to be a slow 2v1. This is a big...
I don't know if it's going to be
so about that, dude! Oh, they went for the side stick as well! It didn't connect, though. It doesn't matter. He gets the D-Lights there. That's so much damage, but it's not a knockout just yet.
Dude, Roland, the reason you play
but that's
Roland, it's over.
A 3-0!
Wes and Lores, Polly!
Into the grand finals, and that is it. The run is over. Escape and Machete, it's a run for the ages. It's a run for the history books.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be Wes and Lores to put it to an end.
I know that it's very tough for those 2 players to make the run that they did and have to quote-unquote settle for 3rd place. You know that like once that run really started picking up speed, they were like, we need to go all the way. And they're not going to be happy with a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, no.
But I hope like once they move beyond like the land depression,
in a couple of weeks they will realize what
okay.
they were really.
All right.
Okay, I did that. I did that.
They're going to see what their seed is for the next tournament, and they're going to be like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
Now
yeah,
I'm seeing the fruits of my labor coming
Yeah.
through when they don't have to play like the best teams in the world like in the first round of top 32.
That is crazy. That is very, very crazy. But that means we have a grand final. It's Akino and Blaze against Wes and Lores. EU versus SA.
Do you hear the sirens?
I hear the sirens.
I don't know. I might hear them faintly. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to see how things go before.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
If I hear the sirens.
Yeah, I don't hear them very prevalently just yet. But I mean, Akino and Blaze, they're also you know, from winner's side.
Yep.
They had the reset on their side as well. And like we've said for the longest time, I strongly believe that Akino and Blaze, they're the strongest in the long game. They're extremely good at adapting. They have that endurance and they have that consistency. They're able to snap back extremely well.
There you see Akino.
Hello, Akino. Yeah.
Give it a wave to the camera. Sitting next to him. It's gonna be Blaze. There, we see some final stats from the last game. Look at those graphs. Nothing really like that major on the graph. It really felt like Escrape got taken out on the first stock like so early into the game, but it's really overall it's not that early relative compared to the rest of the game. So yeah, that's just it's just kind of a standard game looking graph. No like really steep parts of it where a stock was taken away very quickly. No like really short ones where it didn't take a lot of damage to take off the stock. No like really skinny ones. Just really solid gameplay consistently throughout from Wes and Lores.
Indeed. I also saw Wes had like almost 100 damage on unarmed.
I don't know if those damage numbers are real.
Yeah, that's I don't know what's up with the damage numbers, but he definitely had by far the most amount of damage on unarmed. Which is quite interesting. He likes utilizing that. And Honor is a very strong tool in 2v2, especially, you know, when you have the kind of game where the players are like scattered across the entire stage and you just respawn and then just instant desig, instant ensig, instant recovery. It's very, very strong strong tools that you have. See the players getting ready. This is the big grand finale, quite literally.
By the time this set is over, and I'm saying this set isn't including the potential for a Grand Finals reset. By the time Grand Finals is over, there will be 2 players on that stage hoisting up those 2 trophies that you just saw. Where is he? Find the camera. Find the camera. There. Found him.
Found it. We got
There
it.
you see. That's what it looks like when you're a fan here at Brawlhalla looking up at the stage. There's Marlo Istufa.
Yeah, it's hype. It's hype. It's a hype venue. It's Valencia, baby. And it's Dreamhack.
And look at kind of the bottom right of your screen. You see the L next to Wes and the L next to Lores, of course. You mentioned it earlier, but we got to mention it every time for those at home who might not know.
It's legally obligated.
The way that the double elimination bracket works. It's called double elimination for a reason. You're in the winner's bracket. You lose once, that's 1 loss. You go down into the elimination bracket. And you lose there, that's your 2nd loss. 2. Double. That means you've been eliminated from the tournament. If you come into Grand Finals from the winner's side, you haven't lost a set yet. So if you lose 1 set, then you're in the quote-unquote elimination side of things, which is the Grand Finals reset. But if you win there, you just win the whole tournament. So that's sort of the winner's buff, the winner's reward for coming into Grand Finals from the winner's side.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a big advantage to have. A very, very large advantage.
I'm excited for this one, Paulie. I really am.
I really am too. They're probably getting like a little bit of a warm-up going. They probably in the green room or by the free play area. They probably, you know, kept their skills fresh, making sure they got their flow, their momentum going. But it is definitely a change of pace, especially for Akino Blaze. They haven't played for a hot minute now. Wes and Doris, you know, they've been playing best of 5s. Like they've been playing Brawlhalla. Like every single game, extremely important for like 1 hour straight.
And
this is stressful for them.
Here's where that's gonna benefit them, because Lores, I don't know if this is still true, but this is true, I believe, as of Sunday night, Monday morning, is that Lores was a part of the top 2 teams on the global ranked leaderboard. It was Lores and Kaina in first, and then Lores and Wes in second. That means that in the ranked queue, Lores was 591 victories and 73 losses.
That's crazy.
Man grinds.
That win rate,
South
though?
America as a whole grinds
Yeah, they're the
ranked
grinders.
queue more than almost anybody else. They're putting up numbers like back when Pavelski was streaming like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours every day.
And with insane win rate. Like having 500 wins isn't that impressive. Like golds can do that. But
Okay.
I mean, you know, with like pretty much, what would that be like?
I mean, it's 500 wins.
90% win rate.
A gold
90%
player
win
with
rate.
500 wins gets 500 wins against gold players.
Yeah.
Lores getting 591 wins is doing it against the best players in South America on their ranked ladder. So we're starting off this one. We're starting off on the Miami Dome, where Lores and Wes just got a victory against Escrape and Machete.
Now Blaze and Akino have a little bit of a lead starting in this game. Blaze, massive recovery coming out off the top. Tries to throw it to Sarah, but isn't able to connect it. Akino right there to cover him for his mistake. Good desig. Loris going out quite early.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, they have a lot of damage on Wes as well. That Axe D-Light, not going to be a KO move, but of course from the soft platform, ended up sending off screen. Oh, nice interrupt there before the second swipe of that neutral light. Wes coming in, completely splitting up the red team. Akno coming in to provide some relief while Blaze was being attacked.
Oh, Lores!
Oh, Lores, no!
What's going on? Oh, they're not even able to get back after Wes tried to help. But Wes is able to get a knockout. Ah, but they're gonna go down themselves. No, that's quite bad. That's quite bad. That's 3 stocks against 5 now.
And because Wes and Lores are coming in from the elimination side of the bracket, every stock means that much more to them versus Acno and Blaze.
Now,
The spot dodge from Acno. He placed it so well to get through Wes's signature.
oh, beautiful. Beautiful offstage here from Loris, and he's able to finish it up with a Sair as well.
Somehow they evened up the stocks here, but the damage is absolutely not even.
Acno and Blaze are not bad at finding knockouts. Like there's some teams where they're good at building up the damage, and then when it comes to knocking them out, that's kind of where you get stuck. Acno and Blaze, they're pretty good at finding the knockouts.
Lores has to play so safe here, and now he's in the 1v2 for a second, and that's going to be it. Beautiful pickup from Acno with the D-Light into the recovery to take out the top.
2v1 now against
dude,
Wes. Acno just going absolutely ham off the top left. Trying to get a little bit of a combo started. They're not able to complete it, but it doesn't even matter. They have so much damage lead, and they're just... Every single punish. Like, they just need these trades, the revenge hits, and that's how they're gonna win this. DC coming out, and their first game is going to Blaze and Acno in the grand finals.
And that's where when Wes is in the 1v2 against Acno and Blaze, he can't really utilize those signatures because they are so long.
Yeah.
The active frames on
commitments.
them, like while he's doing all his cool flips and maneuvers, like Acno's right there.
Yeah.
Like, he's just gonna get you.
Yeah, he's just gonna stand there like an impenetrable wall. Just throw out like a bow and light or something.
1, brawl.
All right, but last game did have that moment where Lores ended up falling on his second stock, putting him onto his final. Which means without that, this is a completely different game. Even if everything that happened before that happened the exact same way, without that fall, we have a completely different game. I don't know if Wes and Lores would have still won, but we would have a drastically different overall rest of the game.
I feel like Loris and Wes, like the one thing that they had going for them, like really going for them, was that they were playing with a lot of confidence. And I feel like Acno and Blaze, it's hard to play confidently against Acno and Blaze. Like, you can play confidently, you can just run in there and throw out attacks. But, against the Acno and Blaze, there might be a reason why you shouldn't be so confident.
So yeah, if they're not confident, I mean, that's where it started off kind of like it did against Blue and Crest. Is Wes was not looking confident, Lores was not looking confident. They were just kind of playing 2v2, they weren't playing with each other.
Ooh, good dare coming out. Loris is going to get knocked off of that. And Wes now stuck in this 2v1. Great nair, though. He's not able to get anything massive off of it because Acno is going to be able to knock him back yet again. Wes with the signature to get back onto the stage. Super good option. Oh, and the NC coming out as well. That's Blaze going down. Wes going down as well, though. Acno is still on their first stock scratch. They're going to lose it. And now it's Wes and Loris with a 1-stock lead.
That 1-stock lead means Blaze is on final stock. And Wes and Lores are extremely healthy on their second stocks as well. They don't have like Lores about to be taken off of his second stock. Oh, Wes is still going. He's in sweat beads, but he's high enough that he can still just hold left and drift over to the edge. Are they going to get the edge guard on Blaze?
Oh, no,
Here
Blaze
they do!
Don't get it back. He's out. It's over for Blaze. It's complete 2v1 until the end of this game right now, and it's Acno. He has 2 stocks against a grandiose 4 on Wes and Loris' team.
A complete reversal of the last game, though this game they completely bullied Blaze out, whereas last game Lores just fell. There are exclamation points coming out, and Lores seems unbothered. He's still picking up these recoveries. He picked up another one!
Please, not on a 4th one, please.
He wants it, yeah. You saw the second you saw him go
down,
down, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna fast fall down and pick up another one. I don't care if it's all the way down here and still doesn't KO somehow. I want this recovery.
I'm gonna be honest, like a Sair would probably be better there, but he
no,
was just
you're
for
right.
the meme.
You're 100% right. Any other move would probably be better.
Now, I mean, it's hard to believe. It's so hard to believe, but it is Acno. We've seen some really, really crazy stuff from Acno, but it's hard to believe, Sparky.
BCX.
Yeah, BCX. That's what's on my mind right now. Can he do it again?
All right,
he picks up that first stock.
Wes needs to stop goofing off because he's throwing out like goofy signatures over all the way on the edge, and he just needs to like play like a normal person, and we're gonna be good. Because yeah.
Oh,
if
the
they
weapon
give
pickup.
any room for Akno to take control, like, you see the way he's playing this.
Oh, the
You
Ensig!
see the way he's playing
Oh,
this.
it's over. But Akno, I mean, okay, I was believing more and more.
Oh, absolutely.
I was believing
For
more
sure.
and more. That was a little scary. Oh, my heart. That was a massive game.
Seeing the highlights of last game on Miami Dome. It's now 1-1 in the set. Tick-tock, the pendulum, it's swinging.
It is indeed swinging. Also, Blaze going down there was so unfortunate.
Yep. So we don't have like a normal game where it's just like everybody down to final
3,
stock,
2,
everybody
1,
in red.
brawl.
But I also feel like every single time it's Loris and West playing, it's not a normal game. I feel like
Yeah, that's
they
true.
create
That's
that
true.
chaos because they thrive in it. Also, I saw you react to this map.
Yeah, dude, it's Enigma. I can't.
We're
say
on
this map.
Enigma, dude.
This is such a wild map.
Now, ooh, Blaze. Massive play off the top. Not able to find a knockout, but that was looking very, very dangerous.
Dude, Blaze
Oh,
is
Blaze
getting
stuck in a
knocked
2v2
around.
combo. Knocked around indeed. Not able to really find any
Ooh,
kind of
beautiful.
retribution on this lance either.
Wow. Oh, Blaze!
Oh.
The hesitation from Wes. Incredible work to confirm that edge guard after the dodge had been burned from Blaze. Because the spot dodge, like a normal player would have just gone in for the attempt right there, and the spot dodge from Blaze would have been perfect.
Oh, the double D-Sig. I was about to say, like, it was looking grim. For a moment, it was looking grim. But then Akino just pulls out 2 D-Sigs real quick. This is looking a lot more manageable.
Yeah, so far we have a normal game. Even though we're on Enigma.
Even though we're on Enigma. Which, I mean, how normal really? We don't really know.
Akno starting to set up for the edge guard, but Wes comes in, bullies him out of the power position against Lores. Neutral signature's coming out.
Oh, Blaze! Had such a good revenge option
Lores!
set up, but it's not able to connect it.
Okay, he just...
What was that?
Lores just-
What was that?
I don't know. Like he hit the D light, and then I don't know what he wanted to do after. I don't know if he just like stopped in the moment and was like, yeah, it's not gonna work.
Oh, that's a big recovery too. They need to get these stocks off fast, and you see Akino going for only going for options that are going to knock out at this point. Blaze with the Sair as well. And that's hard to punish, isn't it? Just running around, running to the left with that signature. It's hard to get over there that quickly while they're still in their end lag.
Oh, Wes was trying to go with the D light to combo off of the neutral air from Lores. It sent Blaze straight up. Akno over on the edge. Lores really pushing this edge guard.
Oh, that could have been big. They had a 2v2 combo set up. Oh! Signature into the recovery. Blaze wanted to get the revenge hit. He's not able to connect it though. Applying so much pressure just so Akno can get back up, just for him to get hit by another signature. And that is the combo as well to finish it off. Wes and Loris are playing exceptionally well right now.
That was a normal game.
That was a normal game.
Everybody on final stocks, everybody kind of in orange around the same time, and it wasn't like Wes and Lores goofing off in the 2v1, letting Akno get away with a lot of things and letting him play it really well, giving him so much space and so much time to choose all of the right options. And Wes and Lores take it. One more victory, and it's a grand finals reset.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
The follow-ups, man. Wes and Lores are really playing together now. It was like the beginning of game one. It was like, oh, a little shaky ground, but all of a sudden, they hit that flow state.
I also love the fact that Loris has the gold border. I feel like it's a really nice touch.
3,
I was about to say, grand final reset or not, this is definitely a marathon. We have a marathon in front of us. It's been a marathon, and we're at the final couple of kilometers now.
Yeah, everybody at home who isn't in the know. Normally we have 2 split up across 2 different days and 1 split up against 2 different days. Oh, Championship Sunday, but today was Championship Saturday for 2s, and dude, Akno was putting so much pressure over onto Wes on the left. Doesn't have him in the red, but all of a sudden, Wes might be turning things around. Edgeguard here now onto Akno. The ground pound coming in. He put it right in the middle of that ground pound that came out from
so
Lores.
crazy.
That's how you punish that move.
I would never dare. I would never dare to go with an unarmed recovery up against a spear ground pound.
It's like, in order to come out victorious in that, you need to have a combination of both timing and positioning.
Yeah.
Both of those things
Well,
have
that's
to be
Brawlhalla.
on point. Well, yeah, but specifically to punish that move, like, it is extremely punishable, but you have to have the right timing and the right positioning. It is absolutely beatable, even by an unarmed recovery that doesn't have the most timing in the world. And Lores and Blaze are going to fall on the left side. We have an even game here, Polly.
Akino taking quite a lot of damage here as well now. Oh, but they're able to set up for a little bit of a combo. And Akino with the wake up as well. Able to build up a lot of damage here. It's getting evened out. But again, I feel like Akino and Blaze, they're playing really good positions. They're playing the winning positions right now. They have the space. But Wes and Loris, looks like they have the combos.
Oh, that pickup as well, and Wes almost picked up a recovery as well. Even though we're on Demon Island, we're seeing like an easy transition. Or, I mean, really everybody going from Enigma that has 3 soft platforms to this map that's just completely flat. Nice double knockout there from Akno. That's going to give the red team the lead here. See if they can hold on to it. Blaze is going to have to survive.
Getting closer and closer. Is it going to be a game 5 or is it going to be a grand final reset? Blaze is getting knocked out, and now Akino is stuck in this 1v2. He's already quite damaged, and Wes with the signature! That's Akino out! Blaze wants to save him, but there's no time! And that's Blaze out as well!
Grand final reset. Wes and Lores, they started off the day not looking great, I'm gonna be honest. Not looking like themselves. And then at some point, they flipped that switch, they turned it on, the move from Rayman over to the Tesca, and you see why that move is so important, because he's using the signatures, he's using the battle boots, he's using all of the things that make Tesca a unique legend, rather than just another legend that has gauntlets, or has another weapon that he wants to play. That's why he chose Tesca.
Yeah, I feel like the signatures, like every single clip we're seeing, it's like Wes doing at least 1 or 2 signatures. Wes' signature game on the Tesca is crazy. And, you know, something that we mentioned a lot, Tesca, you know, he's been out for quite a while right now.
Yeah.
It's obviously tournament legal. But compare that to the thousands of hours of practice, it's like you are not at that level of, like, you're not that used to it anymore.
Yeah, it was like Tesca was the new hotness for a minute, and then like everybody jumped off that train, and it was like Machete and EU, and Wes.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. There are probably a few other South American players maybe still playing Tesca, and we're getting a swap, and it's Akno swapping over to the Bryn. This is some vintage Akno coming out here.
Yeah, I would not expect that, but I like the pick. I like the pick. I like the pick.
Tell me why.
The spear is extremely good at creating space in the 2v2, and then, you know, Axe is Axe.
I don't like the Axe.
Axe is Axe, though.
I don't like the Axe. I think it's a big change. Nice scoop there. It's gonna take Wes out. Also hit Lores on that one.
Ooh, that could have gone under.
But who knows? Maybe Akno will prove me wrong. He's done it many times in the past. Ooh, there's the interrupt. The sidelight came out and hit Akno, and I believe Blaze came in right behind Lores and hit him. Man, it's the signature kit. It's so good.
The washing machine on the Bryn. Oh, that's Akno out, though.
We're seeing stocks just fall all over the place. Red team just barely holding on to a lead here. Well, really, that's actually more than a small lead, because Wes is taking a lot of damage here. He's going to have to find his way back into this game. He puts out a little team damage on the Lores. They can't afford that right now. The down air put out a little team damage on the Wes, but it also bounced Blaze off the stage. Blaze and Wes are basically the same damage, but the buffer stock is there for Blaze.
Wes, although very, very damaged, he's still able to get some work done. Able to pick up 1 knockout, looking for his next one, but Blaze is going to sweep in with that Lancer, and now changing the focus over to Lores, but they're not able to find that synergy between the Ogre and the Bryn. Oh, good 3-piece coming out from Blaze as well. Lores with the revenge hit, and yet again the good punish. And another punish. Blaze kind of losing a little bit of momentum here, but they already have the lead. They already have the lead here.
Dude, they're putting so much damage onto Wes, and he's not finding those signatures as much anymore. We've seen him attempt them. Ooh, there's a down air from Akno. It's going to edge guard Lores on the left side, putting him on a final stock. They put a little bit more good damage onto Wes. Akno now put on a final stock. If they can take away this second one from Blaze. Oh, that was big. Wes thought he could sneak the gauntlet nair in there, but Akno hit the down air. Wes is in the red.
If Wes goes down here, that could be it. But Wes is showing now sign of stopping whatsoever. Akino with this air, though. That is going to be it. Committing to Lores off the top as well. All the way down in orange.
Lores trying to fight back against the 1v2. 3 stocks that the red team has under their belt.
Look at Blaze
Still
HP.
weren't even able to knock out Blaze before
Oh,
Wes
and what's
fell.
that?
That's going to be it.
What is that option? So well played by Blaze.
Now we could see a 3-0 that we've seen so many times where the bracket reset happens and it seems like they have the winning formula on how to beat the team, and then all of a sudden the team that came in from winner's bracket that got reset just steamrolls, and it's a 3-0 or a 3-1. So far, with the swap on Akno over to this Bryn, playing very confidently so far.
Yeah. I feel like that's also like such an Akno Blaze thing. To go all the way to the reset and then take it all the way back. It's possible, but Lores and West, they've been playing so well so far. And again, it's like 15 seconds into the game and everyone is orange. It's like the amount of gameplay that happens in the first 30 seconds just like swindles off afterwards. They're so decisive.
Oh, the GC neutral signature taking Wes off the top, and another one. And it's looking like this tournament might just be Akno and Blaze's to lose. The confidence is there from him. Nice weapon toss there from Akno, putting more pressure onto Wes. Nobody on the red team's even in the red yet.
Blaze kind of getting there. Blaze is also behind Akno right here. He's gonna take an N-Sig to the face though, that's gotta hurt. Oh, Wes also kind of baiting with his movement. He was making it look like they're going to 2v1 Akino, and then last second turns around, hits Blaze instead. Super well played. But they gotta get these stocks off. They gotta get them now. They got Blaze. Now they gotta get Akinos.
Meanwhile, Lores getting deep into the red. Gets hit by the D-Sig. Put over in the edge guard. The down air, that's gonna do it. All 3 KOs on the blue team have come from Akno, who has not lost his first stock.
Nice recovery coming out.
Akno Blaze looking all but unstoppable here. They're continuing to add up the damage onto Wes. That side air from Blaze sends Wes flying to the left side. He grabs the weapon as well. That kept Wes weapon spawn. Out comes the DC, gets the KO. Lores on his own over on the edge. Almost fell on that stock again.
Oh, the nair into the spear
so low.
recovery. Yeah, he's so low at this point. And the washing machine is not even going to finish it off. I thought for sure he goes all the way out there just to get that GCD light.
It's a matter of time before Wes and Lores are down 0-2. Akno and Blaze do not lose these.
No,
they have 4 stocks to their name.
All the way out there. And this is match point for Akno and Blaze. Wes and Lores have to win a massive 3 games in a row to claim the trophy.
And this swap to Bryn, it's working so well. Akno's playing better than he was pre-reset, and Blaze is playing better than he was pre-reset.
Yeah, no, that was such a dominant game from Akno and Blaze. That D-Light, man. I love that D-Light so much. All the way out there, just turn around GC D-Light. You don't see many Spear players go for stuff like that. That D6.
It's a lot of South American.
3,
I feel like that's
2,
probably the South
1,
American influence.
brawl.
Yeah. Could be.
They changed the way a lot of people play Spear.
It changed the way a lot of people play a lot of weapons.
That's true.
South American they really are some of the pioneers. Oh my god, Wes! Yeah, I mean, what kind of start is that? Going all the way up there, going for the GC D-Light. I can only imagine if you connected that, would have been like a 15-second knockout.
I don't know the answer to this question, but it feels like Wes and Lores win when they're soft platforms. And then when they're like not soft platforms, Akno and Blaze win.
Possibly.
I could just be making that up.
No, Akno. He hits one DC, he wants to go for another one. Not gonna get punished off of it either. Nice end line into the N-Sig off of Olgrim. Wes able to close out that stock though. Blaze is committing.
Oh, Laura's all the way down there.
Oh, he sneaks past?
Yep.
It's a 2v1 offstage and he manages to sneak past. Beautiful maneuvering from Blaze. Wes and Doris. They have a disadvantage, but it's small.
Oh, Wes actually, I just noticed. Wes made the swap over to Orion. When he hit that D-Sig, it clicked in my brain that he made the swap. This is a vintage Wes pick as well. I feel like it's been a minute since we've seen this one.
Big combos all around right now. And oh my god, it is just chaos.
Because of Lance.
Yeah,
It's
it is
chaos
just
because of
it
Lance.
is just lance and axe and spear and it's everything, man. It's everything. Good Sarah to punish that N-Sig as well. Ooh, nice conversion. Tries to get the recovery as well. That would have been a really, really good way to finish that stock off. D-Sig coming out. N-Sig, that would have been such a good connection.
It's 4 stocks to 3, now 4 stocks to 2. It's looking like Akno and Blaze are wrapping this one up. They're up 2-0 in this set. They might be the ones
damaged.
to hoist the trophy up. It's 3 stocks to 2, but Lores is so red. He can't even really afford to just play in the back line. Like, he has to play his heart out here, or else Akno and Blaze are going to take this. It'll be their second 2v2 LAN win of the year. Team damage is not something this team can afford. 1 stock apiece. Oh, Lores, just like that, taken out. Wes.
It's
in
the
grand
final
finals
stretch.
reset.
A 2v1, and you're stuck between Blaze and Akno, and they're chasing you up!
And he's very much in the orange. He can't land on the stage. He gets back and he's
Oh, the
back up in
GC!
the air again.
But they're not able to find like a good spear punish off of the GC.
He's just naring.
He's just daring, and it's working too. He's getting the snares as well. He's knocking them around, but the dare comes out. The weapon throws to follow, and that is it. Akno and Blaze win another LAN on European soil. First one since Dreamhack Rotterdam 2019. They are going to be your champions.
They did it. Akno and Blaze with their second LAN win on EU soil, their second LAN win of this year. Impressive run from Akno and Blaze. Impressive run from Wes and Lores as well. Coming here in second place, all the way from Brazil, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, look at that.
It wasn't
Clap it
enough
up.
to deal with that team. Akno and Blaze.
Who more deserving?
We're gonna have some replays from Akno and Blaze today. Gonna be coming in here to see all of the work that they did here at Dreamhack Valencia. Oh, that down air. Dude, Blaze was so damaged there. Even that down air almost sent him off screen. Flores just got over that side air. And here's the beginning of the combo. Recovery off the top, and that was after the GC N-Sig that took out the previous stock. Wes fighting in that 1v2. Man. Akno and Blaze really just played amazing today. What a run. And they're going to be joining me here on the couch. I'm going to get to sit down with the Dreamhack Valencia 2v2 champions. Akno and Blaze, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. You can hear the crowd in the back cheering for you. All right, second LAN win of the year. Which one feels better, this one or San Diego?
Definitely this one for me.
This one, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's home turf. We're in Europe.
Yeah.
We
that's
needed to
definitely
win
the
this one.
reason.
There's no
Who did you face at Dreamhack San Diego in the grand finals?
Experience
experience
made.
made.
Who was a tougher opponent? Experience made, Wes Lores.
Wes Lores.
Yeah.
Because
Wesley was playing boots.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
So even though you had Machete kind of playing boots in 1v1s, how much experience do y'all have against boots?
Almost zero.
Yeah.
That was the
he
entire
doesn't
issue.
really play boots, thankfully. But yeah.
Why the swap to Bryn? What was going through your mind like right before? When did you decide to make the swap to Bryn?
So basically,
like mentally.
Kaya and Bryn were the only two characters I practiced. And basically, I saw that Kaya wasn't working, so I was like, I'll just try Bryn then. And we already like adapted to their playstyle, so we're like, alright, this is cool. And yeah, that's the reasoning.
Did you have anybody else that you thought about swapping to at any moment, Blaze?
Nah, I'll just stick to Ogun. I just felt like I was playing bad. It's not that my character wasn't working, I was just not working. So I just need to fix up, and then yeah, it was fine after.
Why didn't you practice Koji?
Koji?
We leave that back to...
That's 2019.
Yeah,
so.
that's 2019. We leave that there.
Okay. I mean, obviously you made the right choice. I'm not second guessing your decision.
Of course.
Though I did originally. I was like, the Bryn, I don't know about this one, man.
So you gotta trust the process.
Okay. So are y'all gonna team together for BCX? Do you think?
Bold question.
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You think you're gonna win BCX?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any final words? You got really, you guys are really chatting my ear off up here. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no,
I don't
I
know
know.
if we have enough time for.
I've been playing this game for 10 hours. It's tiring.
That's true. That's true. I got I respect that.
Any last words, please?
I mean, not really.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
happy
either.
Where can we find more of you, Blaze? You go first.
BlazeBH_ on Twitter.
TPAcno on Twitter.
All right, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All of EU's success was on your shoulders, and you came out on top. Good job, guys.
I guess so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Acno and Blaze, 2v2 champions. You heard that here, though. Everybody should learn boots. Everybody should learn boots because EU has trouble against it, and Acno and Blaze have trouble against it as well. That means if you're from North America, if you're from South America, even if you're in EU, you should learn boots. Practice that in the Autumn Championship so that you can bring it into BCX. Don't learn it too early because then you're going to start to give them experience against it. If you really start working on it in summers, if everybody does it, they really might, they might have trouble originally in summers, but then if you bring it to autumns, they're going to struggle there. Or, I mean, you're going to struggle there because they've figured it out by then. So everybody, you heard that here directly out of their mouths. They have trouble against boots. That is their weak spot. Now joining me back here in the lounge,
Woo!
Polly Monto, went in.
Dude, Polly was screaming and shouting out there.
Acno and Blaze, dude. They're taking it back.
Dude, that was incredible. Wow. Well, first off, I do want to say, Wes and Loris, impressive, amazing run. Oh my God, I don't know. I know they were an amazing team, but for some reason, I felt so impressive that they were just making their way through all the way up into that reset. But of course, Acno and Blaze, incredible. I feel like they just immediately downloaded all the info they need and just went, all right, we're done.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. We were just playing around before. Now we're serious with the reset. All right, guys, I do want to grab just, your final thoughts about everything before we wrap up. So, Polly, I am actually going to start with you because I know how you feel, but you should tell everyone at home how you're feeling.
I'm feeling really good right now. I mean, of course, we were barely into top 8. There was EU has been doing really, really well this tournament, and obviously, I gotta support the boys, and I'm very, very happy about the performance, especially of Acno and Blaze.
Come on, dude. There you go.
My predictions, obviously, they were terrible. Yours were way better, probably. I'll say it. I'll be the first to say it. But it's been.
I didn't even hold him hostage.
It's been an insane day, man. That I can't wait to see what 1v1 has to bring.
Sparky. I know you just interviewed the champions here. How are you feeling about all this? What's getting at you?
I want to see more Wes and Loras. I hope they team together for BCX. I think that was an amazing team. But I also want to give credit to Escrape and Machete as well.
Yeah.
Like, what an amazing run they did. And also, I want to put a lot of respect on Blue and Crestu as well. Another amazing run, an unexpected, incredible run from them today. I mean, I'm hearing the sirens, but what was it that they sound like?
It's EU, dude.
I mean, definitely EU showed up today in the doubles tournament. I mean, it's your home turf, your region. You guys really did show up, and ultimately, Acno Blaze champions. But all right, guys, it's time for us to wrap up. I do want to kind of tease a little bit that we might have some BCX announcements tomorrow.
Oh,
BCX
I know people have been waiting for this
23
one.
announcements tomorrow, so you definitely want to tune in. But that's a wrap for us for day 2 of Dreamhack Valencia here. We've crowned our doubles champion, Acno and Blaze. So obviously, congratulations to them as well. Amazing, incredible job. But look, guys, we're not done yet. Tomorrow, we're going to kick off our singles competition. So will it be somebody we know, or maybe we'll see an upset happen? You'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out who will be the Brawlhalla Singles Dreamhack Valencia champion. So until then, here are the sights and sounds of day 2. Good night, everyone.
It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come. Old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. If I let the weekend I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. Like if I let the weekend I ain't dead and sleeping now. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight. Whether you're ready or not. Show. passion and I won't be stopped.